What is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals.
So we are here at DreamHack Atlanta 2025 for the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is going to be Zobi, and we have a lot of other great, amazing people that are also going to be here this weekend. But we're here for the pre-show for Valorant. This is going to be a weekend jam-packed full of Rocket League and Valorant action. And oh my goodness!
Speaking of Rocket League,
we even got a cameo appearance from Rocket League. Oh my gosh, he couldn't help himself, right? No, that's how exciting this weekend is going to be, though, Zobi.
Absolutely, and it's a spectacular one as well. You got Clove and Wingman here to do your pre-show and cast your first matchup of the day. But I'm super excited to be here the second year as well. And it's only gotten bigger. I mean, 8 Valorant teams, 16 Rocket League teams. I'm ecstatic for the action that we're gonna have, and there's only one returning team as well, so it's all new teams for Valorant.
I know, it's so crazy, and it's so exciting to see also the level of skill that we're getting. Some of the players that we have out here as well. We actually are gonna have a small interview with a couple of them for the pre-show a little bit later, but we do want to talk a little bit about how this weekend is going to be going, though, right, Zobi? Especially when it comes to the format of this weekend.
Yeah, so the way this was formed was, like we said, 8 teams. They filled out an application and were selected to be invited, right? Then they were seeded into 2 groups of 4 each, so 8 teams total. And the top 2 from each group will make it out and go to best of 3 single elimination playoffs. Ooh.
Yeah, so this entire Friday is just going to be best of ones, correct?
Absolutely.
That adds that extra layer of tension when you're literally at knife's edge already on first map. So you had to be playing at your peak, you had to be playing at your best, but you're also playing in a LAN, and not a typical LAN environment either. This is DreamHack, right? There's so many people here. There's so many great events happening all around us.
We got Marvel Rivals behind us. We got the big stage.
Got Marvel Rivals over there. We got we're in the free play area, the free play section. There's a lot of really exciting events happening around us, and so again, that's like playing on that with that distraction aspect of what's going on.
Absolutely, and they're not just playing playing for honor, for glory, right? They're playing for kind of the $1,500 prize pool that gets split between the top 3 teams, right? It's not just you have to make playoffs, but you have to make it past those semi-finals as well if you want a chunk of the cash, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely stakes are high, and also you just get to meet people, right? I feel like my first DreamHack Collegiate Invitational last year, I put so many names to faces. It was insanely fun.
It's what makes LANs a lot of fun, is being able to finally say, okay, I've been seeing your name all around Collegiate, and now I finally get to see your face. I finally get to actually shake hands and talk with you.
Exactly. And with the HUE Storm Invitational as well getting retired this year, I think this is the first collegiate LAN of the year as well. So getting to see maybe some of how the roster shake up. We get to see which teams are going to have that LAN buff that maybe will come into action when CVAL, when CECC kick around later. All of that is huge, huge impact.
Couldn't agree more. And I think we should actually go ahead and talk a little bit about our first matchup of the day.
Can we see those groups? Group
Let's
A
go
and
ahead and
Group
grab
B?
the groups. So that way we can... There we go. All right. So these are our 8 teams, right, Zobi? We have Maryville, Baker, Stony Brook, and Kennesaw State in Group A. And over in Group B, we have St. Thomas, Fisher, University of Texas at Dallas, and Converse.
I mean, this is just like the elite of the elite. You're missing some like your Winthrops, your Northwoods, etc., who were like here, for example, Winthrop won it last year. But then you replace it with the new CVAL champions of Maryville. You bring in, St. Thomas, the runner-up of last year. CVAL, like it is the best of the best, and you get some local specialties as well, like Kennesaw State. But I do want to also highlight UTD's that one returning team from last year that got 2nd place. So they're looking for gold this time around.
They're looking for gold this time around, but Zobi, when you're looking at the level of competition out there, it's going to be tough. They're going to be in for a whirlwind of a weekend. And it all starts with our first matchup of the day, and that is going to be between Maryville versus Baker, a explosive matchup, in my opinion, to start things off on this Friday morning.
No, absolutely. It is a little bit of a grudge match depending on who the starting 5 are for Baker this time around. Just because Maryville knocked them out of CECC May Madness last year in the quarterfinals. And it was kind of a one-sided blowout. But I will say with the map pool, with the meta, with just everything changing so drastically super recently, I think the teams that are the most flexible are going to be just running away with things.
They absolutely are going to be. And in fact, you can actually see our schedule right now. And today, there is so much going on. Starting, obviously, Maryville versus Baker, into Fisher versus UTD, then Baker versus Kennesaw, Fisher and Converse, and then finally to end it, Baker again on stream versus Stony Brook. So a lot of best of ones, right? We got to get through all of them today because tomorrow we're going right into the finals. We go into the best of 3s, and then for grand final Sunday, that one more best of 3. Championship Sunday.
But yeah, if you're in the area, if you're at DreamHack Atlanta, there'll be other matches happening in the pits behind us as well. So just because they're not on stream doesn't mean they're not happening. So if you're here and you want to see your favorite team, you can come watch. But with that, we do have some special features to kick off our broadcast today, which includes 2 interviews with those 2 teams of Baker and Maryville. Sam, do you want to welcome in our first guest?
I would absolutely love to. We teased, we hinted at it, and now we're going to be bringing in Gerami from none other than Baker.
Hello. How are we doing?
We doing good, man. How are you doing?
Good. I'm ready. I'm excited. Really excited.
Heck yeah. So, okay, let's talk about it, right? It's Halloween weekend. You're coming out here. You're jazzed. You're ready to go. How's the vibe of DreamHack treating you right now?
It's really nice. Halloween day, we're ready to play. We've been, prepping. We had boot camp before this, so we went to Michigan. We all got together. Wow. We got ready, so we're pretty prepared for today.
Wow. Okay.
How did you get the time off from school for a Michigan boot camp?
So we actually have classes online. So we do online. So we're on campus. We're just doing our classes. We had like a whole schedule. We do classwork. We go to the gym, and then we have prac from 2 to 8. And so it was a pretty busy week.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's actually really awesome to hear, to be coming in that prepared. Because you're going to need it against a team like Maryville, right? Is there any jitters going on there when you're taking on like literally one of the top dogs?
Right. They're a good team, but like I said, we prepped a lot and we're ready. So I'm not too worried about them.
I like that.
And then outside of the Collegiate Invitational, have you ever been to a convention like DreamHack like this? What are you looking forward to doing the most, do you think?
I honestly haven't really competed at too many events. So this is one of my maybe biggest events. So I'm excited. I'm not really too nervous, but I'm ready to play, and so we're looking forward to it.
I like that. Yeah, this and obviously, there's a lot of things going on around us here at DreamHack. There's a lot of different events going on. We talked a little bit about it. We have Marvel Rivals behind us, and just so much to do. when it comes to the event itself, is there anything that you guys are looking forward to do together as a team? Maybe even some team building, like just walk around and take a look at everything?
Not really too sure yet. We're kind of focused on playing this map, and we'll figure that out after the tournament's over today. So, yeah. Or
Okay.
well, the day is over today, yeah.
All right, and obviously we said you're starting out against Maryville, right? Probably the number one seed in the event. Is that who you think your biggest threat is, or the team you're looking forward to competing against the most, or is there another team that like your eye is on, whether in your group or in playoffs when you get there?
Right, so yeah, Maryville, of course. We're also looking at UST. So UST is going to be a tough competition too. Fisher's pretty good, but those are the top 3 schools that we're really looking forward to play.
Awesome.
All right.
And, before we let you go, right, we're going to start winding things down here before we bring our next guest on. But is there anybody that you yourself want to shout out, or anyone that you want to say special thanks to?
Honestly, my director, Henry, my coach, and my teammates. I've had a great time with these guys. We've been really putting in a lot of work, and we're ready to show what we can do today. So.
Awesome. And Zobi, anything else from you?
No, just good luck, and we'll let you go warm up. I know your next match starts in about 15 minutes, so good luck today.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you. This way?
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect.
All right, and with that, we are also going to bring in our second guest, which is the newest addition to the Maryville squad, Screwface Kyle himself. How are you doing?
How's it going, guys? I'm doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit of an icebreaker, all right? It's Halloween, as you can see. You're not dressed up, sadly. Got to be repping the Maryville merch.
Yeah,
what has
fair.
been your favorite Halloween costume you've ever worn?
Well, okay, my favorite Halloween costume, I have 2 answers.
Yeah.
My favorite Halloween costume was Cobra Kai, probably like 3 years ago. It was right in the middle of my lifting phase, and I was finally jacked for the first time my whole life, and I wore Cobra Kai. I felt like the man, bro. It was awesome. Second favorite costume was this year's. Holly forced me to go as a patch of grass because she was a deer. But she made me the patch of grass, and I thought it was beautiful. It ended up turning out well. I wish we could Photoshop a copy of the picture here.
Yeah, I want to see
We'll
what a
edit
patch
later,
of grass
yeah.
looks like.
We'll edit it in later.
Yeah, we'll edit in later. We'll have player pictures, and we'll just put a patch of grass in for you.
Yes.
All right, now, Screwface, you're out here at DreamHack. How's the vibe been treating you?
It's been good so far. I've been looking for food, which has not been the most fruitful search ever, but the land itself is very cool. Huge building, lots of movement, and a lot of different games is my favorite part. And obviously it's off the camera, but over here, there's can I curse? Can I not curse?
No.
Try not to curse? Okay. There's a ton.
Riot broadcast.
There's a ton of tables over there of people setting up that are just random dudes, and I talked to the navies out there setting up a bring your own computer land setup at a table. Bro, they're serious. I love it. I think it's so cool.
I think so too. That's what makes this place so much fun, right?
It's grassroots enjoyment of everybody coming together, bringing their stuff, and having fun and gaming.
Exactly, and it's like when you're done with playing Valorant, you can just go ahead and walk the show floor.
Well, I am going to.
Yeah. Is there anything in particular in here in your mind that you want to see or that you are interested in?
Dude, well, I'm a little bummed out because it seems like the Valorant prize pool's a little bit cheaper here. I got no beef with that, right?
All right, Mr. World Champion, 6 man.
I didn't see any of that money. But dude, with the R6 guys, there's a tournament right over there happening for R6 for 10 grand. Seems like a lot of cool teams. Oh,
Can't hear him.
They need me.
Oh, we got to get you a little closer?
I'm getting subbed out.
We're all friends, bro.
All right. What are your guys' last questions? My coach is going to come grab me.
All right. I will say, we got to start small and then scale up, show people and the players that they want this. I think the biggest question on everyone's mind, us included, is how did you come about joining the Maryville squad? Your tumultuous VCL season jumping around teams.
Oh, God.
How did you finally go stable with Collegiate Valorant?
Kappa fucking Chungus. Yeah, sorry, by the way. Yeah, I don't think stability is really a word in any single one of the entire scene's vocabulary for all of Tier 2. It's been a very, very hard year, and I sat there and I'll be honest, the real thing, outside of the constant instability issues and movement and chaos in Tier 2, I just wanted to feel like I was improving my life and moving forward, which for me it's manifested in 2 different ways. One, not to shamelessly plug, but I started a coaching business in Top Frag that I own. So that's pretty cool. I'm very passionate about that. And then obviously the second one is, going to Maryville, getting a degree, and then, hitting the fucking wage slavery angle at the end of my life, So it could be good, bro. Make a good 6 figs for the boys, have a family, everything will be good.
Yeah. I mean, you've...
Hoping to make gaming work, though.
I mean, hey, man, yeah... Looking at how you've been playing and looking especially at how the season's been going for Maryville, right? The squad's really been coming together, and just looking at the records, looking at how you've been playing this year, the squad, I mean, you guys are looking really strong. You're looking really dominant. And I'm sure that the vibes here for DreamHack Atlanta is nothing less than first place, right?
No, 100%. And to piggyback off that for a moment, like Maryville's been such a beautiful program with like a really cool campus, really good engagement in the school, and like obviously the expectation is that we win events that we show up to, right? And we're going to do our best to do that here. But I think it's really cool, especially with our new president coming in. Haven't gotten the chance to meet him myself, but the support system and the staff and the love and the enjoyment of the scene that's present in Maryville is literally second to none anywhere I've gone. So, but yeah, obviously that does manifest in us having to try to win everything as well, but yeah.
All right. Well, like you said, your coach is trying to pull you aside to get warmed up, so we're going to let you go. Good luck today.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, Sam. Those are some insightful interviews. I mean, they're excited. They're happy to be here, support the grassroots space, and build collegiate esports so it can be as big as your 10K lands happening on the big stages. You know, I don't have any wood to knock on. Wingman's hat sure will do.
Yeah, be careful, okay? All right, I got to go plant a spike later maybe in one of these matches. Who knows how that works. But anyways, yeah, no, it's the energy here, I think, is nothing short of explosive, right?
Yeah.
Not just from our free play area where we're having this event, but also just all around us, surrounding us, feeding the hype that's going on right now. And I know for a lot of these players, it means a lot to them to be able to come out to a collegiate land, to be able to have this sort of representation for their program, and to be able to show off their skills as a school and as an esports program to be highlighted.
Absolutely, and like because of how regional like it can get as well, you don't get to compete against these teams all the time. So, you know, maybe those that are like still like trying to knock on greatness can have an upset today, make a name for themselves. You know, your KSU, your Converse that want to get into that higher echelon of play, that Division I kind of environment. I think this is where you start, right? You prove yourself on LAN, and we're going to see some Lanimals. I cannot wait. And are there any players that you're thinking of that are like you're going to be keeping an eye on from any of the teams across the board?
It's a good question. Honestly, just looking over towards Baker, right? Being our first matchup going up against the Maryville squad, I'm just looking at all of them. I want to see how they're going to handle this big hurdle, right? Because they're one of the greats. They're one of the top schools, and I know that for sure. Seeing how they're going to take on the pressure of being the first game of the day, being up against a Titan like Maryville, it's going to be very important for them. But I'm also interested in seeing how Converse is going to do. That school as well. They
restructured. They lost a lot of players,
yeah. And obviously talking about, you know, there's been a lot of program issues out there in the collegiate world. So just being able to see how these schools are going to perform, especially with that added little nugget of, hey, who knows what could happen.
And to answer my own question that I asked you about which player I'm keeping forward to, so I can have some shameless self-promo to my school, Kennesaw State University. I'm looking forward to seeing Key, actually. That's their duelist player. She is insane. I actually got to play with her recently in a tournament as well, and she absolutely carried my plat self. But she's one of those that, when she gets on land, can really heat up. And I know they're going for revenge if they make playoffs versus... Actually, I think Converse is in their group. No, they're in their separate group. I think they want to make playoffs so they can face Converse to upset that PBC rematch that they lost last year, because they beat them in every best of 3 forward prior, got to best of 5 and lost to them. So without Icy on that team, without that explosive duelist that they're also friends with,
right,
I think it can get spicy.
I think it is going to get spicy. But speaking of spice, Zobi, we do have to get things set up for our first matchup of the day. So we're going to go ahead and wind down the pre-show. But don't go anywhere, because we still have so much more Valorant action left to go, including our first matchup of the day, that being Maryville University versus Baker College. So stick around, stay here. We'll be right back for that first matchup.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow, because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow, because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow, because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait,
what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Let's test your speakers.
man? Who gave you a knife? We have a show to do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational here at DreamHack Atlanta. Listen, Zobi, I was tired. All right, I was done. I tried to get on the site, plant the spike, I get shot. I try to defuse the spike, I get shot. I run around the map sometimes, I get shot. I'm done. All right, I had to fight back.
You've changed careers. Now you're a commentator. I see.
Yep.
I see. I think it'll suit you very well. But we have a match on our hands. The first best of one for the group stage here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. Reminder, guys, today will all be best of ones covering the group stage out of groups A and B to get our top 2 seeds that move on to tomorrow's single elimination best of 3 playoffs bracket. But what 2 teams do we have up first, Sam?
That is a phenomenal question, Zobi. Our 2 teams that we're going to be seeing starting off today is none other than Maryville University, our current reigning champions across CVAL, across a whole lot of different titles, looking to claim their own title here at DreamHack Atlanta. And of course, going up against none other than Baker College, the up-and-coming, the upstarters wanting to take down the top dog, the number 1 seed of this invitational.
I feel like their program for Baker has been like one of the strongest like uphill like growth like curves that we've seen in collegiate Valorant recently. Like last year they had insane runs in CVAL, in CECC, and this year they were talking about how much money they put into boot camping and preparing for events like this, right? We're like, okay, Maryville, who here is able to knock them down without your Winthrops, without maybe your Northwoods, and without those people here, it's like we don't think anyone can cut close, and there's teams looking to prove that wrong here today, and Baker is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Baker, during that interview, Gerami was saying they're going to Michigan, they're boot camping. They're taking this very, very seriously, and you could feel it emanating off the team too. You could feel it emanating off that interview that they're confident. You got to have confidence going up against Maryville. You got to have confidence going up against storied players like Screwface, like Giza, who are just so good at the game, who know how to win. And these are your CVAL champions too. These are no jokes. They went up against Winthrop. They've won multiple times against the Winthrop core squad. So to want to stand toe-to-toe with them, especially for the first match of the day, especially here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational here at DreamHack Atlanta, tall order for them to stand up to. Hopefully they're prepared for it.
Oh my god, it would energize them for the rest of the group stage today, right? Like, you beat the hardest opponent, you can sail through the rest, which can we look back at the group's graphics? You can see that their work is cut out for them even after Maryville, right? Like, here we go. They're going to have Stony Brook, they're going to have KSU, which is a sleeper team. And obviously, when they get to playoffs, the other side things, Gerami said he wanted to go up against St. Thomas, there they are too.
Yeah. But this is also something that we have to talk about, too, with this format, right? Since we're talking about the group stages right now, is that best of one. Yeah. This is just one map, one chance. That's all you get. So for this map, for the map that we have coming up, it's so vital for them to be at their top form. And especially when we talk about the way that Maryville looks, this is, for both of these squads, when we talk about it, their map.
Yeah, and I think that's where the difficulty lies, is Baker is a 3-map champ team.
Yep.
They'll, start really slow. They may throw map 1 close like 13-11, and then they come back and body the next 2 maps. So in a best-of-1 format, that worries me. But also, both of these teams have had equal time to get set up on their PCs, to warm up. They haven't had really time for full-length warm-up scrims. It's ranges, it's DMs. So it will be just who's in sync from the get-go. And Maryville, Screwface is talking about how in-depth their program is. They've been playing in Div 1. They've all had consistent matches. That boot camp is a scary thought to be coming out of it into the LAN.
It is. But there's still so much more to be talking about, especially when it comes to these group stages, especially to these best of ones. And I think, you know what, Zobi? Let's go ahead and talk about map number 1. Our very first map for the day. The only map that these 2 teams are going to be playing, and the one that's going to set a precedence for the entire rest of the weekend. And one that I think we're going to be seeing a lot this weekend as well. It's Haven, right? The standard collegiate classic, but one that these 2 teams are at their best on.
Oh, absolutely. Neither of these teams have lost it all season in their respective collegiate leagues. Division 1 for Maryville and NECC Division 1, ironically, for the side of Baker. And I was hoping we would get some riskiness like from one of these teams like Baker, maybe, just because, right, you do want to push it. I mean, the fact that Split was one of the last bans, I think, says volumes, right? You could have pushed it to, like, one of the newest maps back in the pool, right? And you didn't. So that means they are confident that they can beat them at their best while be playing their best.
Yeah, and you're gonna a lot. That word is gonna come up a lot today, right? Best.
Yep.
You had to be playing at your best. You had to be doing your best. You had to come out of the gates at your best, right? You need nothing less, especially for Baker, when you're going up against the best. And there's also a lot of best partners that we can shout out here who are helping to make this possible, who are here for us, and right, different organizations that are really important, I think, near and dear to the heart of DreamHack Atlanta and DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. Zoe.
Absolutely. Again, this is the Collegiate League. We're here to represent the players and represent other organizations and initiatives. For example, one of those is Extra Life, who they're proud to support Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, our local Children's Miracle Network hospital. I'm a local from Atlanta. So every dollar raised through Extra Life helps provide life-saving care, funds research, and brings hope to kids and families right here in our community. Together, the Collegiate Invitational and us are helping make miracles happen for Atlanta's kids. So while you're watching, if you feel the good of your heart on a spooky season of Halloween and you want to game on and give back to the Atlanta community, you can go to extralife.org and select Children's Healthcare of Atlanta as your hospital support. They saved my life when I was a baby. Little Zoe Laura, yeah. I had like some weird seizure stuff happen, yeah.
Oh my
I might
gosh.
not be standing here today if it weren't for the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Extra Life. Woo!
Yeah, thank you, Extra Life. I mean, I've worked through my before my casting career with Extra Life a couple of times as well, raising money and charity for them, and it's always a phenomenal organization to work for. And of course, being able to help kids, especially with the upcoming holidays, right? Christmas is just around the corner. Halloween is today. There's a lot of different ways that you can help impact the life of a child to be able to make their lives better and to be able to help them enjoy what it is most assuredly a tumultuous, a very, very scary time in their life. And yeah, I mean, you're here, so we're very thankful for that.
Yeah, they didn't have funding, who knows? But speaking of funding, right, the Collegiate Invitational brings the best of all these collegiate leagues together, right? We've thrown out Division 1, we've thrown out NECC, but what about Rally Cry, Sam?
That's a really good question, Zobi. And Rally Cry is another one of the amazing organizations helping to make this DreamHack Collegiate Invitational possible. Student-run gaming events are the heartbeat of college esports. They're where friendship form, rivalry spark, and future leaders take the stage. Rally Cry's college event sport program is built to amplify that energy, helping campus organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, and regional events into unforgettable experiences with support from partners like the United States Space Force. Scan the QR code to apply now, right there, you can see it right there, and ensure your events are always above. If you're ready to take your next step beyond the games, start your future today at spaceforce.com.
I mean, it said it itself, right? Supporting the LAN environments is a transformative experience. Screwface said it earlier, right? He's been on one of the biggest stages and champions, and there's nothing like being able to go across to or bring your own console, part of the DreamHack Atlanta Festival, and talk with people, connect with them about the games that they're playing that may not be the FPS shooter title, that may be something else that you're interested in, right? It's not one size fits all for esports, and that's what events like this are here to prove.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of esports, right, we literally have Rocket League to our left. They're over there. Speaking of which, if you are here to watch Rocket League, I believe that is on twitch.tv/DJTJRL.
Yep.
If I have that correct. Yep. And Valorant is going to be taking place here all weekend on the Esports GA Tech channel. But Zobi, right, there's Rocket League. We've spoken on it, touched on it a couple times. We have Marvel Rivals behind us. There's so many cool events going on. There's so many cool ways that you can enjoy DreamHack. And for these collegiate players to come here, we saw a huge crowd back behind us, right? All of the collegiate players huddled together, talking to DJ, getting their information on what they need to be doing. But you see just the excitement. You can feel how amped up they are to be here and ready to prove themselves. And to have that opportunity on stream especially, it's so cool. It is so cool.
Absolutely. And we do have little camera feeds. We do have little camera feeds of the players that we're going to be showing throughout the weekend. The buttons guys are on the front and they're very easy to press. It's going to happen multiple times this weekend. I'm foreshadowing. But I was going to say, you can see the players in the back right there, but there's going to be cameras we cut to, so you'll get to see like the action, the celebrations, because we know some of these teams like to get up, get loud, get active. I think UTD is one of those, if I remember right, from CCC. Absolutely. And outside of that as well, if you are like seeing the tweets about the event, if you're in the stream, but you're here in person, we're actually going to have 2 TVs set up so you can watch with fans of the sport. So you can celebrate these wins in person with the players. Valorant is right near us, and then Rocket League is actually next to the players. So you can be in the pits with them, right? So it's super, super cool. Like, whether you're in person, whether you're online, thank you for supporting. And, I mean, let's get back to the game. Maryville versus Baker. So we said Baker usually don't get off to a hot start, right? in just series in general, right? They're a comeback team, maybe throw a map one to troll for content, and then they come back really strong. And they've only lost one series this entire year, and that was to Fisher, one of the teams here.
Yep.
So how are we feeling then that it differs in the LAN environment?
It's something I think that when you speak on the LAN environment, right, Zobi, is how experienced a lot of these teams are when it comes to being at these different types of events, and especially with one where you are trying your best to ignore all of
That's
the...
UTD! I just said they were going to be loud and standing up! Point proven. Anyways, continue your point.
Listen, I'm here for the hype, Zobi. That's
they're
what
here
we're
warming
that's
up.
what
They're
we're
on
here
the actual free play PCs. They're
Yeah.
serious, bro.
Yeah, they're very
not
serious.
until later. They're the second best one of the day.
Well, they know they have they know they got a lot to live up to, right? They know they have a lot of
Absolutely.
expectations of the second place team. So, right, they gotta get ready. They gotta get warmed up now. But back to our topic at hand, Maryville versus Baker. Right, the lane environment, I think, for both of these teams, especially for Baker, right, who I don't think has that sort of.
Germany said this was one of his biggest events.
Yeah, right. So being here, right, because when you go to a typical collegiate LAN, right, you have your raucous crowd, you have your crowds who get excited, but now you're in an environment where there's just so much noise going on. There's so much around you, and even the best like noise canceling headphones or whatever, some of that is still going to bleed through. Some of that is still going to be playing in your mind, and especially when you have literally right behind us one of the biggest stages in DreamHack Atlanta going off at the same time. There's a lot on your mind.
Feel the speakers booming.
Yeah, concentration, I think, for this squad is really going to be tested. So whatever boot camping they did in Michigan, right, is going to have to be, like, I hope they took that into account and hope that they have the nerves settled. And really, I think when you come together as a team, supporting each other and helping soothe those anxieties is one of the most important things. And that kind of level of psychological warfare, I guess. Warfare is an extreme word, but still, the LAN environment is where it needs to be conquered.
Absolutely. And we haven't really talked about the rosters too much, so that's something we can dive into a little bit. For the side of Baker, it's a little interesting because they have like 8 people, I think, in attendance at the LAN event, composed of veterans and then the new faces that have been playing in NECC. 3 of them are in that returning matchup that faced Maryville, at least 4 out of the 5 players in that CECC LAN. That is Nami, Ladder Moves, and Riceballin. But then I think you said that Ladder and Riceballin haven't been playing, right? And there's been some newer faces, some newer names stepping in?
Yeah, so from what I've been seeing, right, they have a new duelist going by the name of Demon. They typically only play Neon, which I think for Haven is actually going to be really good for them.
Yeah.
A strong map for them to start off on and a good way to get their first foot forward.
Get energized.
Get energized. And another player that goes by Drago, who, from what I've been able to tell, is playing the occupying the initiator role. So losing out, I think, on if we aren't going to see Riceballin or if we're not going to be seeing Revenge on the squad today, at least this team has had the reps put in across NECC. And like we've said, they've been looking strong. Their only loss has been to Fisher College, who is here, Fisher Navy. And I think for them to have that kind of in their back pocket, for them to be as confident as they are, right, in these 2 players, if they're here, I think says a lot for them. And I think it says a lot about these 2 players too.
And I think it's, again, a great opportunity then to build their LAN experience and get those like preliminary nerves that we mentioned out the window, so that when you get to those bigger events like CCC, like CVAL, like maybe NECC Nationals that Baker probably is playing for, you can be like, oh, we've been there, we've done that, let's just lock in and win. Because, again, these are teams that are here for the win, right? Maryville, especially with how many reps they have, right? They probably aren't nervous at all. Like, I hit Pokey's over and he would say that. Like, I'm 100% sure. And it's... I think that's what Baker's now going through, is that transformation. And I mean, sometimes the nerves translate into adrenaline, which translates into fragging power. We've seen that, right? When the pressure is high, so is the performance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Dan. I think Maryville is so exemplary of that statement, Zobi. And in fact, let's go ahead and touch a little bit on Maryville themselves. Let's talk about that roster, which, for the most part, the same, except for that one little person we had on interview.
Yeah, a Wildfire stepping out for a little bit. He's still like with the school, I believe, in the program. It's just like 6th man, like sub position for now. I mean, Screwface is an insane pickup, right? Can do a little bit of calling in the background as well, alongside Korik. I feel like it brings obviously the fragging to the server. I mean, bro, when you're NBG like previously, or Ambrosia previously, that were like top VCL teams in their respective stages recently, that's automatically going to elevate your team. But I think it's that core 4 that is insane. That I think, and how long they've been together as well now, that's hard to kind of dispute, right? They have not been challenged this entire semester. The only team that has pushed them to a third map period and given them losses has been Winthrop. And that's that kind of head-to-head rivalry that you have in Collegiate. So, again, we're looking to see, like, okay, are they going to be in form? Because if not, then that's when teams can upset.
Yeah. And I mean, for Maryville, right, the only collegiate team besides Winthrop who is at that VCL level, who is playing in that league. And then they have the talents of Screwface. They have the experience of Screwface. They have the knowledge of a player like himself coming out to this collegiate event, right? For every team going up against them, that's scary a little bit. That does lean at the back of your mind. But then we look over towards some of our other teams. I think especially when we talk about them later, sometime during the weekend, University of St. Thomas, they have a couple of Tier 2 players of themselves. So it's not unheard of, right? No. A lot of these teams still do have that experience. It's just how well that's going to translate for them this weekend.
No, absolutely. I'm sure Screwface is trying to adjust to the collegiate style, right? I feel like when you get to a certain level of Valorant, like Tier 1, you're like, why are they swinging that? What is that timing? They shouldn't be there. And then they are, and you're just like, okay, they're the best player in the game, I guess. So I'm sure he's having an adjustment period to this scene and this space as well. As well as I feel like, and I've learned, like, balancing classes, balancing esports. Like I joined a super low tier team, and it is a time crunch. Like you have no time for anything, right? Yeah. And I feel like I don't want to say that's different than the Tier 1 or the Tier 2 environment, but I definitely feel like they might have a little bit more downtime per se. Not that they don't put the same effort into the game. Yeah. So that's got to be draining to a degree as well.
I mean, yeah, because Baker was talking to us. Gerami was saying during that interview, right? They're taking online classes, but it's still a lot of work that you have to take care of.
Class, maybe have like 30 minutes, an hour, you're in the server.
Yeah, and you just got to keep going, and especially when you're boot camping at the same time, you're really pushing yourself to the limits. You have someone, they said that they're going to the gym, keeping their physical health up to be able to play at their utmost best abilities. It's just the level of sort of skill, right, that you have to be able to juggle all the different avenues of Valorant, of your own school life, is nothing I think short of spectacular.
No, absolutely. And again, these are the teams that like you're talking to and you're like, okay, are you trying to like go pro? Like, would you leave your school behind? Some say yes, are they ready? Some are like, you know what, I think this is my path right now. And I think that's what's cool, is you get to choose your own adventure through Collegiate.
Yeah, it's really, I think, inspiring to see a lot of these players too, how they've grown, how far they've come. And Zobi, right, we've been casting Collegiate a long time. We see how some of these players, some of the players we've casted, right, are rumored to be going to Tier 1 teams.
Q!
Yeah, right?
Q!
Q.
Which I think Giza was rooting him on, because he was on the team with him, who was going to be one of the players in the server for Maryville today as well, who I could see also being that, like, move up to Tier 1 one day as well.
Yeah. And so when you look at Collegiate, you're looking at the future face of how the VCLs are going to look, and even how the VCTs themselves are going to look, how these collegiate players transition into that Tier 1 power plays, and right, being able to see how they grow, seeing how far these programs come, especially, right, to have a whole host of new teams out here this weekend with only one returning team is really cool to see. A little bit sad, right, that we don't get the Winthrops and we don't get some of our other teams, but we're also seeing what Winthrop's doing. Right, they were at.
They need a break, okay? They need a break. They need a break
because they were at Ascension, and they had a phenomenal run. And so again, right, we're talking about how these players can grow, how these players are going to be at their utmost best. Right, it all starts here. It all starts right now at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational.
Absolutely, and talk about that Tier 1 progression. It's events like these that are scouting grounds as well, right? For collegiate teams that are still working on getting to that VCO level and are still working on getting from the Tier 2 to Tier 1 jump, right? So you'll see people watching the Maryville players, see who stands out here. You'll be them, okay, who can we elevate then from this collegiate level to the Tier 2 level? Like I feel like we saw a lot of that with teams like NBG. They were pulling up those collegiate gamers as well. I know Joba from Tamu was one of them. So like there is just a lot of options and progression from events like this, and that's why they need to be supported.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry about the delay on getting into the
podcast. I know.
Yeah, I know. We turned into a little bit of a podcast here. We're you can actually see our players back there. Yeah, they're right over there, and they're still getting the game set up. So we're just sitting here riffing. Actually, Zobi, just being able to look at the players, right, and seeing them get up, get prepared, get ready is I think, especially the rivalries and the camaraderie that these two teams can have against each other. They know each other, right? They've been around the block. They've gone up against each other so many times. And we talked a little bit about it earlier, that face-to-face aspect of being able to go up against your opponents, and they're literally right in front of each other. So that level of in your face, because we know how rowdy these Valorant players can get sometimes. We know we heard UTD a little earlier, and they're just in the free play section having the time of their lives. But, again, being able to see your opponent right there, right in front of you, every mistake being amplified, every victory being...
What are you doing?
100 to, what are you doing? It's so much fun though, and it's that LAN environment that makes it so exciting.
And I need to say that out of Baker today as well. I feel like Maryville's like 100% going to be doing that, and that's again like testing your mental, not just against the best team in the server, but outside of the server as well. So I hope they return that tenfold, just again show that they're confident, that they came to play, they came to brawl, they came to win. And I did see a little update. I think we have 8 out of 10 players in the lobby, if I'm seeing things correctly. That's the joy of being in the lane. You can just turn around and be like, I see 8 out of 10 in the lobby. What a concept. Okay. So we should be getting there sooner rather than later. But thank you for listening to us, your Cloven Wingman podcast.
Yeah, I know. We're riffing right now, right? Yeah. It's Halloween out here. DreamHack Atlanta, right? There's already so many amazing players.
What are you looking forward to at DreamHack Atlanta outside of the Collegiate Invitational?
You know, that's a good question, Zobi. There's obviously the Marvel Rivals big stage going on behind us. I'm a little interested in that. You can actually see a little bit of it in the corner.
Yeah.
But I also want to go get some merch, you know? I want to go get some DreamHack merch. Really good. Wait, hold on a second. What do we got going on here?
We talked about UTD, bro.
Yeah, they couldn't help themselves. UTD got to come in real quick. They got to show off.
Hey,
look at that.
They'll be on second best of one.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk with them later too. We'll definitely be grabbing one for an interview, I'm sure.
Artist Alley. That's the one I want to go. I want to go to Artist Alley.
Stole my answer, bro. I gotta spend too much money, way too much money. Then I'm gonna be like, wait, I didn't spend this much money.
Artist Alley has always been my favorite part of any convention.
It's like the only place you can get like certain games merchandise. Like Valorant's getting up there. I mean, the Wingman onesie, for example. But like the keychains and stuff that you can get are just like S tier, and I love to see it.
Oh my gosh, I always come to these events and pick up a Valorant keychain from one of the amazing vendors out there. You know, independent made. They have sometimes like the cute little chibi ones, and I love those keychains so much. I'm getting like an Omen collection.
Me and my friend have like matching lanyards with our role on them. So it says like Duelist for her and has all the Duelists, and then mine says Sentinel, has all the Sentinels. Anyways, so come on to DreamHack. Artist Alley is great. I'm also looking forward to the free play arcade that they have over there. They have physical arcade machines. I'm a little bit of a Japanese rhythm game nerd, and I'm hoping they have mine. They had it last year. You know, I was over there like every time we had downtime during the convention.
I was like, where's Obi? It's like, oh yeah, Jeff.
Oh yeah, you can look. I'm right over there. You can look behind and see me on the machine.
Yeah. And actually, you know, just to touch a little bit too on how things have been looking here. Just for the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational, because we were here last year, right? But now we have
our own section.
Yeah.
Look at us.
We're getting bigger. The program is getting bigger. The event is getting bigger, and who knows what things could be looking like by next year, especially with how successful this could go and how successful this is already feeling. Zobi.
Yeah, again, like the viewers and the attendees are 110% of like what proves to DreamHack that there is a need, there's a desire for this to get bigger and bigger, that people want to watch it, that people want to compete in it. So,
I mean, yeah, just look at it behind us right now, right? This is first game of the day. It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern in Atlanta, and already we have like
the Rocket League section is full, bro. It's gonna cause a fire hazard.
Yeah, like we are amplified, I think, even more so than what felt like last year. And this is just day one. This is 11:30 in the morning. You know, people's at work, people's going to school. Yeah. So over the weekend, especially when we get to the best of threes, especially when we get to Championship Sunday, who knows what that could look like?
No, absolutely. And I'm number one, I'm excited to see it. But number two, I mean, who else we got? I mean, you also get to make connections. Like, you saw someone shake hands there with other programs. That's what I wanted to say. You'll see, like, schools, like, standing behind, like, watching these players, you know, like, rooting them on, or if they're their enemies, like, they're going to face off against, they'll be like, noted. and so there's, like, an added layer of complexity to, like, the strategy and the environment. And, I mean, who knows? Also, scouting can happen, right? Because we do have some club teams here.
Yeah.
I know we've mentioned it, right? I think Kennesaw State is a club team. Converse and UST, this is their last year being varsity programs, and then they're going to become collegiate programs as well if they can't find sponsors. So, it's a way to be like, okay, if I'm staying here, great, I can fight for my school. If not, then other schools can see me.
Yeah. And, you know, bringing up UST, University of St. Thomas, and Converse, right? Converse still on the nice edge, but UST, one of their last rides for the program. And
I think they posted, like, they're looking for sponsors while at DreamHack. And with how many activations there are, with how many companies there are, like, it is the perfect environment for that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's University of St. Thomas, I think, is one of those schools that we definitely want to see still around, 100%. Like, no doubt in our mind, especially with the players that they have.
They've been a top 4 CVAL team the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Second place last year, and what, fourth, right? This year, third.
Something like that.
Somewhat like that, yeah.
And not only that, but like, right, some of the players they got on UST now.
Bro, they sign all these insane tier 2 players, and then suddenly it's like,
yeah, we gotta drop the hammer real quick. Gotta drop the ball on that. But seeing these collegiate programs coming out here, really putting out their all, and again, right, this is where they have to be at. Again, that word, their best, where they have to be showing off. And with all of the people around us, with all of the players around us, with all of the companies and potential sponsors around us, they want to be able to show that off. I think even still, though, with that looming over the head, the energy just feels hopeful.
Well, Sam, I think that's enough for multiple episodes of podcasting. I do see some of the players back there have gotten back in the range or back into death matches. So I do think it's about time for us to cut to a break, figure out what's happening, if it's a technical delay, etc., and get back to you when our first best of one of the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational is ready. So make sure to stick around.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Our next real dance for you. Come on, spend all the money on the body so we can party. That's what she's for. That's what she's for. That's what she's for. That's what she's for.
didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make free and dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all the money on the body, so we can party. That's what she's done. That's what she's done.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make free and dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all the money on the body, so we can party. That's what she's done. That's what she's done. That's what she's done.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate Textlight to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Our next rhythm dance for you. Till you're not going spend all the money on the body so we can party.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate Textlight to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers,
Welcome back, everyone, to the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is Zilby. I want to say a big thank you for all the patience with the tech issues that we've had going on. It's been kind of crazy back there. We've had a couple of audio issues. A monitor wasn't working, so finally got all of that sorted, and we're about to head into our matchup between Maryville and Baker.
I mean, it's a collegiate land. You can't have fun without any technical difficulties now, can you? And obviously our servers are just haunted. It's Halloween. You know how it is. But with that, like we said, with such an anticipated matchup between Maryville and Baker, it's only right for the pressure to mount before we jump into the action. So, and it gives all the other players and teams that have like some time before they get here to explore the convention, get set up. So it's really good for everybody.
Yeah, get set up, or even just do some play some Valorant of their own, right? Yeah. Get ready to go, get warmed up and get prepped, because there's still a lot of games happening after this.
Yeah.
These best of ones, right? They go by pretty fast, they go by pretty quick, and then the next thing you know, you're already next up. It's gonna be rapid fire all day today, and that's also what makes best of ones a lot of fun, right? They're super tense, they're super exciting, you are literally on your last chance at the very beginning.
No, absolutely. And quick reminder for those that were not here, our map for the day, for the best of one, I should say, is Haven, which both of these two teams are currently undefeated on in the season. 4-0 for Maryville in Division 1 and 3-0 for Baker in NECC. And I mean, speaking of NECC, Baker, I mean, they really also haven't gotten challenged other than Fisher in that league. They've also had 2 FF wins, so they're just like cruising towards those playoffs. So this might be the time for them to have some true challenges here on LAN. Both fighting past demons and current ones now.
Yeah, you're looking towards the future. You're looking towards being able to, first of all, take down Maryville.
Absolutely.
Rematch Fisher, beat them. There's also UST they've talked about. They want to take them on.
They just want to fight all of the giants. That's all.
That's it. That's all you got. That's all you got to do. That's all you want to do. Again, it comes back to that. We got to prove ourselves right now. We got to prove ourselves at this LAN. There are so many other teams out there who think that they're the top dog. I mean, Maryville, right? They have good reason to think that. UST has good reason to think that. Fisher has good reason to think that. But Baker's ready to change the thought process. They're ready to really elevate themselves to that new level.
No, absolutely. They're that like one step away from greatness kind of team, but we are already into the action, into the pistol round. No time for comp talk. It's time for action. And speaking of action, Maryville, nice grass start here. Scaling looking like they want to challenge this B side, which is stacked not just with players, but Killjoy and Viper Util. This is going to be rough unless they can time it properly.
Yeah, we're going to be having Maryville on the defense. Baker giving us a starch look at the attack. Alrighty, right wall's going to come up, deny the vision of Rins. A couple of players still hanging out on the outside. Tepid is making their own push onto the site as well, right? The two Vipers going up against each other. But with this, Baker, right, not enough information. Didn't get a frag, didn't get a pick. It's not solid enough for them to want to stay there. Meanwhile, right, good shot, good calling here from Maryville. 2 players posted up on A for this Baker swarm.
Yeah, and reminder, Baker is attacking right now, despite the colors. We'll get that swapped over. But time being, they're still rebounding into the Viper as well. Still rebounding into a stack site because the Jets rotated over. Here we go!
Already, Chloric, oh my goodness. It was 1 good shot for Chloric, but 2 for Demon Rins. Still fighting back, and it's this brawl that's breaking up back and forth between these two teams. But the most important thing, numbers-wise, advantage going to Baker. Spike going to be planted. Giza on this high ground. What a shot from Germsy. Final player down for Maryville. Still standing, Sanj. Sees the alarm bot at their feet. Revenge looking in one direction, needed to be looking over towards CT, but now the final 2 knows exactly where it's happening, setting up for the high-low, but he needs to get over towards the other side. Paranoia's going to go out, makes the swing right into the waiting arms.
And just a
Baker.
pistol, we already heard a scream over our headphones over the game, but all in all, a great kind of just, I think, intuition there, a sixth sense that guided them away from B and into that A, and even though we did see a really, really good angle for this over there, tucked away in the corner, had the vulnerability, the Sheriff shots don't connect, and as a result, Demon is unleashed. We talked about them fighting demons, they got one on their side.
Yeah. And I think, too, right, you're looking at it, it was good calling here from Maryville to still have those 2 players posted up on A, but it's going to be really difficult for Chloric in the position that they were in. Even if they got a couple, where are you going to go from there? You're stuck in that corner. There's only so much you can do, even with that decay from the Viper wall. But Rin seen by the recon bolt. Oh, couldn't even get out of there. Germsy broke the wall. The Guardian going to do the rest.
Yeah, really nice pre-rounds right now from Baker. Looking for impact, looking for info. Screwface, though, is going searching on his own, and it looks like they're prepared for this. Look at the little high-low already, but is that a no-scope headshot? That is absurd.
And Screwface is somehow still alive with only 11 HP. He gets the 1, takes a couple bullets for his trouble, but he got 1, and that's huge, right? It equalized things back out. He may be on death's door, but still, it's something.
Absolutely, and now they have to re-clear all of this space, right? And Screwface is repositioned on the short line, and you've already lost 1 to this menace with a Marshall. You don't want to lose another, so just going to regroup. Exit towards the C side, and because this crossfire on B has been here off the Vipers wall since the get-go, they are attacking arguably the weaker side, but let's see Agima, Ranked Demon himself, deliver this anchor.
All right, here it is. Oh my god! Oh, Giza! In what world do you get a double kill like that? And they were so prepared for it too, Zobi, right? Baker was so tepid about going onto that site. You've already used your fast lane, so you're pushing on to see where that would have been so useful. He's just hanging out in here. They didn't have a care in the world. Quick flick back over. Germsy is going to keep things in contention, but guess where Screwface is with that Marshall. It's only 11 HP though, Zobi. It's at the wire. Time running low. Nami has to get to the B site with 5 seconds left to plant the spike. Running low on that time limit, but look at this, look at the pinch. Screwface knows that they have to take this fight. They know that they could have gone in there and tried to stop it, but instead just playing for their life. Now down, hunt wherever Nami is, but it's still this back and forth between the two players. Now it's down to the 1v1, but here's the thing, right? Clork has the Bulldog too, so it's Bulldog v Bulldog. Nami, the pressure is on to keep that spike safe. Clork, for them to defuse the spike itself on this B site. And Nami.
He's gonna wait for the tap. He has he can
play on A connector. Over towards the right side, just hunt him down! Nami with 4 HP! Survives the tide.
They escape utter disaster there, right? Giza just getting challenged and living up to the name. Finds 2, and honestly, if Nami hadn't rotated, he would have gotten crunched between Clork and Screwface. So really, really well done there. Just quick in the moment thinking. I think he had 0.3 seconds left on the timer when he was planting that spike. So just really, really good time management there. And honestly, Gerami as well with that Guardian, able to again equalize things and give that opportunity to Nami to clutch things up. So while their money is a little maimed, Demon forcing up the Phantom here could just be what they need to dent this full buy out of Maryville.
All right, Ange. The reinforcements are coming in too, but has left Garage undefended. Gonna have to be so careful about anyone poking their head through there. Screwface though is gonna get us started with the first blood. Just through the smoke too, Zobi, and still has dealt a lot of even more damage towards Revenge. But now you're looking, Ange has eyes on Garage, slowed down by the relay bolt and stuck inside of the snake fight. And in fact, it's actually going to sacrifice their lives with Screwface in an attempt to take that fight back over in this direction. Giza has to hold the line down. Revenge going to get the spike planted. Now it's down to the final 2 players from Maryville to take on Baker.
Ooh, wanted to try isolating a fight here, but the drone reach there should allow these 2 remaining players to frame it quite well and make a little sandwich of Revenge. And Giza, it'd be good for the defuse there. Overall, I really like the C-split. It got on the side, it got the spike planted. Good utils would have flushed these players out. You saw it, right? Ange had full trust to play off of Ren's tucked away logs, and he wasn't able to find enough to make it a fair exchange. And as a result, they're able to keep things. I mean, they did well, I'll say, for only having 1 Phantom and a Bulldog. I mean, we saw the Nami also challenge backside find 1, just dome a player in CT. All in all, not bad, but this is where it counts, right? You have some money lacking. Screwface with the full shield classic means they're probably going to be fighting for this Blade Storm just a touch. And on the flip side here, Baker, this is their opportunity to tie things up here.
It is. Maryville University. We have Giza, the alarm bot down. Garage Clork. Hunter's Fury. I don't know how. It's just that little bit of intuition on their side, and then the tracking of an experienced Sova player.
I mean, they've been starting here every time, right? They've been starting spawn, they've been starting slow. Screwface has confirmed to himself, scaling up long. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his pre-round call, right? He's not just the duelist for this squad. He's had that multi-levels experience, jumped around on rolls, team to team, but time being here. In the meantime, yeah, they did lose a player over towards A, but they've gotten some control elsewhere. They have a nice Gerami lurk deposited. Trying to slowly clear all these angles here, but a crossfire with a turret, you try to break the turret, and Screwface will find you instead. So, a little dangerous territory here. I'm not liking that we're less than a minute left, and I don't think an Omen out solo A is enough to sell this fake, so they're not going to be able to walk on, yeah.
Yeah, Baker's just so scared, right? They were almost about to push on to B, but again, it's those moments where we saw it in the pistol round. They were about to go on to B, and then the call being made, no, let's back out, You don't have your Viper to be able to close down the smokes on A connector, but now it looks like, right, they've left behind their Sentinel to make sure that it's protected. You have Giza, right? Everything going up, and you're going right into Ren's. Screwface is there to follow through with another. Puts out a quick cloudburst. Oh, brilliant one-way. Screwface just knows everything locked down on every single angle. Wherever Baker was at, their wings getting clipped.
Yeah, that was just so thorough out of Maryville, down to the very last detail floor, holding the Gerami flank, right? And I think that's where you're going to run into difficulties, is they're not showing enough presence and not drawing enough rotations over. Like, I low-key wanted Nami to be scaling up a little bit more aggressively, but that deep alarm bot never got destroyed short, and as a result, they couldn't. And Screwface as well to reposition over towards A link, a really proactive call that ended up coming true, so he could get there. He could get those refrags, because honestly, they did a good job refragging onto Ren's when Demon fell. I think they should have gotten the site, but again, it was consistent reinforcement. The 2-2 now found. Let's see where we're going.
So far, tied up 2-2. Recon drone's going to see Giza. But they're still wanting to push on the side. Baker still thinks that this is the call to be made for them. If they did try to go for a rotation, Screwface will call it out, but because that hasn't happened, right? Yeah, Glory, simple spam through the smoke, and the Recon Bolt's going to see them inside of there. Revenge lucky to get away with whatever they had. And Baker's just taking so much damage back and forth, trying to get in, trying to get out. Meanwhile, Screwface in the flank with an Outlaw, making the call out. Hey, the rotation is happening. Let's start spreading back out across the map.
All right. Here we go. This is the proactive fight we want to see. This is the the spread out pressure we wanted to see. But again, with it's not just a Sentinel, but a Viper as well. It's really no matter where they go, it's defended. And now, I mean, that Swarm Grenade alone means it's hard to scale off of your fast lane, so that's gone. The Recon's disconnected and late, so not much refrag there, but Drago lucky to find one onto Ant before the wall drops, but you're still dealing with Renz here, who honestly should be able to clean up both of these.
Yeah. It was going to be difficult for them to do anything there, right, with the weapons that they had on that lighter buy for Baker, but you still have to give it to Maryville. They played that to near perfection, even on a save round against their opponent. Right, being able to rebuke them on multiple angles, Screwface coming up through the flank, making call-outs on the rotation. You center them, all of your players on A, then once that call-out's made, you spread back out. And Giza's so quick on the utility too, and one of the reasons why the Sentinel player has been such a star for Maryville. And then, yeah, Rinse cleans it up, puts it down, and now Baker lost off. Maryville in the lead.
Yeah, there's some light shields, some regen shields, but look at the ults on Baker's side. Overdrive, the works. I think that's why, look at this set play. You Vipers think it's passive, but it's actually aggressive. 3 players swinging out and challenging you into window, but Baker is trying to fight back into this. They don't like all the control. They don't like that Screwface has gotten deposited here. Looks like they finally feel like they've appeased it for the time being, have forced the line back. My just biggest concern is what is Kyle Screwface gonna find?
He's gonna find that. Deposited so deep in mid. Every single fight that they're gonna have to take needs to go through him. Thankfully though, Revenge, living up to their name, is gonna grab just that. But still, right, it's tap it back and forth, and you still have that Viper's Pit in mid. You can't go through that.
Yeah, like your options are fight into the stack, which is on A, 2 players, your Viper's Pit, or Giza, who with a Sheriff, right, was able to find 2 if you wanted, while you had weapons. So I think this is the best solution here, right? But I don't like that Germsy's peeled off, because then it is going to be this kind of 2v3 where this can happen.
No way.
A crunch.
Yeah, it happens again though. Chloric.
Spike down.
There, he is eating them alive every single time they try to get on the site, even just holding this corner, right? I talked about the viability of just leaving this Sova in the corner, but if Chloric's playing out of their mind like this, there's nothing to worry about. And they know Germsy sometimes likes to go on the lurk, but still, you just hold sewers. Germsy still has 3 more players to fight against and needs to grab the spike, Zoe.
In 10 seconds.
It's in 10 seconds. So we already know that this round is going to be done and dusted. It's just a matter of how much can Germsy get away with. It's not going to be anything. Chloric gets a 4K and 4 for Maryville.
Yeah, he had flashbacks to Fiora on Super Higher when he was anchoring the A side, says none of that this time around. But I do think this timeout is needed because Baker, I really liked the big picture calling, right? They're going to the right sites. They're identifying like what the best course of action is. When it comes to like the micro in terms of executing on joint utility together, right? Fighting through this Viper wall together, it's a bit disjointed and there's less tradability. The only player I've seen really effectively trading is Drago, and that round we didn't even get to see that. Versus even when Chloric, right, was taking the fight on a player pinned in a corner, there's still a paranoia from Anj coming through, right? They're not taking any risks in any of these fights versus Baker is taking all the risks, and sometimes the heroics from singular players like we've seen from Jersey, like we've seen from Nami, do come through, and that's why it's only 2-4 right now, and that's why this timeout could still get that sync back online and generate a comeback.
Yeah. A matter of dipping back into that that discussion that we were having before we came into this game, right? That Baker is a squad that needs that time to come online, needs those extra maps to really be able to play at their absolute peak. And being only on this one map, only having this one chance, works against them, and the timeouts are so valuable in that aspect where it gives them a little bit more of that time to get their heads back on straight, to have those discussions. And this is right for both of these teams. It's their map, so Baker still has to have some tricks up their sleeves, and especially when you're starting off on attack on Haven.
Yeah, I think that's why the timeout is so early, is just because it is the attack side. It's also because you may be talking about, okay, 4 ults, do we use them on Nico? At what point do we use them on the Seco? Because that can get you onto a side. Stingers and a Viper's Pit on the B side could also be deadly. They've been getting this space up to the wall pretty easily, right? Which is how they fight through the wall that has needed improvements. So let's see what those improvements look like, if any. Or you just jump past all the mollies, that works too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, okay, Germsy. It's a good start for the squad, but man, that one Cloric is just hanging out over on a completely different side using the Hunter's Fury. And not only that, the Viper's Pit has been gotten rid of. So it's still down to the 2v2. There's still an opportunity, but Ange is just hanging out at backside. The spike hasn't even been planted yet. Oh, this is easy pickup. Germsy, there was nothing they could do there. They missed the first shot. May have landed a couple of body shots onto Ange, but nothing worse for wear.
Yeah, honestly, if Maryville hadn't had the Hunter's Fury there, very, very different round, right? They got the site, they got the deep space control, they got the Viper's Pit up, and that Hunter's Fury just flushed everything out, allowed the perfect re-clear from key players. And yeah, Screwface sprays in some nice shots there on the eco, but all in all, it's still around going the way of Maryville. One off from their security net. Now Kyle, or Screwface, has the operator online as well and will be deposited on this ace space. And in the meantime, this is a must-win round for Baker, or they're subject to, again, that best-of-1 seesaw, not having enough weight to sit back.
Okay. All right.
That's like 100-pound weight there.
Well, Screwface is not worried about a seesaw, Zobi. They're just like the brick that you put on one side. You can't ever lift them up. Screwface forced back off, right, hit by the recon ball, but no punishment. The operator gets to run away for free. And they're not even worried. Look at that. They set up on the high ground, posted. They know that Germsy has to come out, poke their head out from the lockdown. And what does Screwface do? They're going to continue holding this angle. They're going to tank being detained because the rest of the squad is going to keep them safe.
Yeah, they have the perfect bodyguards, and this will at least allow the plant to come through, but there's a flank brewing because your Killjoy is dead. They're still going to have the Viper's Wall, and they're just kind of waiting for you to overpeak CT, and once you realize the flank maybe is coming in, like that's the logical response. So it's either get flanked or fight into 3, and I don't think they even realize they're getting flanked yet.
No, they don't. It's all about creating that distraction content here for Rins. They went through sewers. Meanwhile, the Viper posted looking to main. So Rins has successfully deposited themselves so deep into the site, only grabbed the 1, but that 1 was all they needed for the rest of Maryville to put their foot down and get this spike diffused.
Wow, I mean, I'm surprised that they get 2 in that regard, but that was still just a very, very impressive kind of just logical flow for Maryville University, right? I mean, other than Screwface, that wasn't logical. It was just sheer confidence, right?
Yeah.
Peeking in front of the lockdown. Again, the CT, like, re-pulling that line, because you expect them to scale up off of it, made sense. But that is an insane shot. And that's, again, where we need to see that extra step, that extra realization, that extra depth out of Baker that we're just not seeing yet. And it looks like, I mean, the economy is only going further in the opposite direction for Maryville here. Operator. Oh, they're going with the Outlaw now. They're like, okay, guys, now they don't have shields. We can pick the Outlaw instead of the Op. But the Odin from Cloric as well. Dangerous, dangerous game. These Sheriffs have packed a punch, though. We can see. Woo! They're lucky to be alive.
They are lucky. Screwface loves playing with my adrenaline like that. Loves playing with my heart. But I also love playing with the minds of Demon. Gonna send them shockwaves with that Outlaw and reposition back over towards C. Meanwhile, Demon, again, right, it's this Baker classic where they want to push up towards B, where they want to see if maybe a player from Maryville has been over-aggressive. But really the only player who loves going on these solo fights. Yeah. Germsy is the one who's left behind deposited. And
he's died most times though trying. Yeah. There's no exception. That's difficulty. Is your entire team is now behind you. With a minute left though, it's very like C-sided lean from the defenders right now on Maryville's side, right? As soon as they make this contact back on the C line, or we get all the way onto the site itself, they're already here to fight back and anchor.
Yeah, I mean, you may be able to go. Okay, all right, we're just looking at Outlaws being whipped out all across the Maryville squad. But if it works, it works. And for Maryville, it is really working. This half dominated by them so far. It is 7-2. But at the very least, I'll be right another 3 rounds to go.
Absolutely. And I mean, I am a little concerned that this is Baker's quote-unquote best map. But Maryville is definitely proving that it is one of their best right now. I mean, we're going to have a little bit of a pull, as it seems like. Again, Land working out the environment, working out your setup, just making sure everything's perfect as you want it to be in such a high-stakes match. But for now, again, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like they're shutting Demon down. They're shutting the Germsy lurks down. It's definitely hard, I think, to to be like, okay, you guys just have to aim. But like it does feel like, again, the setup is correct. It's just the follow through isn't there at the moment.
It's not. The squad feels a little all over the place. I actually think that we're going through a small tech pause right now. Yeah, we can actually see it in the party chat. The IGL mic turned off, so don't know what's going on there as we try to figure that out. But yeah, a little bit more time for us to dissect how things have been going for Baker. It's been tough calls for them, and yeah, right. We can harp on about just hit your shots, bro. But also, there seemed to be that little bit of lack of discipline when it comes to making sure that you're killing out close corners, close sights. I think exemplary of that has been just on when they hit either A or C. And you also get the sense that they really want to take things slow and they're not abusing the advantages that this Neon gives them of pushing fast onto the site. Now we're seeing it. Hunter's Fury being used, fast lane put up. Drago finally giving us a look at a Hunter's Fury of their own. But Giza's not dead. They have 8 HP, Zobi. They swing out of the smoke, and what does Giza do? They're going to rip it right off. A good shock dart from Drago, though, but still, you're getting spammed through the smoke. Oh, my God.
Oh, and the support just came through from Gerami, and he's immediately taken out of the fight right before Drago. I mean, again, it feels like right now Maryville can do no wrong. Baker, I liked the idea. The exit off the Hunter's Fury was really, really clean, but again, it felt like they were just late on the short clear. There wasn't someone deep enough there to react off it and play out that space. They just utilized the Viper Wall to their own advantage, tucked away there until the time was right, and then swung out, right? We saw Cloric fall, but Giza got that impact enough because Cloric was watching his short. So very nicely done there. Every player kind of online for the Maryville squad. Now they have 3 ults to work with as well. I think that's point Baker's just trying to fight for, I would say, a 9-3. I wouldn't even argue an 8-4 at this point.
You gotta fight for whatever scraps you can grab. Fight for whatever scraps. Oh, okay. Screwface.
Flew too close to the sun, Chris.
Yeah, feeling a bit too overconfident themselves. Oh, so you see what I'm saying, right? We got the Chloric Odin getting flashbacks right now. It's okay, though. They go inside a garage. There's no utility in here to protect it. But who needs utility when you have Ange? All sites cornered by them, and that outlaw by Germsy landed the shot, but it's under Rins, who has full shield, had full health. So that 10 HP is enough for them to skirt by to get that kill.
This is where the late round call has to be pristine, right? All right, you have Ange on C, you have the Viper in garage, could now be backside B, so where do you go? Germsy likely is calm that the outlaw shot went through, you know the Rens is low. You know what, the Killjoy utility as well looks like on the B site, so I think this is the best bet. It's where they've gotten the most safety. It's just this cross from Giza is hard to deal with.
Yeah. All right, you're gonna put down the swarm grenade to make sure no one pushes out. Rins is still in this smoke, right? And it's just like one of those, oh my God, okay. A blink and you'll miss a moment. Maryville just completely steamrolled Baker. They were wanting to push out. And you've used the lockdown from Maryville. I mean, that's like a silver lining, but really at that point, Maryville is just playing
we say silver lining, but I feel like Maryville has invested like most of their ults on Eco Denials, number 1.
Yeah.
And number 2, it just feels like they're following a truth table right now. It's like, okay, lockdown's here, they're going to fight A-Link, they're going to fight C-Link, one of the 2. We react accordingly. C-Link gets fought, Paranoia comes out, they crunch them. You know they have to escape, and that was the correct decision for Baker to make. That's what hurts so much, is that it feels like you're like, okay, you're helpless. Like, you're doing the right thing. That was the right call, but I don't know. Maybe they could have waited a little bit longer there, just like, again, because you're expecting them to fight like that. Kind of, it reminds me of like Ascend fighting in a tree. Like, you know they're going to fight you. But all this to say, this round, at least they have a bye to cap off the half. You're trying to prevent Maryville from getting to double digits. And just like that, they change up the setup again, right? Operator now on the deep A line. On John, a nasty off-angle Garage, which has been one of their safe havens. They get it pretty much for free. This is going to be disastrous. Oh, bump drone, maybe. Okay.
No, you gotta drone this right.
Oh, there we go.
On stayed a little too long though. That's good enough for Demon. Now Ren's paranoid, gonna leave behind a snake bite to make sure that they're safe. Gives them enough time to reposition back over and commit the Viper's hit. It's in kind of this awkward position where you're pushing over towards Garage, but that's actually good enough.
They're trying to fight off of it?
They don't have to do anything, right? That one Viper's pit has just sent Baker reeling towards B-side, but guess
Not
what?
reeling towards B-side, reeling towards Screwface with a shorty and the spike down. And now he can reposition on the line with the operator for Germsy, or try to track down Demon. This is going to be a hard shot to hit with that Neon, but that's why you have the backup momentum fought out of his own pit.
Good lord, they're tearing through them like construction paper, Zobi.
This is winnable.
It is winnable for Germsy, and this is Germsy too.
He's the timing.
So a phenomenal possibility for them to get away with something. It's still 30 seconds left on the clock.
I like this. The Sova will calm if the spike, if noise is made on C. You regroup, you play it together. Again, take no risks even when they're trying to fight for a 9-3 or a 10-2, right?
Oh, no! Germsy wanting to protect themselves with the alarm bot, instead lending way to Caloric's Odin. And that is the first half for Maryville, 10-2.
I don't even want to say that round hurts that much because Baker, I saw what I was asking for, right? Very, very thorough clearance right there. If Renz hadn't popped the ultimate, very different round once again, just because they were doing good util to flush him out. So again, the difficulties with these defenders are getting multi-kills, whether it's Cloric, whether it's Renz, whether it's Anj, or I list every single player on this team except for Screwface because he's not anchoring, he's opping and getting out. But like that is an absurd statement to have. So again, just not taking dry fights is going to be the story for this half, or I should say the retakes more than anything. But right now, the story is win the pistol. Your story is going to, not even get published at this point.
Yeah. It's grim tidings here if you're Baker. All right, 10-2. You won the first 2 rounds of the first half, and now it needs to happen again. But this time you're on defense against a Maryville squad who, for the most part, right, is spread out across the map, but still mostly pushing their way in towards C. Screwface is taking a smidge of damage. Same thing I think can happen over if we're talking at Rins. But still, though, it's
waiting for the wall drop.
Is ready when they want to make their push. They have made it. Screwface is already on site. The rest of the group coming in slowly, but Revenge is going to grab that first blood. Perfect paranoia. They were blinded out of their mind, and Screwface and Anj quick on the capitalization of that. Spike is going to be planted. It's down to the 3v4 where Giza has already thrown that into chaos. So now Nami needs to push inside a garage where again Giza is at that window. Meanwhile, Screwface is just hanging in at the connector, but Giza is unbelievable on these headshots. It's over and over, time and time again, and now you know exactly where Demon is hiding. Get rid of this duelist, and now Maryville University only needs 2 more rounds.
And normally when you introduce a new player into a system, it takes time for them to adapt to these plays. Screwface, with how many teams he's been on, with how many times he has swapped, he is a player that can immediately work his way into any system, and that looked flawless, right? From the reclear backside to odds to repositioning on the bait off angle with Giza. It is so fluid right now, it is scary. And I mean, they were lucky they found the backside kill before the site smoke came down. That was good. I like the flank play. They almost had the timing on the turret. But that's also the difference again between the 2 attacks we've seen. Giza, right place, right time, perfectly synced internal clock there as the lurking sentinel. Germsy, I think, is also worried, it seems like, maybe with some calling. He's the one taking the timeouts here as well. And I think that's been throwing off his timings a little bit to have that profound sentinel impact that we're looking for. And so, yeah, you have to take the timeout here because you're contemplating, okay, Stinger Force or bust, kind of, or play for what would be 10 rounds in a row. I think that's all you can be talking about right now. That and maybe a bit of a pep talk because, again, they were confident coming into this. You'd be like, remember your training, remember the boot camp in Michigan kind of vibes. And that's all you can do right now.
Yeah, it's when we talk about backs against the wall, this is really for Baker. Everything needs to be put on the line. Looks like we're also about to get a tech pause as well, Zobi. A little bit rough here, but again, right, it's a moment where they can, at the very least, get their heads back on straight, get that mentals back under control, think through themselves.
Comms are also important. They kind of need their comms, I'd say.
Yeah. So it's a matter of perspective of where Baker wants to go with this, and especially I'm curious too if they are going to do that Stinger Force. More than likely, is something that I think that we're going to be seeing from them. But still, it's a long road ahead of them to get this scoreline back under control. It's a long road that I think even for the most determined of VCT teams, is going to be a long road for them to have to walk. But it's something that I think Baker, if they can pull out of the hat here, especially right now, for this round, will give them that steps that they need to. But
I think it's also an important time, though, to bring up the fact that this is your first best one.
Yeah.
Again, I'm gonna put it like bluntly for those that are being like, oh my god, Baker's trash or anything in chat. This is still probably gonna be your second team out of this group if you're looking at it realistically. Like no upsets, no nothing, right? Like that's what's difficult about this group is like or maybe it's a silver lining for Baker. It's like, okay, once you get past this, that's your toughest team. Then you're smoothing through sail waters, right? It's like, like this is the thunderstorm, right? So they're good to go even if they lose this, but it's definitely not a great way to have like the mental shaken a little bit on your land debut after a boot camp.
Okay, we'll get a little peek at the scoreboard right now too. And I mean, Maryville, it's obscene almost how in sync they are with each other. It's Rin's at the top of the leaderboard with 14, but the gulf between
that's
them
your duelist previously, by the way.
By the way, your previous duelist, who Screwface has been occupying that position to near perfection. I mean, that's kind of the things that you want out of your duelist, right? They're creating space not only on the attack but on the defense. And I think that's something that a lot of duelists sometimes miss out on, or a lot of people can miss out on, is that the duelists, when they create that space on defense, gives that defense a little bit more wiggle room to put the pressure on the attack.
I think the other thing here to point out as well is, number one, they can smile at each other from across the PC area.
Hold on, I can see Screwface right now. He's got the biggest smile too, right? Man's a smiler.
And what was the second thing? I was looking at the smile. Now I forgot everything.
Well, you see their smiles, right, Zobi? Your mind goes blank.
Yeah. Well, I mean, get back into the action. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. It was about Kyle or Screwface as well, but we might not have time to talk about it because, I mean, they're about to exit towards a deserted seaside because Baker is going gun-ho all in towards grass with this kind of haphazard buy, scattered sheriff, scattered stinger. Looks like Renz is going to be at the receiving end of all of it.
Couldn't get out in time, right? Demon playing that neon ever so fast. Lands the killing blow with the stinger. Now let's rotate back over to C. But this site, like you said, devoid of life. There's no one here. Spike's going to be planted, but Baker has the numbers.
What does the util look like on this reclear? That's my question mark. And it looks like Maryville is trying to get aggressive, so the relay bolt has to be utilized early.
All right, get back over into site. Revenge. It's going to claim another life with the Spectre. Back over to the site. It's Screwface, though, right? This outlaw!
What?
Not a single shot. No, a couple of did, but I think they had shields on to protect them from it.
Oh.
All right, it's down to Giza. Right, Giza. No way that they're doing this. It's the 1v1, but Gerami has no HP. Giza doesn't care. Giza is just built different for the clutch and match point.
Whew, I mean, Screwface didn't find the kills, but he found enough damage for the team to get the job done. Insane there from Giza. I mean, that was the most expensive, or I should say, like one of the most expensive weapons bought was that Guardian along with the Outlaw, and in conjunction, they are able to save really their match point, right, from the side of Baker. So, all right, Baker, though, they didn't fully invest into that, right? That's the silver lining here as well, so they are going to have decent weaponry coming in, but I'm still scared because I'm seeing light shields, no shields, and I mean, they're overwhelming your duelist, your sniper player.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, right? And then again, that aim's just not working out for them. Finally, though, Gerami is able to get some leeway, but you've been scanned by the recon bolt through the Viper's orb. There's just nothing that you can do here. There's just nothing that can be done. Maryville University is on a tear, and it's down to just 2 players from Baker to keep any hopes, keep any dreams alive. And Ritz doesn't care anymore, Sophie. They're spraying a brain through the smoke with a Vandal.
Rose just looking for that lucky pot shot, has the comp probably that 1 is half HP here, and Nami, there's also just distraction, buying time, because they not only have to get these kills, they have to get back into the site, and you're layering mollies, you're layering everything here, so even if they don't get the kills, this game is basically over.
Nami? Okay, all right, Nami, but you're right, you only got 58 HP. You may paranoid, you can TP over to the other side. They don't know that he's there. He's playing it quiet. They have no idea. Nami, don't play with your food, buddy. You've got to defuse the spike. You've got to go in. You've run out of ammo. Have you run out of time? Yes, they have, Zobi. A valiant effort by them, but it does not matter. For Maryville University is going to take down Baker on Haven, 13-2.
What a way for that first map of the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational to end. Absolutely insane. I mean, from Ren just spraying down, just buying time off the mollies that are getting layered, to then Clark saying, yeah, we got this even if I lose, so I don't care if he gets the kill on me. He was really pushing CT. I mean, great attempt there from Nami. He was clutch through and through again, and one of the shining spots, I'll say, of that map for Baker. So again, write it off. Land nerves, right? First match here for a lot of players. You're done. That's the hardest team. You literally just faced, like, like gold like level like this is your first Olympics and that's the gold medalist, right? Kind of vibes.
Yeah.
So now that's out of the way, just reset, get back in the zone because your next best one's gonna be starting soon, right?
Yes, it is. In fact, going back over the schedule real quick to talk about the upcoming games that we do have, right? We have going up next, actually, you're going to be on there, Zobi, is Fisher versus UTD. Then Baker yet again. That's going to be Kennesaw afterwards. Then Fisher versus Converse. And one more is going to be, two more after that, Baker versus Stony Brook and St. Thomas versus Fisher. There we go. We have it right there.
Baker all day, see?
It's Baker all day. So Baker has a lot of opportunities to prove themselves on stream. And for the rest of our squads, too, a lot of opportunities to show up and show what they're made of here. But for Maryville, right, a feather in their cap. They came in knowing what was going to happen, and they are making that prophecy come true.
Oh, absolutely, and I was excited to see this team as well, just because I haven't gotten to watch a lot of Maryville with the screw face, because it does have other role swaps that come with it there. And what I was going to say beforehand is because Screwface is back on this Duelist, he's not like Duelist coded or blooded, right? He's more mindful of a Duelist, I think, and I think that's what was evident through and through. It was always for like a certain end goal for the team, not just like, oh, team set me up, I make space, then you call off that. It was more like, okay, this is going to achieve A, B, and C for us, and they followed that diagram perfectly to victory, and a dominant one at that.
Yeah. Well, congratulations those to Maryville, though, on their dominant victory over Baker. We are going to go do a short break, Zobi, because we do have to get things set up. We got a lot of tech issues today that we had to sort through, so I'm sure our next group...
Want to get back on track.
Yeah, we got to get back on track, right? We got a long day ahead of us. We got a lot of best of ones that we need to work through. So, everyone, make sure that you stick around because the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational is only just getting started.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make feel dance for you. Till you're not going to spend all the money on the body so we can party.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make sure I'm dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all my money on the guy, so we can party. That's what she's for. That's what she's for. That's what she's for.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make sure I'm dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all my money on the guy, so we can party. That's what she's for. That's what she's for. That's what she's for.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
And welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia for the DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational. You just saw a pretty decent thrashing in that last match, but a win is a win regardless. We're going to talk more about the gameplay later, but I'm here joined by a very special guest. This is Taylor from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and we're going to talk a lot about Extra Life, who of course has decided to be here to support the Collegiate Invitational. But Taylor, there's a lot of really cool things that Extra Life gets to do. So overall, for the viewers at home, what is Extra Life?
Yeah, so Extra Life is a program from Children's Miracle Network that encourage gamers, artists, content creators, you name it, all to raise funds for their local Children's Miracle Network hospital. So since we're in the Atlanta area, all those funds come back to support our patients at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. So
yeah,
it's a lot of fun, and you get to be really creative about it too.
Yeah, and speaking of being creative, I mean, look around. We are here at DreamHack Atlanta. It is very busy. It is very loud. We were talking right before this, and you said it was your second DreamHack ever?
Yes, this is my second DreamHack, and it's so eye-opening to me just because my extent of gaming has been Mario Kart on the Wii with my brother and my sister when I was younger, so I get to learn a lot about the landscape and help support future Extra Lifers that channel this passion for gaming to support our kids.
Yeah, so let's also talk about taking both those passions, both to support the children, but also to support gaming as well. So what is Extra Life specifically here at DreamHack to do?
Yeah, no, this is great. So really what we're here at Extra Life is just spreading the brand awareness about it. We're always wanting to have new Extra Lifers join, whether you're in the Atlanta area or other areas across the United States. Extra Life gives you that ability to support locally, which is the biggest impact and so special about this nonprofit organization.
Yeah, and so you also mentioned locally. I want to ask about that. We didn't talk about this question, but I'm going to throw a curveball at you. What is the best way to support Extra Life right now?
I mean, the best way is to go to extralife.org and get started. It's absolutely free to sign up as a participant. You'll get access to our Discord where you get to connect with other Extra Lifers in the Atlanta area, so that way you can connect with them, help level up your fundraising. And if you're a first-time fundraiser, as a hospital advisor, I'm there to provide all of those resources, help you with those creativity. I mean, we have people that stream for 24 hours to fundraise, from printing off stickers off of Etsy pages, so you can really get creative and make it what you want in terms of supporting Extra Life.
Yeah, well, there's already enough reason to join Extra Life because of the creativity and what you guys are already involved in, but overall, what is Extra Life raising for?
No, that's such a great question. So at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, our Extra Life program is honored to support The Zone, which we have one of those located at our brand new Arthur and Blank Hospital located on the North Druid Hills campus. The Zone is an incredible space where a kid gets to be a kid. There's gaming equipment, Xbox equipment, Switch equipment, arts and crafts, and so that's really a child's escape, and I think that goes for gaming where that's an escape for everybody as well. So it just aligns really well where every single dollar goes to support that space and letting kids be a kid during a difficult time.
That's just incredible, and we're very lucky to have you here to not only talk about what Children's Healthcare is doing, but also what Extra Life is doing. Overall, there's so many good reasons to support Extra Life. It's all about supporting, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all about supporting the opportunity for other children to game and to share that passion, obviously in the world of healthcare. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I mean, our kids are the next generation of leaders, and so we want to support those kids every day. And you know, Children's is the biggest hospital in the state of Georgia, level 1 trauma center, and so we see over 1.2 million patients in just last year alone. So it's super important to support that next generation.
Yeah. That is just incredible, Taylor, seriously. And we thank you for taking the time to come on stream and talk about Extra Life. We're going to talk all about Extra Life throughout the day. We appreciate them being involved here. We want to talk about having the kids succeed. That's what this event's all about as well.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad we find common ground at all levels there, K through 12, all the way up into what we're doing. So seriously, thank you, Taylor, so much for popping in. We got more about Extra Life, but also we got plenty more Valorant coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
Let's test your speakers. I make feel and dance for you. Till you're not going to spend all the money on the guy.
I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Our next rhythm dance you. Do you like the lyrics? Spend all the money on the body so we can party.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate Extra Life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. Our next rhythm dance you. Do you like the lyrics? Spend all the money on the body so we can party.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make feel dance for you. Till you're not going to spend all my money on my body, so we can party. That's what she said. That's what she said.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra life to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational. My name is Zobi, and I am now joined by a different companion. No more wingman. We have Scooby-Doo himself, Exil. Yeah, not Ro-Ro. Wait, let me give you a Scooby snack. Now you're empowered to cast and be my companion for our second best of one of the day. Obviously, we just saw a very one-sided Maryville versus Baker, which was a 13-2. Did you catch any of that game? I know you were on the Rocket League stream.
Yeah, I did catch some of it, and it was pretty commanding. I kind of tuned in around the 8-2 mark, and it didn't get much better, I will say. So very commanding for Maryville, looking at them to definitely do some damage throughout the weekend.
I was hoping it would be a little bit closer. I was like hoping like a 13-6, you know, like some lukewarm energy to it. But that's enough of Group A. We're actually jumping over to Group B if we want to throw those groups up for our second matchup, our second best of one, which is going to be UT Dallas versus Fisher. And this is another matchup that like there's like an underdog and like an expected to win. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? When you look at UTD, they're not doing great online in NACE right now. They're 1-5. Their only pickup game there is up against Ball State Red, which they won 2-0 in that matchup. But all the other ones have not really gone their way, right? 5 sliding games there, 5 lost matches. Yeah.
but you're going up against collegiate giants in that NACE league. Winthrop, Maryville, SCC, Cumberland, like you're running that gauntlet, so you're getting those reps in. And also there is a team that I know to be Lanimals. It is a UT Dallas. In our pre-show, they were coming up shouting in the background at us, right?
True.
Like they were like turning around, showing off their jersey. Like they wake up and are a different team on LAN. Even at CECC last year, which I was a part of, they did that. It's just their tendency. They're scary when they get in person.
Yeah, and they're vocal too. They get loud. They will let you know, hey, if I flicked on you, you'll know, right? They will stand up and they will point, which I frankly love in shooters. I like it when the teams kind of get a little trash talk back and forth here and there. Definitely kind of ups the vibes all around. I feel
absolutely.
The intensity of the match just feels kind of out of this world in a sense.
Yeah, we heard some cheers in the first matchup, you know, especially when Baker got their first few rounds on the board before things went super south really fast. But I do think UTD is the one that could get like answers back from the other team because of their energy, and they're going to be the loudest in the building probably the entire tournament. And also one thing to bring out, and this is more, I guess, evidence towards them being LAN animals, is they got second place last year and are our only returning team from last year's Collegiate Invitational at DreamHack Atlanta as well. So obviously they upset some teams at that event. Obviously Winthrop, much like your Maryville here, were the ones to take the eventual crown, but it shows that we're not seeing the best of them online, and we might here today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this UTD team can do. Like you say, the LAN animals, the Lanimals, if you
You're
will.
a Lanimal right now.
Yeah, I'm a little animal right now. Wolf.
Too tall for the camera.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, my headspace is not great, but if I take this down, it'll definitely be a lot better. But I don't think I want to do that. I want to be Scooby-Doo for the entire cast. So we'll see how that goes. But anyways, looking at kind of the competition here for UTD, Fisher, they're good, right? They're pretty darn good at what they do. They're 6-0 in NECC Division 1, wins over Baker 2-0, and wins over A&M, who attended last year a 2-0 clean sweep into that matchup as well. So Fisher is definitely a giant here in the scene, and we'll have to see what UTD can do against them.
Absolutely. And speaking of this matchup of obviously Fisher versus UTD, best of ones can determine a lot. We talked about in last map, it was like, or last series, it was the best map for both two teams. Yeah. But we are headed to drum roll, please, for our map picks and bans. Unmask it, give it to us. It is going to be Sunset, which this is again a very interesting veto. You have Abyss and Haven banned out. UTD banning Haven is a statement. And they floated Pearl, which I do really, really like, I would say. Maybe we'll see in some of the best threes later out of them. But what do you make of Sunset with the new agent changes and the new, I guess we'll call it meta?
Yeah, honestly, I like it. Sunset's definitely one of those kind of, I feel it can be a little bit coin flippy. I don't think it really benefits either side a whole lot. Yeah. At least in my experience playing it in my silver lobbies, it definitely swings both ways pretty easily. But I feel like this is definitely a map that can snowball pretty heavily into one favor. Whoever gets that kind of early advantage, that mid control specifically, kind of hiding off into tiles or that market control over there on the left side, I believe A site. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of a coin flippy map, but I do feel like both of the teams have obviously experience and have the players and the champ pool to be able to come up with a big win.
I feel like it's a unique map as well. It's like in that niche where like main controls and fights are so much more important than other maps. Like, yeah, Haven, you get an A fight, a long fight, like for that info time and time again sometimes. But like on Sunset, you're always having an A main fight, or you're always having somebody on the defense walk down B to get that information up till the market ends. And I feel like that is going to determine, okay, who can win that engagement, who has really crisp, concise utility and then better compositions to fight that is who's going to come out on top. And I will say they've been warming up for a hot minute as well, so I'm hoping that we're going to get all of them aiming in the server, so that it will just come down to more team fundamentals than kind of we saw in the first matchup, Maryville out aiming. Because I was talking about this on broadcast, I'm like, this feels helpless. They're doing all the right calling, it was just when it got to the fights.
Yeah, when it got to clicking heads, it kind of fell off a little bit, right? But it's definitely kind of one of those maps, like you say, it's scrappy. It's not a massive map by any means. So it's definitely going to be down to just close gunfights, right? Entry is huge onto these sites, and then, of course, post plants, right? Where do you set up your angles? Do you get the early picks? where are things going to be coming from, and then util left over, right? Can you set up a really powerful post plant with some util? What's your entry util look like? We'll have to see what the players go into with their agent selection, but it definitely will have a big say if KJs and Cyphers get play here on a map like Sunset.
I'm hoping for Chamber. I feel like he's like taken off with the new meta, especially since it's hard to shut him down. But let's talk a little bit about then, before we get into agents, like the players and who you're expecting to see shine for these two teams. Again, there might be slightly varying rosters as people sub in and out because it is a LAN environment, but for what we're actually expecting out of Fisher, it's Cuz, Blast, Sogo, Quinn, and Jeffy, and for UTD, it's Malari, Viz, Maper, Musa, and Roman, right? Or maybe and Glory maybe as well for UTD.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of UTD, I feel like Maper is always fun. He attended last year, the last DreamHack event. I believe he was a freshman at the time, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering correctly. So a young player, and he was by far the most vocal on the team, right? Maper was up, and if he gets hot and he can get in your head, he can really impact the game without actually playing the game. He can just impact it with his presence across the stage, right? So I'm definitely looking for Maper. If he gets off hot and gets off rolling, it could be trouble for Fisher.
And it's not unwarranted either. Like, I saw him at CCC, and that name rings a bell to me as well, because I think he was, like, performing for that team. He was one of those players that got them to that early stage of playoffs. So I agree for that team. I think for me, on the Fisher side of things, I go to two players. Quinn is always in the back of my mind because he's just a clutch menace. Like no matter like what he's doing, it's crazy. And then Blast, obviously been in the tier 2 space for a very, very long time, kind of waiting for that call up. So he's just trying to be stable. He's trying to be frag out and have stats, and that's exactly what he delivers in the server.
Yeah, I mean, we have consistency on the Fisher lineup, right? We have very consistent players that you know what they are going to deliver. On the side of UTD, they're coin flippy, man. I mean, they can either give it to you or it's going to be tough, right? It'll be a landslide in favor of Fisher. But, I mean, the LAN environment is, of course, a very different environment here. I mean, if you're playing online, I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. But when you can be in a loud space with the opponents, with your teammates, just hanging out, it's a different beast altogether.
It's actually really funny because I feel like they're polar opposites in the server, actually, now that I think about it. Like, Fisher is like that nonchalant, calm, cool collector. You don't hear much out of them. They just kind of frag. They do their jobs. They're stable. And then UTD is like this firecracker that's going to get loud and in your face as soon as you mess up, especially because they are the underdog team. But we are getting into agent select here, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get my wishes of a chamber. But I will say if Cuz locks the Waylay, that's basically the equivalent of the chamber on the Duelist right now on this map. Like, broken, hard to shut down. You ask any pro player what Duelist they want to be playing on this map in like ranked and anything, it's that agent right now because there's really not much you can do. But all in all, what are we thinking of the Clove pick for Glory?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Clove does offer a lot of versatility and the potential ultimate 6v5 scenario. If you do get that kill, you come back alive, of course. So it's definitely an interesting pick. I mean, you have the smokes, you have some util with it, probably just dodging out on the potential Brimstone pick. You don't really want to have to go with that one. So it'll be interesting to see how the Clove performs, but I think it will do well into this team.
Yeah, and you can already see the inter-team banter as well in all chats. You know they're already feeling good. They're already vibing at now almost 1 p.m. here in the Georgia World Congress Center of DreamHack Atlanta. But I am interested. This composition for Fisher just really feels like, okay, Cuz go frag, and other than that, we're very defense coded. The double controller on top of the Cypher, right? I don't quite remember what side they were starting. Did you catch it by chance?
I think I saw CT on their side. I'm not.
That's good then, because I just said their composition is very defense coded. So if there's a team that wants to get the ball rolling, it's that. But I also look at that composition and I'm like, I don't see much fighting forward power off of it. The only way I'd see it would be like your Omen Paranoia to set up your Waylay. But other than that, not very scary. On the other side of things, though, a Breach, a Fade, a Tether, Raise Nades, and Medals. I have my own medal. I'm in the server. Let's
there you go.
It's all perfect to see. And I think that's going to help them a lot. But it doesn't look like we had our sides swapped, so it is Fisher, in fact, starting on the attack side. So we'll see then if they can. Cuz has to be on fire, basically, here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Cuz plays this Waylay, right? I mean, we know the entry potential of this character is extremely, extremely fast, right? And we'll see it right off the bat, dashing in the quick retreat as well. Get some good info there onto A site as the rotations come through now from UTD. 4-man stack, but here comes the rotation, the swap, the redirect coming through from Fisher.
All right. Milari now getting tested. Hard anchor here, receiving the full front of the team, or just trying to run interference, get some chip damage, and wait for the reinforcements of his team to arrive. And oh boy, they have all 4 stacked in Boba.
One already down. Milari able to find one Maper as well with the last. A 1v3 now here for Jeffrey playing in that B site. In that little cubby, won't be able to find it. Glory with the Frenzy, able to find that kill. And that will be the defuse coming through from UTD, able to take that first round.
Already shouting, already heckling as well with just the pistol round victory, but very, very streamlined retake process, I will say there. Very, very nice. I like that Milari played for chip damage instead of the hard, like live by the site, die by the set Sentinel there, especially when you don't have that full kit and strength online on a pistol round. So that was also just further information so that the 4 could come into Boba. I think we had the Clove just like to catch that last player that could have been mid, but there was no time in there, and they all focused on that crunch, and they clearly got overwhelmed, stuck in cubby, stuck on site, didn't have time to plan out that post plant. So coming to this, I do see a little Bucky and a Marshall, which could throw some chaos into the wind, but on the attack side, I'm not sure if it could have as big of a thing for its pocket.
Already, though, the Spectre able to find one. Glory with the kill. The other Omen out of the way. So blinds, don't really have to worry about it a whole lot anymore on the side of UTD, Cuz trying to still play this angle. Slowly whiffs on the shot. We're able to find 3 now here for this Clove. Jeffrey there with the Marshall, able to find one. Biz will fall. The swing out from Glory finds one more remaining. It'll be the clean ace. You can hear the screams in the background. The Clove is online.
He was the one showing off his jersey earlier to us on the pre-show number 1. He stands up, turns to his teammate, daps him up. That's the first thing he does after getting an insane ace. 7-0 right now, living up to the Clove name. What can I say? But for the time being, I mean, that's a player you want to have online. And that's, again, the aggression that this composition is going to bring, that kind of secondary fragger that can be set up by your breach. So very versatile in this affair. And now, I mean, them having that ace potential meant that they kept so many weapons online. And because you forced up that Bucky and that Marshall, not the fullest of full buys either from Fisher. So I could see some bonus opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, a bonus coming through from UTD would be huge if they get off to that 3-0 start. You can see Omen pushing up already mid here. A mid hit coming through the dash in from Waylay. Will retreat, able to stay alive for the time being. A swing out from Roman, able to find one. Jeffy will fall. Playing it slow now is Fisher, trying to retreat back towards Tile. Glory swing out again with a Spectre, able to find yet another kill.
Oh, poor Jeffy. You have an Omen that can TP out, you have a Waylay that can refract out, you're just left high and dry and full blind. But the refight here is gorgeous from Fisher, and now Blast is on his way to his own ace to counter Glory's own. The final player standing that could deny this and get another clutch for the team, but it's Twin to steal the ace, to steal the Glory. And this is something else to point out, is that both these teams have entire content teams, and I think Fisher has their Rocket League team behind them, so they have their own peanut galleries. It's going to be like a fight verbally in the pits behind each of these rounds won by these two teams. So maybe even though Fisher as a team won't get loud, their supporters will.
There you go. We got some chirp in there in the peanut gallery from both of these teams, which is always a little bit of spice to the matchup here in this LAN environment for Fisher. Nonetheless, able to answer back with their first round. We'll have to see if Blast can keep up that momentum, the one to save the day there in that third round. As we enter round number 4, Fisher still posturing around that tile push. UTD, a nice 3-2 split. The Cypher holding down that B site as well. Pushing through tiles now is Huynh, so we'll have to see if they can find anything peeking through.
And this is what I talked about. The main fight. They've gotten so much base, so much info, and they almost were awarded a first blood off it as well. Glory with that early ace has the not dead yet online, feels emboldened to go for these kills so they can come right back. But in the meantime, all this does was clear out all the A sites, and now you can rotate and hopefully receive this exec on the B site.
Waylay, Cuz almost getting away with Blast goes down. Jeffy Malari is there to answer back. Jeffy again with another classic kill there. 3-on-3 here. Phantoms on the side of UTD. 2 on the side of Fisher, with the Marshall still in the hands of Jeffy here. Sogo in a good position to find one. Jeffy finds one as well. That's 3 kills from Jeffy to tie this one up 2 apiece.
Ooh, really, really nice there. They took like what UTD was doing on the pistol, converted it into an anti in the post plant there on a full rifle round, right? They know UTD like these really streamlined retakes. They ran interference on it, right? Bait from the outlaw of Jeffy, Sogo on the off angle. Nicely done. Canceled out. I did really like the coordination there. I can't tell. It looked like a hinder hit their own team, or I think it was Black. One of the snipers fragged out off of their team was getting hindered, and I think that also was a big tipping point in the round. So tied 2 apiece here. Again, you can win the pistol in the follow-up, but you got to get the rifle rounds, and unfortunately their economy is reset. So I like the creativity. It shows they have depth on this map. Go for a little tiles play, but don't get pinged down and sprayed down.
Bouncing back again is because you're getting some good information there in mid. Sheriffs and Stingers in the hands of UTD to practically almost a full buy here. Jeffy able to find one.
How is
with
Glory
the Marshall as well. Glory swinging out, will be able to find one. Trades across the board, but in favor of Fisher. 3-2 now. Glory still sitting mid, 19 HP. Maybe able to find one. Omen out of the way. Maybe able to find yet another. The ultimate as well coming through from Glory, keeping themselves alive. Blast, last one standing, does not have the spike. Might go for a save here, wrapping around, however, through mid.
They're just waiting for that ult to go down.
Yeah.
Very, very smart. You don't take that fight, and you should know from your teammates as well that Maper was taken down in that tiles fight to that 20-ish HP line. So yeah, Spike, last thought in their mind, right? Had over a minute left, now down to 40 seconds. Had information as well that the breach was A side, so logically here is the call to head towards the B space. You also had that camera to clear out B main, so you know there wasn't like a really fast rotation or anything of the like. This is, however, or should I should say, however, give Maper an opportunity to collect an upgraded weapon as soon as the spike goes down. And I think this is winnable, right? You're going to have that fault line very likely back online. You can use that to play out this 1v1 if Blast doesn't get ahead of it.
Blast, however, in market has the read, but Maper is able to find the shot. That's 3 kills in the round. Blast goes down, and UTD on the econ round is going to be able to pull ahead 3-2.
What a thrifty. I mean, they look like they shook Fisher up a little bit, right? It seemed like they knew where Glory could be, and then Cuz just took all, like, the receiving end of it. I wanted to see them fight back out towards Pillar and kind of crunch none of those players that they knew were down deep mid, and they just didn't have that kind of knowledge to handle it. So I'm looking towards Fisher to make adjustments for how they re-clear mid space when they know UTD has taken advantage of it. And speaking of taking advantage of it, Glory looks like he wants to fight for mid once again. And I think that's something else that this Viper wall is kind of preventing now, being on that right side angle. It doesn't want you to peek on it, so that Cuz can hopefully start clearing out it one by one. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, we're trying to get a little bit of information there over towards Tiles. The one in the area. Still pushing up through mid. Shotgun in hand. We'll have to see. Roman has a potential angle here with the Odin up top. Still is Omen just waiting for the smoke to go down, just kind of holding this space, doing a great job at preventing a back rotation from UTD, as it looks like its market is going to be the angle coming through from Fisher.
They have full B-side control. They have a deep market deposit. It's going to be that another 5-on-5 retake here. Difficulty is, again, the weapons, so we need that tipping point. It hasn't come for Fisher just yet.
Yeah, Malari already able to find one. Here comes the Hunter's Fury here from Sova. Not much you can do. Roman the spray with the Odin as well, able to find yet another one. The plant is down. The Showstopper out from Viz, but they can't see a whole lot. We'll be able to find one off of it. Jeffy and Hun out of the way. Blast, last one standing here with the Sheriff in hand. Malari swings out, goes down. Glory able to find the trade. UTD now up 4-2.
Ooh. Little concerned that you had to use the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper on a Fisher eco, but I do like that they're trying to get that stark lead here. They understand that this composition from Fisher is very defense coded. And again, if Cuz isn't online, 0-5 right now, that's how your attack half, unfortunately, is going to go. I saw them pause, and I was, yeah, there it is. I was expecting the timeout to come through here for Fisher, because again, something isn't working here. They're not looking like themselves. They're not looking confident. They're not taking these risky forward fights that I am used to seeing out of Fisher. Again, that nonchalant energy that also translates into their play style. And they're usually confident because they know they can hit those shots, right? I mean, Sogo's done it from backside, really effective. Blasting those clutch attempts were also very clean. But outside of that, I mean, okay, let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, I mean, the retakes have been clear. The reclearing space has been really good. I think, and I mean, I wouldn't say Sunset's defense started, but UTD's making it look so.
Yeah, I mean, Glory specifically, 11-4-1 right now on this Clove. Absolutely running the show here in this best of one. We'll have to see if that momentum continues here for the side of UTD, but still, it seems a lot more dire for Fisher than I feel like it really is, right? I mean, you're only down 2 rounds. You still have a lot of momentum, and you come back in with a full buy.
Yeah, if you lose this round, though, it's like 6 in UTD. They were nearly guaranteed, unless they're thrifty like UTD just did.
True.
I think that's why you take it here, is right? Is like you're kind of handing over a very high chance of them having a substantial lead at the half, but.
Little kickflip from the bear.
I do like this. They're finally fighting the same main control.
That's true.
UTD's been getting it for free. You're one off the Viper's pit, too, if you can get an orb. But I'm curious to see because, yeah, you just flipped the entire map as well because UTD's now fighting B main. And Blast, you better be ready.
Cypher Cam up for Blast, getting some info there, but will go down. Viz the one to push up through B main. Like you say, massive.
It's going to pressure them into A and into this Breach and Cypher setup. That is deadly. And look, they're ready to fight off of each other as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're going in through elbow here. Maper is in position. Will have the blast coming through. Cuz able to swing through, find one. Retreating now is Malari here, back in that crate on A site. Has the angle, the Sova drone coming through as well, trying to spot them out. Will be able to find it, and down goes the pit from Sogo. They have to try to enter here. 40 seconds remain. The pinch coming through from Roy, able to find one. There comes the Cypher ultimate. They know exactly where you are. We'll have to see if they can capitalize off of it. A swing out. Roman able to find one. Jeffy will fall. The spray going through from Malari. Can't find anyone. Sogo is able to find 2 back-to-back, and that will be a 5-2 lead and a very loud UTD team.
Yeah, minus the 1 round where we saw Sogo on Boba. That is the first time we've actually seen Fisher truly punish a reclear or a play that UTD was going for, right? Clearly, Maper got caught out in the open, couldn't even use the fault line to get back across because immediately they were hit by a hinder. They were hit by Paranoia. They were hit by, a player like Cuz who wanted to see get online. Dashing light speed at him. Everything worked out really, really well there. And it is unfortunate that then once the Viper's Pit came out, that the Neuro Theft and the anchoring from Malari was so clean.
Already a fast A hit coming through from Fisher. Just trying to get some information, rotating back in through the tile position on the map, peeking into market is Blast, trying to catch Malari off guard there, but can't quite find anything. Definitely with the Marshall trying to find anything that they might be able to have, but there comes the cage. Malari trying to hunker down on B.
Yeah, just trying to reposition with the sniper rifle, stay on the uncommon angles, so you can find kills just like these on the Eco Denial.
Already able to find 2 is Malari. Sogo was able to find the response, but they did not look behind them. Maper able to find 1. Cuz is down. Roman coming through from Boba as well. A 1v4 scenario. So much util available. It's going to be the nade to seal the deal for Viz. 6-2 now for UTD.
I love that it has the round-winning position and kill, essentially, and then instead of swinging and overheating for more, just dumps their entire util kit to support their team to reflood into backside, secure the round. That is the epitome of a team player, and an experienced one, right, on this squad. We talk about how much they have grown since their debut on this roster as a freshman, and they are being that stability point. I mean, every player now is starting to level out, right? Glory has just not been in the right place at the right time, right? They're not dying. You can see they're still 11-4, but they haven't gotten any kills either, so... All right, this huge round for Fisher, right? You keep UTD off 7, a guaranteed lead, or maybe we're trending towards another 13-2, but an upset this time by the Lanimals. But time being, this is a good round to do so as well because you're 1 off the lost Neural Theft. You have the converging paths. The issue hasn't been getting out of sight. It's been holding on to them. So to use this to fight into Boba, that's the confidence I need to see.
Cuz already up into that off angle, has the potential Knowledge here as well, just waiting for their moment. Will finally start to go, and gas to the max here from Fisher, already able to find 3, but Viz, the response is down back into a 2v2 scenario. Viz again with another one. Roman, the last one, standing with the Odin, is able to find it. Fisher, it looked like they had the read. They did. They went in, found 3, but UTD again stands strong.
Wow, I mean, that's exactly what I asked for. It was the right call again. You know, they're going for these very congregated retakes, and I need to see like a replay out of Viz's POV of that, because the way he just completely dismantled it after Fisher was literally just taking 1v1, slice after slice of that UTD pie, and they just threw it right back into their face, an entire mess of whipped cream. Man, I'm getting hungry now for Thanksgiving. But that was an insane round to lose, right? That was your way back in for this half, and you've now lost it. You're broke again. You utilize that big conversion pass ultimate without conversion. UTD, money sweltering, Showstopper back online. They are about to run away with things, and look at the confidence. They're already set up for another A fight. They're going to try to overwhelm this Lurk player. How do you get back into this?
Malari already holding that angle as well. Cage is coming through. Will be able to find 1. Cuz will drop a blast, able to find the trade. Roman with the spray through the cage, able to find 2.
They look disconnected. They look disconnected. They swung one after another into that cage, knowing there was an Odin there. I mean, the Waylay is one thing. You should have won that Stinger versus the classic in close proximity, but now, I mean, they're lucky to have a 2v3 and a sight and upgraded weapons. We'll see if it's enough. I mean, Quinn feels the need still to tip things back in their favor because they're still down a player.
It does have that Omen to work with here. Looking at that Boba rotation, has the read. All members coming through. We'll be able to find 1, but Viz answers back immediately. Here comes the pack Showstopper up and online, but doesn't even need it. That will be a 1 down, and now an 8-2 lead here for UTD.
Had to be a little careful there. 10 HP, you hit yourself, you're gone from this realm. You're a spirit on Halloween, but 8-2. Whew. This is getting rough. I saw the clutch potential there if Wynn gets a second one, but that's again, right now it feels like UTD is not willing to take any risks, using ultimates on denying these ecos, right? You saw it come out from Viz there, perfectly done. You also know that you're going to probably get a Nightfall before the half is up, so they're pacing this very, very well to find a very dominant lead once again. And I said it was defense side for this comp, but not this defense side of Fisher, right? Like, they're not looking like themselves. They need a Snickers out of the Halloween bag of candy.
Yeah, I mean, UTD is just in absolutely full control here of this game. Again, just some scouting opportunities coming through from Viz. Doesn't catch anyone out on that A side. It looks like it is going to be a B main hit yet again coming through from Fisher. Shock darts coming through from Jeffy as well, trying to get some sort of chip damage if you can. Now, a creep coming through mid here. Glory, do they? No, they do. Now, swinging out is both of them. Glory able to find 1, but will fall. Blast able to find that trade. Roman able to find Blast there instead. Now, a deficit yet again from Fisher, 4-3.
Oh, and look at this. Now they know they want to fight Boba, so you put a trap wire there as well to know exactly when it's coming. And as soon as that pressure mounts, you rewrap. You go a different avenue. You know time isn't on your side, and you want to get back into this site. And the Nightfall's main now. They're corralled on site.
There comes the swing from Mallory, and Roman both will drop. Viz and Maper able to find multiple, Cuz now on a 1v1 scenario will not be able to find it. It's Maper again coming up clutch for UTD. The post plant looked good, but UTD's retake was just better.
The reactivity out of UTD was just better, right? They realized off of that deep trap wire that they're coming, they're fighting once again like they did on the Converging Paths round, and so they completely reroute and still end on the same destination of round 1. 9-2, knocking on the door of double digits here. I mean, you're going to have ults, I think, for Fisher to play on around here. I want to see them maybe shatter A main control, which they're stacked for off of this Hunter's Fury. But it looks like UTD is kind of reading into this when they know the post plans haven't followed through on the B side, even in clutch scenarios. This is the most likely option. So let's see how it goes, especially with Maple having that ever important Rolling Thunder back online.
So strong here for UTD. Here comes the Hunter's Fury yet again from Jeffrey, just trying to scout out anybody. Will be able to find Maper there on the tail end. The Rolling Thunder coming through as well. Won't be able to connect on anybody, but still 2 members down on the side of Fisher. UTD holding strong. Blast able to find one onto Mallory, and here comes the ultimate. This might be the green light to rotate to B.
Yeah, it's deserted right now. Blast will make sure they can set up a defensive line for you guys and safe passage, etc., etc. I am worried about the timing on mid, but it seems like they just have missed it. In fact, Cuz is able to capitalize off of it. And Blast, I was going to say, could get the backstab on the Glory, but instead decides on the outright fight for CT. And I do like you getting off. That breach, you would have been stuck out in the open. It would have been back to a 3v2. You don't want that.
Spike planted.
Now here comes the response from UTD. A spray into Market. Glory won't be able to find Blast. Blast now rotating, gets some great chip damage, and will be able to find 3 in the round. Fisher able to answer back a 9-3.
Very nice stabilization in that round. It really did come off of Blast, not just getting that kill, but then the following neural theft. You can have a really concrete decision call off it, and that's the impact we're used to Blast having. But previously, some of the fights UTD were taking, whether it was the mid space clear or whether it was B main when Viz and Glory swapped sites, it was shutting him down left, right, and center, so that the hand of Fisher College felt forced. And as a result, that's where UTD and their reactivity was peak. But 9-3s curses only come true if the prerequisites are met, really like a pistol victory. So we'll see what Fisher can do. We said this is going to be their stronger half ideally, but UTD's composition also has like a lot of just controlling like space utility. So I think they can still really make it go with this, and I needed to see Fisher like with 1 or 2 more rounds here. So let's see. I didn't expect it to start with a mid fight.
Yeah, Fisher needs to find this pistol, right? You cannot give UTD the opportunity to go up 11-3 off of a bonus round, right? That is, it would feel like a dagger, a nail in the coffin in this best of 1. Going to A is UTD, all 5 members, but no one on Fisher is there.
Ooh, shorty bait.
Shorty is there. Maber able to find one already. Quinn is out of the way. Now, they have entries into this site. Cuz able to find one, will be traded back immediately by Mallory on the back end, able to find 3. Jeffy, the last one standing now. Sheriff in hand, has to come up huge. A 4v1 scenario.
I mean, Sheriff in hand, the new kid on the block for the Fisher squad as well. So difficult with a one-way. You can see high-low setup no matter the entry point. I don't see a world where this is coming true, and there it is, UTD getting to what felt like an inevitable double digits. And I feel like the issue with that round was I needed a bit more support from Quinn early on, right? Because he falls, your Viper util is delegated elsewhere. There were no smokes to play off of, and you saw Cuz get overwhelmed as a result. That's why we were able to see Malari find that insane timing in 3-piece. While they were so focused on the stack of players they knew were coming out of elbow, they're like, one player can't possibly do that much damage on a pistol, and Daddy did. So as a result, 10-3 here, Stingers and the works coming in for Fisher to try and pull a miracle out of a hat, and we'll see if they in fact are magicians.
Yeah, 10-3 now. UTD with this bonus by Bulldogs in hand. We have a Vandal here for Roman as well, so could really do some serious damage. It looks like it's going to be the B hit coming through. Nade in towards the back. Sogo getting hit by just about every piece of util you could possibly get hit by here in this round. Blast and Sogo able to find 2 already. Viz and Roman out of the way, but the response is there. Maper, Glory able to find 1 apiece. 3-3 hiding off in market now is Jeffy.
Isn't enough. Plant goes down just to have a breach second set up. Glory for success. The recon was good to get those opening kills. Can the drone find similar impact on the follow-up? Seems so. That's 2 spotted.
You know where they are. Here comes the retake. Jeffy able to find one with the shock dart. Malari is down the swing, able to find it. Glory stays alive, but instead it's the Bucky to seal the deal. UTD falls finally on this attacking side.
Yeah, really, really nice round from Jeffy. That information was everything. We saw the spam come through off the pings, obviously, and that drone set up the perfect paranoia to isolate 2 players. They challenge the solo one back site, and just like clockwork, finally Cuz is also coming online, which makes it a lot easier when clearing out and retaking those sites. So that's how you bounce back. You disrupt the buy for UTD. You should guarantee yourself a 5th off of these Vandals, off this Bulldog, off of the Outlaw. And yeah, again, we see UTD thrifty antics off their energy. They need to make sure that they keep a capacitor on that.
See what UTD can do here on this attacker side. They lose off on that bonus round. So instead, go over to Fisher. now here with a pretty all right buy, right, compared to UTD. Definitely has some advantages here. Malari, the one with the biggest weapon, the Guardian, in hand of this Cypher. Just playing it slow, kind of feeling out what this tile A main hit could possibly look like. Malari still on the back end, trying to catch any stragglers.
Trying to bait these players into the rotates, bait out some utility early on. All in all, though, I am a little worried when you're spreading yourself in on Nico because, yeah, you're alone, you're going to get drowned like us. And even now, I mean, okay, this I do like, though. At the breach util, to fake the B side, to draw the players over, and you would fight A, but Cuz is here. And then with this, Superior Vandal is just going to town, getting the confidence back, probably getting the converging paths since they're going to have to fight for this spike. All of this is looking really good for a Fisher College late recovery this map.
Yeah, Cuz able to come up big again, put Fisher on their back. Maper here to possibly swing, will do so. Can't quite find it. A nice kill onto Malari as well, and Jeffy will be able to seal the deal there for Maper. Fisher now 2 in a row, able to bring it back to 5-10.
Yeah, it was a good idea from UTD. A nice fake out, rotate, but this is Fisher we're talking about. Yeah, they may be having an off game, but you're not going to pull fast ones like that on them. So UTD will have to go back to the drawing board, but it is with full weapons this time around. And my big concern here is that by the time Fisher catch up, you're going to have 1 or 2 really good uld cycles on UTDs, and theirs are so oppressive that that is going to be your main obstacle. So trying to keep it as like flawless as you can consistently to deny them those orbs going to be really important. They've done that so far, right? We're a decent number of rounds in the half. We haven't seen those come in. And now, I mean, they're looking more confident with each passing round. A little deep dive from Cuz. Fortunately, doesn't find much. And now, they might be overhitting a bit.
Maper and Malari are already able to find 2 right off the bat off of this full buy from UTD. Now swing over towards this A site. Sogo, the only one over here towards A. Cuz trying to make their way back through defender spawn as well. Will be caught out by Roman. So we're able to find 2, find 3, find 4 now. It's a 1v2 scenario. Roman able to find the one onto Sogo. Has pure possession of A, but has to go back and get that spike, giving Blast the opportunity to rotate through here.
So much time to
swing, looking at the site. Doesn't quite know where they are. It might be a rotate over to B coming through here from Roman.
I like this call. You're going to have the Haunt back online to re-clear B. Only concern with this is it is stacked with the Cypher utility, so it's going to have to be very difficult obstacle course to navigate. And you're up against Blast, right? Silver Lining has only a Bulldog. This is an interesting call, though. I was worried Blast would catch Roman on the retake, but Roman going top mid I was going to say, could have caught Blast with back turn, but this is such a smart tuck on the box.
I like the wraparound here onto A, taking so much time, really kind of faking out Blast here. Doesn't leave A just yet, goes through elbow. Roman looking that way, will throw the ball back over towards Crate. Here comes the plant. The smoke is there, the spray not in the right spot. The spike is planted. Roman still alive here, still alive as UTD in this round.
This is an insane timing to gamble on, and Blast is so cautious, so nervous, and they are going to get it perfectly timed. The tap, they're going to think they're playing from main, playing from CT. The reclear from Blast is crazy! The Spidey sense a tingle in, and just like that, Fisher stay in this. Oh my. When I saw that close smoke go down, I thought that UTD was winning that round. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're shooting some bodies here on the side of Blast, but hey, Roman had, I feel, the right idea, right? Was able to find that really long wrap and get that plant down, but just barely off on that timing in elbow. Can't quite find that kill on Blast when the back was turned. Really kind of swung that, right?
Yeah.
Blast going on to A, sees, okay, no one's here. They are definitely behind me in elbow. Finds the kill, finds the defuse, and that's 3 straight rounds there for Fisher.
Yeah, this round's going to be interesting. Roman, Maper, one off from ult apiece. We know they like to use them on the ecos, but exactly why Fisher doesn't want to fumble the ball now. Viper's put out towards B. This toxic screen really more so allowing, I'd say, UTD to get to top mid, maybe go for a pop play, but trap wire there. We can react off it with a paranoia. Options are limited here. I need to see that UTD we saw, coordinated, succinct, and that's what they're doing through market. Ooh, Blast has a good angle.
Blast does have the angle here into market. Will whiff initially, but Roman is able to find the kill instead. Blast goes down, full market control. Here comes the Prowl as well, snuffed out in this pit. Sogo able to find one. Viz will go down. Maper with the Sheriff able to find Sogo instead. The Viper pit done and dusted, and a UTD man advantage 4-3.
They know that took way too long and that the players are going to rotate over, so they've left Glory, who's low HP already, to clean up what they can to find that chip damage. Fortunately, it doesn't work out, so it is going to be a 3v3 on the retake. But if they can get the spike down before the rotates come through, they're going to have Maper in a post-man position with the Rolling Thunder. 30 seconds could be good, but I need to see some delay towards Link because Fisher is coming in fast.
Vandals in hand for all three Fisher members. Roman, the only one with a substantial weapon here with the Phantom. Plant down in A. One elbow to main here. Oh my gosh, angle. Roman's angle is absolutely disgusting. You see feet! The trigger discipline is there, able to find only one. The spray to the smoke will find another there from Malari. Now, cuz the last one standing, 76 health and a dream 1v3 scenario. UTD, they have this set up beautifully. The cam is there. You know where Cuz is going to be. Swinging out is Malari, and Cuz will drop UTD 11-6.
Wow. What an A site. The trigger discipline is crazy, number one. Number two, I don't know how Cuz survived. I saw like a little panic dash and somehow they get to fight with their team. That is... yeah, that's a round you need a timeout for, not just because it's UTD who won off from match point, but just the way in which they won it, right? It was Nico, the Rolling Thunder there as well. I don't even think it was necessary, but it was a nice touch just to ensure that that came through when you know you can win an eco. Exactly. And it was the perfect dessert. So now, Fisher College, I mean, last time out didn't really convert for them. I'm curious to see what they have cooked up this time around.
Yeah, I mean, UTD just kind of pulling a rabbit out of a hat there in that round number 17. Fisher, the ones taking the timeout. I mean, rightfully so. The way that round was kind of slipped through your fingers, it looked so commanding at the beginning, but you just didn't spot out Roman. Roman was able to find that kill, and Malari with the spray through as well just swings that heavily in favor of UTD. The post plant flawless in that scenario. Fisher got to go 7 straight here to win.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I said. Like they had to survive the big ticket ultimates, right? And we saw both the Nightfall and the Breach ult come in clutch to win that eco round. So what's it going to be when they come the ults with rifles, right? And 5 rounds, you know, to tie things up is definitely enough for us to get UTD ults back, which are guaranteed as an OT. And I'm sure we're going to have a stray round from UTD there in the meantime as well. So difficult situations. UTD, they creep closer and closer to this finish line, getting more careful in how they clear this space, not letting anything slip through first blood-wise. And now, didn't get much info off that other than one top mid player. And it's the A side lead for the time being. This is also primed with the Cypher Tail, very much like a retake A side for Fisher here. I'm curious how that would fare.
UTD playing it slow here over towards A. Blast, the only one there, with some reinforcements on the way here in the form of Cuz and Jeff. You will opt to play through this mid-courtyard angle instead, just to try to catch a sneaky rotate back over towards B, but it does not look like UTD is going to go for that. Through elbow instead. The camera is there. We'll be able to spot this one out, and will be able to do so. All 3 members, are there, spotted out, but still will opt to push in. Blast playing it safe in the back, able to find one. That is the spike. Roman going. Blast with another onto Viz. Can't quite get Glory off the swing out. Her answers back with 2 immediately. A Glory. Maper firing on all cylinders. Sogo, now the last remaining member of Fisher. 1v3. We'll have to see what they can do. Sogo, Vandal in hand, going back towards that A main angle yet again. Trying to suspect that Malari is going to be there. Does see the jump hop coming through from Glory as well. Malari with the swing with the Vandal will be able to find the kill, and UTD now find themselves on the match point, 12-6.
Wow, I mean, so many things went really well for UTD that round. First blood from Malari, and he doesn't overheat. He gets right back to the team, so Sogo can't refrag him. You have Glory able to refrag Blast, who is an insane anchor. That's the aim we're used to seeing in a Blast, and even losing Blast is still 17 and 14 here. But again, just their ability to get these trades back and keep things closer in their favor has been uber impressive. And now, I mean, you said earlier it would be like 7 in a row if they wanted to like win a 13-11 without OT. Now they have to win 6 in a row just to secure overtime. And this bye isn't very promising. But the B fight off the Vipers, while I do like, might be something UTD has not seen at this map, or maybe even recently, Viper, you know, niche pick at times, and we'll see if it works out. They're kind of waiting for it. Oh,
Sogo pushing up, able to find one onto Maper. They're playing very aggressive. Hunter's Fury again coming through. Will be able to find a touch onto Viz and will
How did you
down.
get there?
Roman.
How did you get there?
Blast. You know, that's a wonderful
Market
question.
timing, I think.
Come on, Roman is, by the way. What is going on? Roman is just in the back line. Like,
they're all wizards
fully
for Halloween
right now. We'll have to see if they can find anything off of it. A 2v4 scenario. Roman Glory, the only ones left standing. Do have possession of the spike, but still able to find one. Almost able to find that trade. Will have that ultimate immediately getting popped there from Glory. Trying to find the response, trying to find that trade back, swinging through spawn, because there to help out. Good assist with the Guardian. Roman, 1v3 scenario to put Fisher away and go up 1-0 here in this group. Can they find it?
They're going as the Three Musketeers right now. Nobody branch. I was going to say, come on, Sogo. I said nobody branching off. Thank you. Get back to the squad, but that could just be your undoing. Roman on the wrap here. Could get the proper time, but it's so difficult with smokes online.
Oh, Roman has the angle, able to find one, swinging. Will find another, but Sogo able to find the kill. They lined up beautifully there for Roman, but just unable to find the collat. Fisher staying alive, 7-12.
Little close for comfort, but it gets the job done. Now, this round or the next round, I think this round I'm going to call because of how UTD's been playing. The slower attack is going to be the round.
I like
one off from Nightfall, one off from Showstopper. Last time they didn't even have a bye, they got that round one. And if they use these and lose, then Fisher have their way right back in to sail towards overtime. And so we're going to see very cautious, and we're going to see very calculated uses of, say, converging paths and such. But time being, Sogo just wants to break the cam, get out. I was worried they were doing the same play, but this looks good. Speaking of looking good, Roman last time walked into market, so having your entire team fight there, really smart round-around adaptation as well.
Already Roman able to find one, Sogo will fall. The swing coming through from Glory, able to find another one. Blast is out of the way as well. A strong B hit coming through already. Hun the one back in Boba. Cover going out. The smoke is there. Trying to
mask
that cross. The spray coming through can't quite catch enough damage, but with the plant down, the post setup is here. Two moving in through the market. Maper is there. They're running out of time. They have to find an answer. Cuz goes down. Viz and Roman able to find two. The Showstopper up. Jeffy able to find one with the Vandal Showstopper out of the way. We'll find a second onto Glory, but with time ticking away, and Malari sealing the deal. UTD take it 13-7.
And that is why you never count UT Dallas out, right? All the head-to-heads, all the past history of multiple collegiate leagues overlapping said that Fisher should have won that no contest. But we said it. The team this energy brings to the land, the confidence, even before they sat down in those chairs to play their first match, was through the charts, and that came alive in the server. I do think as the day goes on and teams get warmed up, it'll become a little bit more challenging, but that is an upset, right? It's only the top two teams from your group go through, and with that victory, that puts them in that second seed spot right now. If we think UST as the top dog, or I should say lion of the group, right? That match literally could be the difference between which team goes through to the playoffs. That is insane to think about.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, this is a massive win for UTD, right? And props to, frankly, every player. Malari and Roman specifically were
crazy.
Jumping out at me, right?
They found all the gaps.
Potential.
Yeah,
the clutches from Malari, the swings, the slow rotates, the flanking angles that they were able to find, frankly, just swung so much momentum back in UTD's favor.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there were some lulls that was a little bit closer towards the end as they were making that comeback. Like I mentioned, just the first half as well. I think this would have been a very different game if Fisher started on the defense. I'm not going to lie to you.
I believe it.
And that's, again, coming back to the composition, right? If Cuz was online from the get-go. Because when Cuz got active, they had a lot of success. But he was very, that composition, he doesn't have any support except for the Omen Paranoia. And that's a one-time thing, right? No regeneration like the Breach, no nothing. And I think that's where they struggled. So different sunset, different map, later best of 1. I think Cuz online, Fisher still succeed. But here, UTD was in form, in shape, and now we're looking like they're on their way to playoffs at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a playoff caliber team, frankly. I mean, UTD coming out swinging huge. Fisher, it took him a little while to get online. Sogo had some moments as well, some very clutch moments to try to keep Fisher into the swing of things. Jeffy as well, the Hunter's Fury, able to find multiple kills and really kind of scout out some of the defenses and pushes that were coming through from UTD, but it just wasn't quite enough. UTD showed up early, on time, and they were cooking here in this first match.
UTD's storyline is writing itself, right? Second place last year, the only returning team. Want to get better than that, and the way to do that would be Maryville, which would be a revenge match from NACE regular season as well. I mean, they have a long ways to go. That's just their first best of 1, but boy, is it a statement series to get started on. But again, we are not even halfway through the day, and I think one more best of 1 and we're halfway done. So I think we have solved this mystery. We've unmasked one villain, or I should say Victor, Scooby, and thank you for joining me in the mystery gang for this best of 1. But I do think it's about time to jump to a break because we have a new set of casters and 2 new amazing teams. One you've already seen. I think it's Baker versus Kennesaw State next?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think we have the schedule graphic as well. I want to throw that back up so you know what's coming up here later today on the broadcast. There it is. And look at me, my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, and Fisher College versus Converse. If Fisher's in this form, that could be a closer series than we expect too. I'm not going to lie to you. Converse has pushed some good teams to map 3s.
Yeah, I mean, Baker, I mean, they start off a little slow, right? Granted, they go up against Maryville, who is a stud powerhouse team here in the Valorant scene, but looking to bounce back here against KSU. Frankly, I think they can do it. I think Baker has it in them. I think they can come up here with a 1-1 start here in this group, which would mean that last matchup at 3 p.m. could, well, be pretty darn important.
Yeah, that one's gonna be close, especially if they win the Baker KSU match. But all in all, that is all for us for this best of 1. Are you back later today for a best of 1 on the Val stream? So am I. So with that, we will see you all later today at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational, and up next will be KSU versus Baker.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta for the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me none other than the phenomenal Upmind. Upmind, you know, this is the first time you're on broadcast today. How has Atlanta been?
Atlanta's been fantastic to me. I went to Waffle House this morning.
Oh!
I'm already living the Atlanta, Georgia experience. No, very happy to be back. It's been 6 years since I've been back here in DreamHack Atlanta.
Wow.
I was working the front desk back in the day, so being out here on the floor is already a bit of a different experience. I actually get to see DreamHack Atlanta. It's pretty cool.
Not only do you get to see DreamHack Atlanta, but you get to be in the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. You're in the thick of it. And we've already had 2 amazing games on stream today, but now we're going to receive the return of one of the teams from our first game, which is going to be Baker, and they're going up against none other than Kennesaw State. Now, Upmind, both of these teams looking for their first win today in this best-of-1 series on Friday.
Yes, they are. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, Baker played a little bit earlier, but from what our casters ended up saying, NECC, they're just fine right now in the 5-1. But we're looking at best-of-1s for this group stage right now, and the big problem that y'all ended up spotlighting once again is the fact that Baker has taken a lot of their sets over to that third map. Again, with the best-of-1s, you don't exactly get a big chance to kind of adapt, right? To catch up with the play. And how did Baker end up adapting, in a sense, in their game versus Maryville, if you can say that there was an adaptation?
You notice the silence right there, right? There was not very much. It just was not enough time for them to have that adaptation. They took 2 timeouts, both of them called by Gerami, but they were never able to get that ball rolling. They were never able to find the right path that they needed to take to stand up against Maryville, and it ended up in just that slobberknocker 13-2 victory in favor of Maryville. So, yeah, you know, Baker, a little black-eyed, a little bruised, but now they get to go up against Kennesaw where, again, right, this team wants to come and improve themselves, but so does Kennesaw, right? Kennesaw also doesn't have that victory yet in their pocket, and this is our 8th seed, Kennesaw State.
There we are. It's just a tough situation here for Kennesaw State in general, right? Because Kennesaw State, they already faced what is 2nd or 3rd seed in their group, lost out to Stony Brook, and this game is the important match. I mean, if you have a game versus Maryville, it's the good old college effort, but you can't expect much more than that. So Kennesaw State, wish you the best of luck, hopefully off stream for that. But at this point, Kennesaw State, this is the game that you need to focus on. This is the game that they just need to put all their chips into. If there's any sort of back pocket pick, any sort of back pocket strat, this would be the time to do it. But at the end of the day, we're 2 months into the semester. But Kennesaw State, they do come in with probably one of the more tenured rosters in this tournament. They have 4 players coming in from last year, and they have a player coming in from their B team. So if anything, this team is going to be one of the more prepped, one of the more, I guess, surprising teams if they do have that sort of synergy together.
Yeah, they need to have that synergy. They need to have that electricity firing on every single cylinder, right?
They do have underdog status, though. They have done well in the past.
Yeah.
Period. CCC.
Yeah. I mean, we just had that upset a game ago, right? Fisher lost to University of Texas at Dallas. That was we know that Fisher College is capable of crazy things. Happened on stream. UTD, a pretty decisive victory from them over a school, over a college like that. So DreamHack Collegiate Invitational is no stranger to the underdog story.
No, not at all. I mean, again, last year, UT Dallas, they're the only team participating this year from last year. However, they were screaming in the middle of their game,
"Oh my God.
This is our land. This is our event," intimidating Fisher to the point where it actually kind of worked. Like, again, that first half intimidation, that first half trash talk, you can see some shakiness. You can see a little bit of that stumbling.
A little bit of nerves going on.
Yeah, no, honestly, I like the energy from UT Dallas. I like the energy from the underdogs here. But again, Kennesaw State, I just haven't seen anything from them since their run in CCC, since they were so close to qualifying versus TAMU Maroon. What more can we really see from this team going into Bind? I'm very excited, to say the very least. Again, this is my first view of them, and this is my first view of Baker, period. Actually, Baker, in terms of just hijinks, I'm way more used to seeing hijinks playing over in Harrisburg, playing for Harrisburg University. But moving over to a team like Baker, he took that decision very carefully. So I would like to kind of see where the pieces are forming here for Baker for the rest of this year, considering the fact that, again, Hijinks was a player aiming for those top levels, aiming for top teams. So he takes a chance with Baker. I want to see where that future kind of lies.
I want to see what that is, too. And you kind of mentioned it. Well, let's go ahead and talk about our map. we are going to go into the great bind. Right? We're actually having a good spread of maps today on stream. I'm a little surprised. We've gotten Haven, into Sunset. Now we go into Bind. So we're getting a full world tour of all of the different maps so far. But the decision, I think, to go to Bind is an interesting choice on the side of both teams. They typically haven't played it that much. So to have this sort of middle ground of where, both squads are kind of a little bit on that uneven territory against each other, I think is going to set up for those unique style compositions. I'm sure they have the ones that they have set in their minds. But again, when we're talking about what Baker and what Kennesaw State have done today so far, it's now venturing into that new sort of territory where Haven could have been a safe place. Haven, we know, is Baker's best map. Kennesaw, I think, also in similar territory. So to be maybe thrown a little bit of a curveball like this, and especially when you look at how late into the pick ban cycle that Haven was put out, they're just like, all right, let's try something different. Let's try something new. Let's go to Bind.
Yeah. And of course, that's us landing here on Bind. We also do have Baker ending up on the defense.
Yes.
So that's a difference, to say the very least. We actually do get to see a spotlight of Baker's defense, so that'll be fun. Just me particularly. Again, I'm just going to be focusing on the factors that I know. To me, it is just going to be hijinks for now. Again, he is very much that sort of player on his own, individually, fantastic. But the communication that has to potentially lie on his shoulders, I don't exactly know. Oh, yeah, he's not even playing. Or is he playing under a different tag? Is he playing under Demon? Is he playing under... No, I mean, hey, if anything, that's not even happening. So different rosters, period. Again, Baker coming into this game. Again, no defensive experience, but that Waylay coming in, still a little bit difficult to try to see where the early impact is going to come from this team here, if they do even want to get aggressive. But what do you think? After seeing the composition, is there really going to be that aggressiveness from Baker to even just get going on this map?
It's going to have to be, right? And we were talking about Baker being on the defense. They're playing
look at the Yoru, dude. Never mind.
Yeah, they're playing the double duelist. So
I thought they were playing single duelist.
Both sides actually double duelist. Yeah. It's Waylay Yoru, Raise Yoru.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's kind of the head-to-me. Head-to-head.
So it's just going to be explosive.
Yeah, it's which side is going to have that better entry duelist? Is it going to be the Raze that's the tried true standard of Bind, or is it going to be the Waylay? It's sort of a new experimental wild card that has been coming more and more to the forefront in all across the tiers of Valorant.
It's going to be fun to see here in the early round as we have Baker kicking off the first round in an extremely important game for both of these teams. To try to make it to playoffs, they only have one more best of one to go in their tournament runs right after this. Gerami is going to be posted up with two defensive players on each pole of this map. Again, two players over towards Showers. Demon's coming out, inching his way out. Not able to get a contact just yet. That molly is huge, but Nami just has to be ready for the picks. But it's just not going to happen. That is Kennesaw State just taking advantage of their early space and short.
Yeah, I mean, it's super simple here from Kennesaw, right? Dump your utility, walk your way up towards lamps, and play your game as best as you possibly can. And Baker was also in these weird situations where they're staggered out. They took a couple of pot shots in areas that they didn't need to, give away their position. And now we have this flank, though, from Drago that could send everything into chaos. But not quite going to happen yet. Lord Fries going to fall to Drago. We have another one over on the other side. Revenge.
Oh, no.
Back and forth, but Drago still pushing in. They know that the final two players are inside of lamp. One take their swings for the Sheriff. He looked away, thought he had it, but he didn't.
Yeah, key. Not a single bullet could really hit onto him, to be honest. Deflecting bullets from both of those last two players, but just importantly there, Kennesaw State able to land on their feet after having basically full control of that site. All they had to do was just get that information onto where Baker was, try to get into that buddy system, and that's exactly what they did. Getting back into short, corralling themselves into a 2-3 man setup. Good stuff there from Kennesaw, as now Baker, we are seeing that that re-aggression coming into this next round. 4 players going into B, and that might be the right read.
Looking like it. Just funnel all out of there. Leave one player inside of Hookah to keep it safe and protected. Remove that pesky little Prowler coming up through long. One poison orb enough to keep Kennesaw locked down for the second. Gerami, you always got to take a shot at the clone just to be on the safe side. Especially if you're Gerami, you're seeing everything utility-wise being dumped at you. A quick peek out, a quick TP out is going to keep you safe, but it can't be said before Revenge. Demon still at the forefront of the action. the sheer overwhelming firepower, couldn't stand up to it. Of course.
They still have somebody over towards Hookah. But again, completely locked away. Kennesaw State, really important that they try to hold on to every single gun that they have right now. It wouldn't be a total loss if they end up losing 1 or 2. Of course, it's not going to be a total reset. Baker. Trying to get any sort of impact going for them to try to get back into this one. It is cool that they ended up getting 3 kills in that pistol round, but now still slowing it down. Good stuff from Kennesaw State. Just what you expect here in the pistol. Good stuff also, not spreading too many people out there at the map. The one person who was committing more or less over towards mid, he was just staying at the very bottom of mid, hugging his spawn, just going for the long contact, just going for the long pick, and then eventually coming back over towards B for the cleanup. Kennesaw State, a little bit of layering, but again, still a lot more to see.
A lot more to see, but it's been good size for them so far, right? You get through your anti-eco, you have all of your weapons intact. Yep, minor damage here and there, but nothing that they can't weather through the storm. So this bonus round going in for them, so strong, so the best potential that they have to take on Baker and solidify that 3rd round for themselves and give them a really good start against a strong opponent such as Baker.
It's just really tough for you to go into kind of that 3rd round after winning out the anti-eco on attack specifically, because it's just the long range rifles. You would much rather be on attack with Vandals and Phantoms than really anything else. SMGs, Bulldogs. It's a little bit tougher here for Kennesaw, but again, let's just see what happens. Estallo, he does at least have a bit of an angle with nobody watching him, no utility over him. He's just going to be there for a singular pick, and that's all that Kennesaw is setting up for. Everyone else is tucking their tail right now, going back into their spawns. It's all relying here on the Brimstone. He does get spotted, but he's not letting go of the contact just yet.
Germsy. 3/4 of his HP left, but eyes not leaving this hookah. Wall is going to come up. Deny some of that vision, but Kennesaw State is whittling away the time as much as they possibly can. We're at 45 seconds. Germsy, I think, got a little skittish there. Going to go ahead, hit the TP, but finally gets his claim to fame. That first blood on the Miss Hollow, but still so much more of these players left to go. Demon in through the TP.
30 seconds left.
Teleport back out if any trouble happens, but nothing happening quite yet. They saw one player on the actual site, but in this 5v4, Baker has the advantage as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, no ultis here for Kennesaw State. It's just going to have to come down to the pure utility. Germsy already kicking off with a kill onto Key. You still have 3 more players here surrounding this site, and it's still not impossible by any means here for Kennesaw State. This is where the SMGs can come up big, but the Guardian in the front side doesn't do anything there, and you only coming down now to a Marshall. Baker able to take advantage of the rifles, but again, Baker, they did have to take that one slowly. 3 different points of entry there for Baker, overwhelming Kennesaw.
Yeah, and I did like what Kennesaw was doing there, right? They were trying to play for the over-aggression from Baker. They were trying to play for the picks. They may have had the weaker weapons in terms of the rifles that Baker was going for, and every advantage that you possibly could have given yourself, Kennesaw was looking for. So they played it slow. They tried to play for the mind games against Baker. It's just that Baker wasn't falling into it, and especially for the performance for Germsy, who had been kind of quiet leading up into this moment, was finally able, like I said, to shine the spotlight on themselves, walk away with 3, and send Kennesaw packing on that bonus.
Oh, this is going to be fun, though. Yoru on the operator. Oh, you're going to be pulling up over towards short on the attack side. But on D, it's going to be Germsy with a shotgun instead, so the 2 Yorus up to no good. Pure shenanigans at the moment, but this is great here from Kennesaw. Again, they're allowing their players to just take advantage of this operator right now, or at least just rely on it. Baker. Nobody showing a pixel at the moment. Kennesaw not getting what they want out of this round. It's all going to have to come down to the Yoru with the first contact over to one's long.
Right. You don't get to see this very often. The Yoru attack operator.
Right.
It's and the way that we're seeing this Yoru clear everything, it has to be done so carefully, and you have to be so precise when using a power weapon like the operator to be able to get maximum efficiency out of it. But so far, right, Baker, they don't know that there's an operator on the field, but they're also not giving anything away. The angles that are being cleared is not lending any credence towards players where they're being found. But also, here's the big thing, Upmind. We're starting to run out of time. It's 30 seconds, and the Spike is
30
still
seconds left.
trying to figure out deciding where they want to end and where they want to go.
Again, this is just good from Baker and the fact that Kennesaw State, they have just been waiting for pixels. And are you kidding me? Finally, the first contact comes out, and Draco, it's just one time that he just does not have a gun out. Revenge. It's actually Demon with a double kill coming out from the mid side. Demon right through the portal. There's still going to be yet another TP coming in. There's the Yoru still in the back of sight. 6 seconds left for the plant off the brim. He's still going to be able to get it. 3 seconds left, and we're through. 3v3 for the rest of this round. It's a good angle here in the back for the Yoru, but that smoke is huge. That splits up 3 different defenders all the way up in Uka.
Oh, but does Miss
Two,
Hollow,
excuse me.
are they ready for the swing coming out of core elbow? No, they're not.
No shot!
In what world?
Unbelievable.
That wallbang, but do you know where Lord Fries is? They heard. They saw that they were on the other side. That's
He's
the
gotta
first
go.
player taken out, but now we got to take one more fight. Nami just going back over for the defuse. Ping of the spike. Lord Fries! 5 HP. Nothing for Nami to sneeze at. Just another day at the office. It's now 2-2 between our teams.
Dude, that was all Nami. Unbelievable there at the end. I mean, his teammates got lined up. 2 teammates coming out of hookah. It had to be his job to pop off at the end of that round. Nami, good stuff off the spray through the back of sight. But again, that is just one of those like non-replicable moments that you see in Valorant. Nami still able to land on his feet. That just highlights how good of a player that he can be individually. And even though we ended up seeing a loss there from Baker College, Op now in the hands of Germsy, excuse me. See, not a loss.
Man,
No. But the loss of life there from Germsy, and he's still rebuying.
All right, let's see. Kennesaw. Oh, yeah, through the smoke. There's just nothing that you can do there. Pure pot shots from Demon. And then you're going to have Nami following up through with it, right? Leap behind some of your util, leap behind a Molly. And it looks like Kennesaw still wants to go inside of showers, but look who else is here. Germsy, a quick poke through, peek through inside of TP. Maybe someone could have been there, but yeah, Clone's just going to stay stuck. And for Baker, just spread out rest across the map. Keep an eye on showers, make sure for the rest of the players that could be coming through there that they're going to be checked. Indeed they are. It's none other than Drago who's going to be doing that.
There's going to be no util here for Drago to really react. It's all going to have to come down to Demon. Demon holds it down, able to get through to get in the round. And Nami, good stuff holding on to the Vandal. 3-2 score line. All you really need to know, Baker able to hold on to 4 guns in that round. Kennesaw State, it's back-breaking if they end up losing out this one.
And, right, unfortunate first few seconds in that opening round is just the early pickoff onto DSNI. There was very little that they could do there. Spam through the smoke, and then it felt like they just couldn't get the ball rolling from that point on. They still wanted to push on to B. They still wanted to, or sorry, A rather. And you're just going into the wall of all of this firepower. And so now we're seeing the Dimensional Drift being committed. Find out as much information as you can and push onto this B side.
Okay, Lord Fry's on his own. This is pretty different from the tempo that they usually have on the contact over towards short, but that just leaves the CT, the defense, completely guessing. Germsy had no idea where this attack was going to be, had no opportunity to support here on site, but they do have Drago waiting for the opportunity in hookah as the spike is down.
Just waiting in here, right? Waiting for the right opportunity. Sitting up for Halleck. Oh, with a knife fall on top of them.
Smokes down.
That's a really good angle for it. They have every single piece of info that they could possibly want. Nami still looking for Quacky, but Quacky is this huge spot for him. Head on a swivel, able to nail one, and is of course going to nail onto the second. Germsy misses out on his shot. And that is, of course, just the option there from Quacky there at the end. Amazing, amazing stuff in the middle of sight from the fade.
Yeah, no, I mean, right, you go in with the Dimensional Drift, you clear out through B, and you have to give it up to Lord Fries on their lurk. Being able to take out that one player really set themselves up. And it was that like multiple kill happening on both sides of the map.
Just too much information.
It was too much for Baker to weather the storm against. Then you add in the Dimensional Drift, and then when you figured out that someone was in hookah, what do? You throw the Nightfall in immediately. That was fantastic shot calling from Kennesaw to keep this map in contention.
Ooh, there goes Demon. So again, that's what I was saying earlier about Lord Fries. Lord Fries was doing a good job staying at the bottom of short, tucking their tail. Finally, the one round where they do go up, they decide to replicate that same effort. not exactly opting to kind of switch things up. That in itself is a little bit of a switch up, but getting caught off on their own. The attackers now fully corralled over towards the B site. Once again for now, there's nobody over towards Showers for Kennesaw to really worry about.
Just kind of stuck in this awkward position.
Revenge just doesn't have much to really work with here. No Molly to try to hold things off. It's just going to have to come down to the hold. You have to come down to the spray. Same thing with Nami.
And that's kind of also the good thing that's going on here for Kennesaw is how slow they take this. They force Baker to dump so much of their utility. They're whittling down the clock as much as they can. And Revenge, at this point, right, like you said, there's just nothing for them to be able to do anything with until they eventually are just going to have to rely on that aim. Finally, though, the util is going to start coming down from Kennesaw. First, the smoke's blinded out. Revenge can't see anything, but it does not matter. Quacky, still alive, gets the 3K, and it's going to be an ace or nothing for this fade. Dips out of the smoke, Germsy rips their head right off.
I mean, that was fantastic hold there from Germsy. Germsy in the back of sight, he was tucking himself completely, playing the anti-flash, playing the anti-info in general, allows the 2 players in front of him to be able to peek, and at that point, you just don't expect a 3rd player to be in the back of sight that quickly. Baker had every single piece that they really needed for that defensive hold, and again, really hard to replicate. That's on the same level as a bit of a stack, but for right now, Kennesaw State, who's on the verge of a reset economically, Baker might have just put themselves in the driver's seat for the rest of this half. They just need one more round to really confirm that.
Well, let's see how things are going to be confirmed once that wall comes down. Oh, Germsy takes the shot, tries to TP. Not
another
happening.
one.
And then another one, like you said, through the smoke though. Demon is just pulling it in now, popping off with a waylay ult. Here comes the convergence of fates. But little do they know what's on the other side of that smoke. Another potential frag, but still, you've gotten the numbers evened out. It's 3-3 as the spike gets planted.
The info's going to be there for Drago. There goes the Nightfall alongside the decay. Great stuff. DSNI needing to back on out. Oh my gosh, Wacky, what a position. And he's getting damage on both of these last 2 players. Amazing damage. And now DSNI just looking for the finish, but it doesn't happen. 1-on-1. Lord Fries, debutant for the team this year, pulls off a 2K to close out the round for Kennesaw and keep them in this game.
Man, I can't believe this Upmind, right? We are... I'm like almost at the edge of my seat here. I'm like, I leaned in. I'm looking at how this 1v1 is going to play out. Sometimes it just falls down to the shoulder of one player to really set up the success for this team. And so far, that's been DSNI for Kennesaw. Being able to keep your calm, keep collected, even in the middle of a nightfall, right? You've been ulted out, you can't hear anything, you're having, and then you're just going to go and take that swing, you're going to take that fight. To be able to do all of that and set yourself up for the for that 1v1, to set your team up for that 1v1, to set up Lord Fries.
Yep.
Sheer perfection, I think, that Kennesaw is going through with this.
And it was really good heads-up play from DSNI. DSNI knew that there was going to be another player that this team was fully focusing on. Quacky, he was in the back of that site. They already had a pull on him, and they had the Nightfall coming in. Quacky had to be really that first contact coming out of both short and the back of sight. DSNI waited until the very last moment that Quacky was still alive to then swing out and then to help. And then Lord Fries, the last part of that layering. Incredible stuff there in terms of just last-second decision-making there from Kennesaw State. Impressive. It's 4-4, and it's off the back of really, really good team play.
It is. But here's the thing, though, right, for both sides. These are very critical rounds coming up for both of them. I think even more so for Kennesaw State to win this round. They cannot get thrifted out. Their economy, this is such a tenuous grasp on it. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing the Baker aggression outside of Puka, but it's not working for them. KSU is ripping them apart like tissue paper. Quacky has 1 HP, but hey, you know what, Upmind? That's all you need.
I say, why not? I say go for it. Germsy, he might be running
out of charges
right into the jaws of the beast too, and he might just have the chance. He gets a kill. Dimensional drift. Figure it out from there. Try to isolate one-on-one after one-on-one. I mean, this isn't exactly impossible. But here we go. Kennesaw State, they have 3 players coming over towards that long area. Germsy's just trying to guess at the moment. Not going to be able to pick up any sort of upgrade. There's nothing over towards that A side. Every single upgrade that could be possible for him is all the way over towards that mid side. So unless he's TPing right now back from A, not going to happen. Kennesaw State mostly posturing towards the back of site too. So Germsy, best of luck, my friend. Quacky extremely low. Quacky might have the second contact here. No, it's going to be really the last contact, which is well done from this team. Germsy, try as he may, even getting a headshot in. Not going to happen. 5-4.
Man, Quacky's got to be thinking that lucky stars they get to survive with just 1 HP. And again, that's what I was talking about, right? Their economy was whittled away, so Kennesaw State winning that round's very big for them. They get to go in pockets full. But not only that, I think their hearts are full too, right? Because now they're back in the lead. They weathered the storm of Baker wanting to try and beat them face to face outside of hookah, and they did it with 3 players still left alive. This team is really coming together in a way of their own. But now that we're back to even footing for both sides, and especially now that Germsy has an operator back in their hand, where do they go from there?
Germsy. Already popping off the first, but he already got so much in from range. So much information off the back, but here's Demon in the back of sight. Demon with a little bit of utility just to try to hold off the hold. Coming in from U-Hole. DSNI gets the first shot coming out from Germsy, but there's still one more right behind him, and he has no idea. He is allowing time for the rest of this team from Kennesaw State to try to go over towards the B site, but for right now, Kennesaw has no hopes. It's down to the Viper. It's down to a one-on-one. Lord Fries trying to get a contact, trying to sneak into this site, and Kennesaw State, they might just have a gift here on a silver platter. Lord Fries has it. A site is all Kennesaw.
This Lord Fries lurk time and time again. Sometimes it works, most of the time it does. But now it's going to be answered in kind with a Nightfall. They weren't looking towards heaven, though. And Nami, smart as can be, ready to go with the orbital strike.
Very interesting here, though. Nami could easily be going for this first contact. Just trying to get some information, but instead just going for the raw orbital strike. Nothing really holding him. Very easy for Cracky to try to escape from that orbital strike. Now, again, these Kennesaw State players know that the presence is coming in towards the back side. Nami has the angle, though. Beautiful from Nami. And now Quacky has made his job a little bit easier, getting the damage onto one, but the timing might just be there. Fade is coming in a little bit late. Quacky has a wall to try to go through. Drago has the angle, does not get the kill. 10 seconds left. Quacky going for a couple of frags. Quacky is revealed. He might have a little bit of time here. Drago going the wrong way, but he has the kill. 5-5.
I gotta see what the timer was for that and how close that spike was about to be planted. It was nearly there, but that is Baker playing at their finest, right? And playing into the missteps that Kennesaw was giving them. They were that one orbital strike pushed off Quacky from wanting to plant the spike, and rather than going back in, they wanted to clear through and maybe play for that pick, but instead it just went all kinds of topsy-turvy for Kennesaw State. And once that happened, right, they tried to play for whatever they could and be in the 1v3, but Baker just wasn't giving them an inch.
Where are you?
And now it's a situation here with Kennesaw State. They might have a false sense of security here. Nobody over towards that short spot, but it's going to be 3 players behind these smokes. Are they just going to plant right in the middle of these smokes? Yes, they are. Quacky just trying to go for it, but no, they fake it. They're off of it. There's nobody really holding off of that mid side right now. The Yoru trying to get a bit of a contact. They ended up finding the fade. But Demon, on his lonesome, has one more next to him, and it's just starting to box in Kennesaw State.
Yeah, Quacky. Right? Ping of the spike. And the next thing you know, you're being met with a hellstorm of bullets. Not going to get away with your life. And Drago playing this smart. But still, the only problem for them is they barely have any HP to work with. But just because you barely have anything doesn't mean a headshot's still going to look clean. DSNI here, over on the high ground. Revenge sees them. This pesky Yoru is going to be a thorn in their side unless they can try to push them off. But dogged as the rest of the team comes in, utility dumped. Both of these teams. Baker has the advantage coming in with the dimensional drift now.
Cutting through.
And it's going right through, trying to get the info. Is he going to land on the player over in short? Quacky with 2 massive kills, but that's even bigger from the D. They all have stormed back into sight, and Germsy sparks it from the short side. Again, a little bit tough, though. They were tracking Germsy basically that entire time. Key had a one-on-one set, but Germsy moves back right into the middle of sight, which totally unexpected. Kennesaw couldn't react.
Last round.
I don't think we also talked to could maybe touch a little bit on some of the Yoru changes that we've seen recently, right? When they go inside of that dimensional drift, you can no longer flash out of it. So seeing the ways that Germsy and DSNI have been coming out of the dimensional drift, I think Germsy was like right popping out of elbow through their own ultimate. And then once they did, it was just DSNI was completely caught off guard, shook it. They saw that they were trying to TP, jumping all over the place, but Germsy just had to quickly switch over to the classic. remove them from the field, and then, yeah, Baker's back in the lead.
And now Gerami switching it up, and so is Lord Fries. Lord Fries in the back of mid, trying to go for a one-on-one, but instead that was just a setup for the Viper Spit. Revenge setting up over towards A. That's one less option here for Kennesaw State. So what's the reaction here from Baker? Baker has 3 players surrounding this B site right now, trying to hold it down. Gerami, he already has 19 HP. 19 HP, but what a flash! Double! Make it a triple. No, sir. It's Drago there for the third. DSNI, Lord Fries, the only 2 remaining. Kennesaw State, no matter where they look on this map, they couldn't find a single opening. They couldn't find anywhere to go. Shut down on the immediate contacts. Now it's all Lord Fries in a 1-on-5, and that's going to be Baker going into the second half, 7-5. The first look for the defensive side of Baker for us here on this broadcast, and definitely more competitive than the attack side earlier. Definitely.
Upmind, you couldn't have said it any better, right? Baker
Expert analysis, right?
I mean, Baker's looking good. Things got a little rocky there, right? KSU was in the lead for a moment until finally somehow this squad was able to find themselves. Baker was, and for how they're playing, right, they're just so concise with each other. They're so advantageous on the uptake when it comes to taking some of these fights. Smart utility usage, and especially I think some really good individual plays set themselves up for a lot of success. Also, just looking at what Gerami was able to do on that one round alone, and then you look across the rest of the squad, even just at the leaderboard, right? Nami, Demon, and Gerami are looking like they are in top fighting form.
Look at the aggressive showing here from Kennesaw State to kick off this next half. It's going to be a triple, quadruple TP coming up, with the TP coming back for the Aurora all the way over towards spawn, trying to get a second angle back over into A. Instead, Lord Fries just has to push the situation, and now here comes the Yoru, who tried to help out over with the TP. They do not expect a second in the backup side, but of course it's Yoru. Good stuff. Kennesaw State, they knock down 2 players, and they immediately tell the Yoru, like, hey, you don't need to keep contacting site. You could just back out into the back lane and wait for us to come over. It's a 4-on-3 retake now, a little bit more advantageous and a little bit better here for Kennesaw State, but it's going to be a 2-on-1 here onto DSNI. DSNI able to spot one, might have spotted a second. That might get a little bit difficult now. One over towards Hookah too, and we might have a read on that too. Drago waiting for this smoke to drop. Gwacky even getting another big shot. Baker whittled down to 2 players trying to hold down this site, and both of them are down. Round for Kennesaw.
Yeah, I mean, some crazy plays. Lord Fry starting that off with just swinging immediately outside of their smoke and catching Revenge off guard. And then Baker, right, they spread away from the site trying to go towards elbow, and I thought they may have been able to play that to their advantage when they weren't seen by the Prowler. But yeah, Kennesaw was just that little bit extra step ahead of the curve. And depositing yourself and just leaving the site wide open like that gave Kennesaw that opportunity to walk back in and recontest all of that space. Where Baker tried to go for the swing, they had elbow and they had hookah, but what they didn't have was the different angles to throw off Kennesaw State.
Now it's just a little bit difficult too in terms of Baker trying to establish themselves coming out of that mid area, because it's not like Kennesaw State can't keep themselves over in hookah. But allowing Baker to expend all of that utility, not showing a single pixel on that side too, going for really just a single contact from the middle of sight. Good hands-off approach for the fact that this team, again, not expending too much in the early round, not expending too much of a contact, not expending too much utility. Enjoying this fundamental play right now from Kennesaw State. But Baker, they are continuously switching up their tempo right now. They are going in continuously with 2-man, 3-man swings and not exactly committing to all of them. It's a tough look with stingers and pistols. And it does work out for at least one of these picks onto DSNI. And they're going back into A. It'll be a 4-on-2. Can't exactly complain.
You just gotta be scared of your Gerami, right? That heavy shield doing its job and keeping you alive through the outlaw, but now you're only down to 15 HP. This is crazy though for P. Right, first thing goes the satchel. Oh, okay.
That's a headshot.
More players. The Spectre gets the double kill, but Revenge has the uptake with the Stinger. And now, right, trying to go for the plant, taking the spike. Miss Hollow. The 1v2.
10 seconds left.
It's all Revenge. Back of Revenge not spotted. He is marked. It's no problems here. Revenge can dance, has space to work with. One player in the middle of this site, Revenge. His team is going to have no money going into that next round. The best that they can hope for in terms of a buy is going to be exactly what they bought in this round, just a couple of stingers. Revenge looking to change that, looking to keep themselves in front for not only the rest of this map, but this is only a best of one. It's important for Baker to make it into playoffs. Revenge has the lineup, not able to get the bullets onto Lord Fries, and that is beautiful from Quacky, beaming through the box. No chance for Revenge to get away, and that's going to be the tie once again.
And I think the decision here for Baker to want to gamble and buy up, force up the Stingers, force up the Sheriffs and Heavy Shields, it feels just a little like they're trying to throw Kennesaw off their game, but Kennesaw, nerves of steel, right? And now they have a really great advantage going into this where Baker barely has any weapons. Kennesaw's on their bonus, and they're still packing major firepower. The ones who fell just buy right back up because they know that Baker is on this lighter buy.
The immediate spot over towards mid too. No chance that the Fade even needs to stick around over in that spot. Beautiful stuff from Lord Fries. But now the rest of the players come out, and that's a little bit difficult there from Kennesaw State. The fact that nobody had an angle on, that's a beautiful smoke coming on from Baker. And Nami, he's just going for the victory plant. It just works out. Just gets the money for the rest of Baker. Kennesaw State now can have a little bit of fun. Let's see how many picks potentially Baker can get here at the very end, but that's nuts there from Quacky alongside Miss Hollow. That is going to be the round. Miss Hollow gets his pick onto Revenge. Nobody from Kennesaw State except for Lord Fries dropping, but hello Quacky. Dropping yet another gun. Baker, this is their big chance to try to get back into this half coming up in this next round. Kennesaw State looking to shut that all down. This next loss here from Baker would lead Kennesaw State directly to double digits.
And Kennesaw State, right, has been playing so far this half to the mistakes of Baker. They lean into them so much, where Kennesaw, so far if you've been giving them an inch, they'll be taking a mile, and the mile has been just continuing and continuing. They've accomplished the bonus round. They're looking confident, they're looking solid. Finally Baker gets weapons, but they had to lose three rounds in a row to even get there.
At the very beginning of a half, though, it's not exactly tough to really say, like, oh, there's time for an adaptation. There really is. A lot of time for a change. They're still playing out that fade over towards Hookah. Bit of an early peek from Lord Fries. Over and long alongside DSNI. It's tough to see DSNI go down, but Lord Fries, he's been switching up his position pretty consistently throughout this half. Still the wall. Not exactly going to be effect for the late round, but Quacky can try to dance around it. Lord Fries, they don't know about him. There's Lord Fries to save the round. 3K coming out from Lord Fries. Every kill is his. Spike is in their possession. And realistically, it's going to be a 1-on-2 over in that mid side. Another smoke coming out too. Beautiful. That's insane from Germsy. How Germsy makes it there undetected by Key. That's insane timing. This is starting to look possible.
30 seconds left.
The only hard part, though, is that they have to get the spike that's sitting in Hookah with two players inside of it. So they got rid of the first roadblock here. But Lord Fries has just been playing out of their mind. One more! It was close to an ace, but
One
Miss
shot.
Hollow. It's one shot, one kill, and no hope for Baker.
Missed Hollow. Getting sharper and sharper as this game has gone by, and that is beautiful stuff from Kennesaw State. Very, very tough look there from Baker because, again, you have not seen different looks at all. Just period from that team into Hookah. You see the fade presence, and that's it. You immediately start to bite, especially against guns. You just do not expect two players to be in Hookah on a gun round. And that's just it. Beautiful adaptation from Lord Fries. He's been continuously just trying to fill in wherever he's been important for this, wherever he feels important for this team. Of course, on D, you have to keep that Viper wall pretty consistent, but Lord Fries, no matter where that wall kind of is, he's been feeling fluid, and that's just different. That is a very good look for a Viper that, again, doesn't have much of a responsibility. If anything, you would want to keep alive for the rest of that round, but as long as they're going in and out of that aggression, as long as they're sporadically coming in and out of that aggression, Baker College, they just can't predict it.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
And I think, too, like, when we're talking about the attack for Baker, is that I feel like they're not leaning into the power of their duelists enough. They're going for these really slow execs, these really slow engagements. Well, what do you expect out of a Waylay? What do you expect out of Yoru? They get it onto the site fast. Yoru, maybe, right, we've seen Gerami go off on these lurk plays by themselves a lot because they can TP and regroup with the rest of the squad. That's fine. But we still haven't been seeing so much out of Demon where, right, dash on the side, back out, play for maybe that quick pick, and that's where we're seeing Bucky being used here. So I'm hoping for Baker maybe an increase in the tempo on how they exec these sites.
Yeah, we might be seeing that now with a couple of ultimates on the board. It is a little bit tough, though, to see Lord Fries not try to pull. No, he did pull the Viper's Pit. The Viper's Pit is alive over towards the long side, but this is finally it. Baker coming in, Waylay TPing in. It is a bit of an opportunity here for Baker to just try to get this plant down, but they are TPing back. They're TPing right into the Viper's Pit. Huh.
And then they're going back?
Very interesting things. Did they count how many TPs happen?
I don't
sure
think
if they counted 4, I'm sure there's just a lurker, but Mist Hollow going to be going for 1. He has the footsteps, but Waylay is still in the back of sight, trying to hold off the cross. Demon doesn't have an angle. DSNI from heaven, he's just going to hold it down. You hate to see it. But ladies and gentlemen, Baker might have a chance. They have Spike in the middle of sight. They've switched up so much that they've just left Kennesaw on a bit of a wild goose chase, but never mind. Last second, Lord Fries through the smoke, able to get a headshot right onto the Spike. Are you kidding me? Gerami, 1v2. I'm going to shake off what just happened, and it isn't exactly...
30 seconds left.
It isn't exactly difficult here for Gerami to try to get that plant down because there's nobody here.
Yeah, I guess Kennesaw was thinking that Gerami would have taken a TP or TP'd themselves onto the A site with the Spike, but Gerami didn't have the utility to do that. Instead, it's going to stand their ground on B in this 1v2 in the first fight, now breaking out.
Yeah, and Quacky waiting for his teammate to potentially get that angle in. Gerami doesn't find him either. He's just held himself down to a one-on-one against Quacky. He might have heard the gun coming in. Yeah, there's the footstep down from Key. Key is going to go down one-on-one. Clean here for Gerami. Gerami needs this to hold down Baker in this game, but no, sir. Kennesaw State, double digits, and Baker are looking down the barrel of just empty wallets looking down the barrel of an 0-2 start here at DreamHack.
We gotta be honest though, Upmind, that was a little bit of a goofy round though from Baker. And granted, they were on their save round, but we went to TP, we rotate back to A, we go into TP again, then we finally end up on the site where you get spammed through a Viper's Pit. Meanwhile, your duelists with the Buckies are firing as much as they possibly can, but yeah, it comes down to that 1v2, and unfortunately, that last moment slipping out of their fingers, and what could have been that round to get Baker back on track, but instead, this has just been a complete Kennesaw-dominated half.
Smoke's down.
Really just ingenuity in that round. But here comes Demon. Demon needed to pop out, see if there's anybody on the defensive side laying around side. There's going to be 2 players over towards Showers, and look out over in heaven. Mist Hollow is going to be able to take down Gerami, and now Baker already down to 3. This is their opportunity to get some sort of easy plant. They have a Viper's Pit as a red carpet into the middle of this site, but shots going in through the smoke, getting scarily close to revenge, but it just does not happen. Mist Hollow does go down, still down to the 3-on-3. There's still a player over in B for this defensive side too. Baker, they're cutting noise right now in the middle of this pit.
Oh, shot in the dart for DSNI though. Not quite good enough, the operator. But on the other side of this, Baker's best chance, best opportunity to finally get around in this half. KSU has to navigate the pitfalls inside of this Viper's Pit. But little they know there's more than a snake in there. There's an entire cadre of bees, a swarm. Lord Fries, no stranger.
What?
To what a Viper is able to do. Here comes the orbital strike to try and slow them down to get the defuse and whittle away as much of that time as they can, along with the Molly. Lord Fries doesn't care.
He's going to pick him. He's going to pick him. Oh my goodness, Lord Fries did everything to just make it possible, dude. Oh my sweet Jesus. Shout outs to Lord Fries.
Shout out to Lord Fries.
Shout outs. Shout outs. Great college effort. But it's Baker College with a W.
It is, finally, right? It took them 5 rounds of Kennesaw before they were finally able to get their 1 in this half. So it's still not out of reach, right, the lead. It's still not out of reach to get this tied. It only takes 2 rounds for them to do that.
Yeah. You can only joke about the end of that round, too, because just shots through the smoke again.
Yeah. I mean, and Lord Fry's getting a double kill inside of the Viper's pit.
Yep.
So all they needed to be hit with is one round from either one of Baker.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But this is big now, 10-8. This game has flipped a little bit here. Baker needs to follow up. They are facing against the Pistols, so that's crazy to even say. Kennesaw State, they won so many rounds in a row, but they just kept dropping bodies. One loss, and they've already dropped basically all of their guns, all of their firepower. That's pretty nuts here for Baker. Baker showing how competitive this half has truly been, regardless of the streak of rounds coming in from Kennesaw State. Demon, one-on-one against Mist Hollow, and that's just tough to see. Mist Hollow couldn't really do much over on that long side with just a Sheriff.
Things have quieted down massively. Baker still leaning back towards his B exec, and so many up long to push over against Quacky, who has only the Sheriff and is also the only one here. There's no Yoru TP to get back onto the site quick. And this poor Fade is about to have to deal with a 1v5 by themselves. They heard the one player that might be up on the high ground, but no, they're not taking any chances. Okay, never mind. They are taking a chance. And that's not the kind of jump scare you want to see on Halloween.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Valorant is a horror game on October 31st, ladies and gentlemen, and every other day of the year. DSNI, Lord Fries. I mean, when you're facing against Lord Fries in a smoke, it does seem like a horror game to me, but there is no smoke.
Player standing.
Good old Wild West over towards the long range, and it is going to be DSNI as the last person here. Again, this is going to be 10-9 going over towards the Baker side, but just a big reminder, Kennesaw State, they won basically every round in this half so far. Baker came out of that first half with 7 rounds. They've only now won 2 rounds in a row, and Baker College, they have flipped that economy completely there on Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State, regardless of winning 5 rounds in a row, they fall to 2 very easy-looking rounds there from Baker College. This has basically become an even game, no matter how you look at it. If Kennesaw State loses this round, they're basically giving another 2 to Baker. If Baker loses on this round, we're just looking at even buy after even buy after even buy.
And I think for Baker, especially being able to breathe a sigh of, you're having a sigh of relief from getting through that round flawlessly. You have all of your weapons intact. You're not spending anything more than you need to. And now for Kennesaw, right, you're starting to feel a little bit more of those pressures constraining around you. So now you're looking towards getting some of the similar flawlessness that Baker just had in the last as well. But yeah, we're seeing it though. The tempo has been increased to exponential levels. Baker is already getting the spike planted. It's the full 5v5.
Even strength 5v5 retake. But it's real slow right now. These players from Kennesaw State just scaling their way up into sight right now without putting in any sort of pixel. 4 players are in the middle of sight without a single shot being fired. Kennesaw State here on the front door, knocking it down. Mist Hollow going to be taking that revenge. There's still another player over towards U-Haul. Here comes Key. Key without a chance onto Demon. Diffuse trying to go in, but there's still a little bit of presence over towards Short. Drago comes in, dropping from the smoke, but no, sir. Kennesaw State with a chance, but hold on a minute.
Wait a second.
The Brim Molly. People are dying. Hold on a minute. Did the Brim Molly do it?
There's no way.
It did.
There's no way.
10-10 Baker. Beyond the grave for more than 15 seconds, and it just works.
Nami. Some form of whatever prophetic mind they had just saved the day for Baker in what was clear disaster. And it's so good for them too because they committed so many ultimates to win that round that looked like it wasn't meant to be. They used waylays, they used fades, but Nami coming through, like you said, beyond the grave to keep this team alive and to bring us a tide bind.
Oh my goodness, and the fact that he got spotted so early too. I mean, he died basically immediately after he put down that Molly. But Nami, again, incredible stuff, incredible layering coming out from Baker throughout the later half of that round. Kennesaw State, they did even better though. Both teams had incredible ideas going into the end of that round. And these are 2 teams at the very bottom of this group. These are 2 0-1 teams fighting for their lives. Here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational, ladies and gentlemen, Baker, they find themselves mostly throughout that mid side trying to face on yet another 2-stack into hookah from Kennesaw State. They've seen this look once before, but they don't exactly put themselves in a position to mitigate it. They're going back over towards A. It's going to be 2 pistols on the other side here, but Showstopper in the hands of Key, and it's a perfect angle into the middle of that bomb site. Key pulls out the Showstopper, and he could have 2, maybe 3 in the middle of sight.
And I love it too. Like, right, they just all 5 players.
It's getting set up for him. Key with the nade. They see where he is now. They should know that the Showstopper is live. The nade works.
That's going to be rough, right? You've lost Nami, but still, it's not quite out of the realm of possibility. He's going to go in, pop the Showstopper. Over on the other side, got to look behind them in the corner. Demon making their presence known. Out goes the Showstopper. No one is getting blown up today. They hear it ping up the spike. Then comes the flashbang. Quacky's double kill with the Sheriff.
Only 2 remaining here for Baker, trying to hold it all up. It's Germsy and Revenge. Now only Germsy, and he's gone. Kennesaw State. They made it look easy. Even without the Showstopper hitting from Key, Baker, nobody laying on a peak because, of course, of the Showstopper. Even weirder, though, is Demon deeper into U-Haul. Yet another player up close, Drago. They were in the front row there to just try to get that first interaction, and neither one of them could execute onto Kennesaw State. Both players missing out on their one-on-ones, missing out on a 2-on-1. Baker falling apart at the end.
Right, we look at Key, we think about that ultimate that they use, right? Sure, they didn't get anyone on with that. They didn't get a frag, but what they did was they created space. They gave the opportunity for the rest of the squad to get in, and maybe even grab some of the weapons that were left behind. Germsy, immediate dimensional drift, spots 2 inside of showers.
Amazing
making
info.
all the callouts they need to, and try to clear through lamps to maybe get one more, but time's starting to run low for that Demon. Wow.
That's exactly what you want to see from the Waylay, but Germsy goes down. Nami picking on Mist Hollow, and that's the sight. Baker, their easiest looking round yet, but it had to come from the ulties. It had to come from a beautiful play from their Waylay. 2 more players remaining here for Kennesaw State. And this game is just going to continue to stay right on the wire. 11-11 more than likely, unless Quacky and Lord Fries can pull off even more heroics. These 2 have been pure heroes so far, and they're playing in the support roles. Quacky, the last one remaining in a 1-on-3, super low HP. Can't exactly expect too much. 11-11 in a best of 1.
Yeah, a reminder, right? This is a best of 1. This is already with your backs against the wall, and both of these teams are giving us everything that they have. It's 11-11. Kennesaw State having to cobble together another bye. 2 players ain't got nothing. It looks like we have another timeout. As I'm sure, I'm pretty sure this one's going to be coming from Kennesaw. They need to get whatever economy working in order, right? Because now they're either staring down the barrel of this. They gamble, they buy up the weapons for the players that they do have, maybe get a couple from Baker, try to win out this round. Good stuff from them. But if Baker wins here, right, that puts Kennesaw in a really nasty position going into match point, where the only thing you're hoping for is to try and eke your way into overtime.
And more than likely, we should be seeing that Viper's Pit early here from Lord Fries. I mean, this is realistically the round for Kennesaw State to win out. Again, they lose out, like you said, the economy is going to be lower. It's not going to be impossible to work with. But the ultis are so low on this team. There's basically 0 chance for Quacky, DSNI, Key to try to get their ultis by that next round. Mist Hollow is purely situational, though, off the orbital strike. But like you said, all of this weight is going on to Kennesaw State this round. Baker technically with the chance that next round. But let's see the look here. Baker mostly lining up towards that B area. We've seen the Viper's Pit through B mid. We've seen it through B long. Consistently, this Viper has been a nuisance over on this side of the map, and immediately Baker, their plans are getting foiled here, but they're not exactly stopping. Lord Fries in the middle of this Viper's Pit. Baker was thinking about it, but no approach just yet. In Kennesaw State, they're not exactly fishing for info so far. There is one player deep in showers.
Oh, Quacky. It's going to be everything for you, buddy. Get away from Prowler. Tank the hit and just get the heck out of dodge.
Tough spot for a Sheriff. You would like to see an SMG there. He's able to back out into sight, long range with a headshot.
They just go in through hookah, right? Send the entire squad, and that's going to force Lord Fries out of the Viper's Pit. But look at this. Nami jumps out of smoke. Oh, Lord Fries!
Needs more though. Beautiful shots coming out, and Nami with the orbital strike working out. Germsy coming up on the long side. Now it's going to be 2 more players remaining here for this attack side. Germsy alongside Demon, both separated, and the spike is in the middle of the site. Germsy takes his time, and he can't even TP. The TP is stuck on the wall. He's waiting for the TP to potentially move a little bit over to the left, but it's just not happening. Germsy, maybe with an opportunity off the flip of the smoke. This is perfect timing off the dissipate. DSNI with a shot. Now it's only Germsy. Germsy picking up 1. Kennesaw is giving him one-on-ones. Germsy, let's see how he does it. Needs to pick up the pixels one by one. They don't peek him, but Miss Hollow with nothing but a sheriff. First bullet picks onto Germsy. Baker down to 11. Kennesaw State now with a chance to put themselves into playoffs. They still have so much more to play for against Maryville a little bit later, but this is their best chance to even get into playoffs. This game against Baker.
And this is what I was talking about for Kennesaw, where they needed to win it, otherwise they were in topsy-turvy land. Yeah, that's Baker's problem now. They're having to force together their own buy.
No ultimates.
There's no ultimates. You may be able to get Demon an ult orb to give them theirs, and that's exactly what they're going for here. But guess what?
Wait, Nami, that's a beautiful shot coming back to Miss Hollow, even better. Sharp shots from Miss Hollow in these last 2 rounds, really throughout this entire half, and it leaves Spike in no man's land.
Leave Spike in no man's land. You have to go back over and try to get it. Baker, their heads, they're confused, they're dazed. Their opportunity to grab an ultimate slipped through their finger. And where do you go from here, right? 2 players on A, 2 towards B. Try to draw them as best you can, but KSU, they're not falling into that trap. Not just yet anyways, but eventually Baker's gonna start the migration pattern onto B where, well, I mean, you're going to Lord Fries, Upmind, and this player has been dominating in whatever engagement they take.
Whenever he's on his own, whenever he has his head on a swivel, Lord Fries has been able to come out with 2-3 kills almost every single time. Let's see if that trend continues, because just doing the math here, Kennesaw State has 4 players remaining. 3 of them are over on A. That means that this is going to be a tough job for the individual of Lord Fries in the back of sight, but let's see how he can even react. Wall goes down, no decay on either one of these players. Molly in the back of sight too. Lord Fries just needs an angle. He's able to get 1. Oh my goodness, Lord Fries! He wants it all! Lord Fries! Last year on the B team, this time the top of the top team at Kennesaw State. 13-11, Kennesaw have given themselves a chance for playoffs.
What did I say, man? You put Lord Fries on one side of the map by themselves, you're going to be going into the Devil's Pit. Not the Viper's Pit, the Devil's Pit. And he showed up and showed out. That was a phenomenal performance here from Kennesaw State. A really teeth-grinding match, though, right? It was 13-11. Both sides making their mistakes, both sides capitalizing on said mistakes, but both sides also giving us exemplary performances, and I think showing us how hungry they were to get that win. But it's Kennesaw, again, that we're talking about those underdog stories at the very beginning of this broadcast. Kennesaw State, the number 8 seed, completely upsetting all expectations right now.
Right now at the bare minimum, because they already faced off against Stony Brook a little bit earlier. Stony Brook, they have their game against really the other side here. Baker College, they're going to be going in that one-on-one against Stony Brook, and if anything, again, that leaves our group in total limbo. Total limbo. There is a situation here where we will be seeing a 3-way tiebreaker in the next hour and a half, 2 hours here, depending on, of course, Kennesaw State facing off against Maryville. Maryville looking fantastic, looking for a perfect run in this group. And Stony Brook, competitive showing a little bit earlier against Kennesaw State, still taking down Kennesaw State. Baker College, they're not exactly a team that just didn't show their efforts, right? In that second half, it was purely competitive. Those first 4 rounds that we ended up seeing from Kennesaw, first 5 rounds that we ended up seeing from Kennesaw State, almost every single one of those rounds had to come down to 2 players, 1 player, 3 players from Kennesaw State, leaving them totally up against the ropes. But Kennesaw State, again, just on that defensive side, they had the right pieces at the ends of those rounds. Love the play from Germsy, loving the play, of course, from Lord Fries. How could I ever forget that name? One of the best names in the game. Lord Fries, incredible work in that second half just to make that difference. But Baker College, again, they're showing that they're at least competing. There's still that big question. Stony Brook, Can they even get that singular W there, or can Stony Brook really defeat both of these teams? Can Kennesaw State just be eliminated just off of Stony Brook's game versus Baker a little bit later?
And, you know, I want to point out real quick, because we got the Valorant Sphere, but look at the crowd of mine.
Look at
that are here just to watch these games go on.
Yeah.
The DreamHack Collegiate Invitational has been nothing. It's been insane, buddy.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, it is so great. And look at that. We got a cameo appearance from Zobi real fast.
I gotta teach you this. This is called the Hootie Hoo.
The Hootie Hoo?
It's an hour. Yeah, Hootie Hoo. All right.
Well, I'm 31,
I don't-
okay? I'm hunko here,
Come on,
okay?
come on, do it.
Listen, we're
Yeah.
doing hand signs in Atlanta.
I was
Georgia.
watching that game. That's crazy.
That was crazy. That's crazy. I do want to get the schedule
This is
pulled
the
up
only
real
sign
fast.
I'm putting up.
Yeah, we're getting a thumbs up. Getting a thumbs up. Good old thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to get the schedule pulled up if we can real quick, though, because I want to see. Yeah, there we go. Because we got still 2 more matches left for the day.
Dos más.
Actually, I think we might have one more at the afterwards, but we'll see. Anyways, but next up is going to be Fisher College versus Converse University, and then we're going to see Baker again versus Stony Brook.
Yeah, that is, again, the decider because, again, you at home, you could just assume at this point, Kennesaw State, they had a very close game against Baker. Baker did not have a close game against Maryville. Maryville, again, have been fantastic these last few months at the upper tiers of Valorant, and still, this is a totally competitive group. Baker College showed enough colors there in that game where we could just see this group get totally evened out by 3 p.m.
Man, it's been crazy, though. But I got to be honest with you, dude. It has been a crazy day of Valorant so far. It's been
Only
a crazy
day one?
of Rocket League over on the other side, over on the other stream. It's been a crazy day, I think, of just collegiate action.
I think if you reach over, you're going to be in the camera frame of Rocket League. So no, don't go too far. Oh, what? There he is.
No, I'm basically Rocket League now. I'm a Rocket League.
Now you're on the Rocket League broadcast. Double credits for the weekend. Good for you.
There we go. Hey, there we go. What's up, man?
All
We'll
right,
have
ladies
you
and
over on
gentlemen.
this side, and then you can get over there too. You know, double dip on the credits too. Why not? But anyways, Upmind, we're having a lot of fun out here at DreamHack Atlanta. We're having a lot of fun at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational, but we are going to take a little bit of a break to get things set up for the next match. So don't go anywhere. The action is just getting more explosive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational. I am Exil, joined by a new face here. Say his name 3 times, Crow, 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 and he will appear. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling good, feeling great. Been watching the action all day long. It's been really, really fun games. That last game, KSU,
My goodness. My goodness.
But it's been super, super fun. I'm loving the energy here at DreamHack Atlanta. Games everywhere, but we are here for some Valorant.
That's true.
We're moving along.
We have a good matchup here, a pretty important matchup as well. We have Fisher versus Converse here for you folks tonight or this afternoon, wherever you may be. It might even still be borderline morning for some of you people. But this is a pretty important game for Fisher, who dropped their first game against UTD, falling to that 6th seed team here in the Valorant matchup, and this is almost feels like a do or die here for Fisher.
It's really interesting because, I mean, coming into this, a lot of people may not, I mean, if you have been paying attention to Fisher's year so far in the collegiate space, you would not automatically assume, oh yeah, first UTD, it would have been a fight, but some people would have voted Fisher, you know, to take that W, to get that win.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of do or die, for Converse, this is kind of literally do or die, like their entire program, right? We know the story, you know, with the program being cut, etc., but they're still doing fundraisers. Check out their Twitter for the link for that if you want to help donate at all. But the Converse squad is so nice, like across all iterations of it, and this current squad is super nice as well.
Yeah, I know. I mean, both of the teams are fighting for a spot to survive here. But, I mean, if you're on the side of Fisher, right, you played against UTD, who's kind of known to be a land demon, right? I mean, online they're 1-5 in NACE, but here they come out swinging and take a fairly commanding win over Fisher. I believe it was 13-7 was the scoreline in that matchup. And Fisher, they just were kind of slow to get things rolling there against UTD. Towards the later half of that match, they started to win out on kind of those thrifties, winning out on bonuses, and then they were able to kind of get the ball rolling, but it was just too little too late, right? UTD already had 9-round wins going into the half, and that's not necessarily where you want to be if you're Fisher. So I'm looking for them to keep the momentum from that later half against UTD and come out swinging here and pick up a win against Converse.
They're actually going to have to, I mean, yeah, I agree. They're going to have to come out swinging immediately. I mean, because this is all BO1s. I will say Fisher is a really good, like, BO3, BO5 team.
Oh, yeah.
Always has been. But BO1s are always so volatile because you have to play generally more aggressive than you normally would, right? You have to play a little bit off your normal game plan. And I think for, like, teams such as Fisher that are really good at getting the ball rolling and then starting to capitalize, it proves more difficult because they have to keep that momentum up like exponentially faster. You know, you have to, it's literally an ignition switch. You have to start it and immediately be on the go. There's no time to ramp up because you only have, again, one game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, BO1s are so coin flippy, right? Because if you're a little sloppy at the beginning, it's hard because you need to adjust now. You can't adjust later. You don't have the benefit of going to a map 2, right? I mean, if you squander your chances, it's done. You have a blemish on the record. You fall to 0-1, right? So if you're Fisher, we saw Cuz start to heat up towards the end of that UTD match. Look to them to keep the ball rolling, keep that momentum, right? I mean, we saw them on the Waylay go kind of crazy.
You gotta go crazy. You gotta go crazy.
Of that series, right? Going in, dashing in, finding all these angles, but they just couldn't get it done, right? So Fisher, I look for them to have a bounce back game here against Converse, but like you said, in that best of one scenario, who really knows?
Hey, they a rabid dog coming into this fight. All teeth fully fang bared, ready to go. I do believe we have the map selection ready, if I heard correctly. We're going to go ahead and check that out. Looks like we're going to
Corrode.
Corrode. Now this makes things very interesting.
Yeah, this is definitely, well, one of the newer maps, if not the newest map here in this game. So definitely a little bit of a mix-up here coming through from these two teams. Of course, both teams being experienced with this one, staying in the map pool for so long as it has been. Just trying to get some more play time on this new map is Riot Games, keeping this bad boy in the pool. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one matches up. This one feels a little bit kind of a 50-50 here on whether you're on CT or attack.
It's really fun. I mean, I do think attack side, more aggressive teams have had a history of doing well on it, attack side.
Yep.
So with that being said, Converse coming out swinging like we know they will, it's just interesting because they're starting on defense. So Fisher having the lead with this attack is going to be very interesting on how they, go, just because Fisher being such an attack-heavy team is going to be something to watch. But we will have to pause on that right now, as we are fixing a few tech issues. So we can send to a break. Our beautiful face will be coming back momentarily, but I promise you, there's more DreamHack Collegiate Invitational action coming up real soon. So don't go too far.
Holy moly, we're back,
We're
gang.
back.
After some technical issues, we've hopefully solved that mystery and have this one underway here for Converse versus Fisher. We spoke a little bit about kind of what this matchup looks like, what this means for Fisher after dropping that game earlier against UTD, going 0-1 in this Group B. Going 0-2 at the end of the day is not where you want to be
not
for
ideal.
this Fisher roster. So looking for them to bounce back, looking at Blast, looking at Cuz to be the catalyst for this Fisher team to really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and again, we did see the map going to corrode with Converse starting on defense, so Fisher on the attack. Like I said, we really want to see Fisher like attack when they get in, because you cannot afford to start slow, especially on corrode. Like I said, very attack side favored, most teams would say. You also saw it a lot during champs if you watch champs. So we're going to see how well Converse does hold on defense, because it can really just change in a matter of rounds. Like, I'm looking at these first, in a best of ones, the first 5 rounds generally tell the complexion of how the game is going to be, barring some absolutely crazy comebacks like we saw earlier from like KSU.
True. Yeah, it's definitely interesting matchup, right, with these two squads. You mentioned how Corrode is very attack-friendly here in Valorant. Fisher, they need to come up huge, right? We saw a lot of their momentum start to shift on the defensive side on Sunset, but Sunset is kind of a defensive favored map, just a little bit. So we'll have to see if Fisher can lock in on this attack side, hit the ground running, find that 2-3 round lead early on, and really just kind of start to build up that cushion, build up some of those credits, some of that econ, get some money going, and really run away with this map before Converse can really get their footing on that defensive side.
Yep, and we're gonna need to talk about it, like holding the line. Like, I mean, like we see here with Fisher, like Sogo. Ooh, this could be spicy.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at Sogo, of course, and Blast. Like we had mentioned, a lot of people mentioned Blast whenever we were talking about, going on attack, going in immediately. That's what we want to look at. But looking on the side of Converse, how are we looking to hold the line? Because Puffin, I mean, very solid, as well as, I mean, Arctic and Puffin, hilariously enough, one of my favorite
Arctic
birds.
Puffin?
Right, one of my favorite birds ever. But like those two are so good on defense, holding the line, holding on to angles, especially Arctic, being able to watch so many angles, going with the classic Sova, nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy on it. But how well are they going to be able to hold the line against this comp that Fisher's crafting does? And not too aggressive, but it does have agency in when they want to make aggressive situations.
Yeah, Cuz going on Waylay here, yet again a double duelist comp. It's the Yoru coming through from Sogo. We saw them on the Viper actually just a few matches ago. Hoyin on the Omen yet again, piloted that one, looked good on it, but couldn't quite get the Paranora angles that they were looking for. But still, it's going to be a back and forth matchup. We see Cuz as well on the Waylay, yet again trying to get some agency, get some entry power going, kind of dodging out on that Jet instead. So we'll have to see what goes down as we await for game start.
Right, and I mean, we don't just talk about that. Back again, we mentioned Cuz being back on the Waylay. Did have a pretty decent showing on it earlier, even though it was a loss. Still was able to put up some good numbers on it. Hopefully, they can bounce back and recover, stick to the game plan that they had, previously in the loss to UTD. It's aside from him, like, who are we looking at on this Fisher squad to get that lead for Fisher on this attack half?
Yeah, it's going to come down to, I mean, Blast needs to go huge. We've seen them be able to do that time and time again. They were clutching up massively for Fisher in that UTD to keep that match close. But it took them a while to really get going. Same with Cuz, right? And granted, it was early in the morning. It was, maybe 12. And for us esports gamers, that's pretty early, right? Yeah. we stay up late into the wee hours of the morning playing our games sometimes. So they're warm, they've warmed up, they have a match under their belt, they know kind of what to expect into this Converse matchup, right? We're looking at Arctic and Puffin specifically, some of those frontman players here for that Converse roster to kind of get that ball rolling early for that side of things. But it's still going to be just an interesting matchup, right? A pretty scrappy matchup on either site, frankly. I mean, they're both kind of close quarters scenarios on Corrode. So we'll have to see how this one hits the ground running, but we await game, and we will get this one underway shortly.
Yep, just finishing up some little tech issues. It wouldn't be Atlanta without tech issues. Let's be real. Like that's how it goes, you know. So I mean, looking into this though, I do have like a few questions on, like, I mean, Converse's composition. It was Sova, Omen, Waylay, KO. Was it Fate or was it Viper?
I want to say it was Viper if I'm remembering correctly, but it might have been.
So a pretty standard composition, all things considered. Going with that, it's weird because like I'm looking on like how they're gonna hold mostly through mid, a lot of mid play, mid through A, like those sides. They're gonna be doing a good job of like really holding on to angles and corridors, you know, filling the space with as much util as possible on round starts. I really hope that Puffin holds on to, doesn't do the typical KO thing of just throwing knife immediately around start, right?
Yep.
In Corrode especially, like a lot of these close quarters maps, you want to hold on to that 0 point, to that knife a little bit later than usual, just because the entry, whoever's playing entry, doesn't necessarily jump in like off rip on round start. Yes, you want to suppress, you want to deny utility usage, but it's like it's so common for you just to throw that knife, and with that decently long recharge time, it can really come back to bite you in these rounds. And if you're starting on defense, it's such a great defensive tool to have. So something just to watch for there. So I'm looking, like I said, Arctic and Puffin to really control the space a lot, seeing how that goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the util is used, right? Because the KO knife is a very important piece of util, right? If you get that early scouting, that could dictate the entire push on the attacking side or rotations on the defensive side. If you can snuff out a push early enough and kind of lock down an anti-entry, or just kind of play for that retake later on, whatever it may be, that is huge communication for the team and knowledge for the overall round, right? I'm interested to see how they play through mid, right? Mid is a very interesting scenario with a lot of kind of angles that you can kind of go through. You can kind of get closer towards that attacker spawn from the right side of the map. You have that kind of mid window that you can sit on as well. I don't expect there to be a whole lot of scrap in mid, but I do think that it's going to be a big emphasis on rotations, right? If we have someone sitting mid window or lurking kind of in that attacker spawn for rotations, you can do a lot of damage because you can see pretty much through the entire map.
Okay, hear me out. Cuz and Jaffe.
Yeah.
On this attack side, I do think they're going to be a major factor just within these first 2 rounds. But I think Cuz, once he gets warmed up, if he gets warmed up, rather, because, I mean, there's, you know, that high possibility that Converse will just keep him shut down, keep him cool. We'll just run away with it. But I'm looking to see how those two specifically will facilitate each other and have each other's backs running through on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting scenario regardless, right? I know Jeffy was playing pretty well into that UTD matchup, right? Was not really dropping the ball, was piloting the Marshall a lot of the time in that matchup as well, and was doing pretty darn good at it. As I do believe we will be hopping into game here.
Back.
Yes, we will. It'll be Arctic here on this, so Puffin on the KO. When we were right about that Viper there as well for Cram. So we'll have to see where the setup comes, as we can already kind of see a little bit of the layout. Arctic in that mid window. I believe that's alongside Cram as well. Oh, no, that is not alongside Cram.
Look at this mid control, though. Off the bat, I told you, looking towards mid, towards A, Arctic is already set up in position. Wants to go ahead and get some sort of info going. And I believe Avian is waiting in the wing right now. So once again, I want to see how Fisher does play through mid, going towards A, because we know that's a very common target here on this map. We are getting off the race here. So pistol, a little snapback. You're fine. You're living. You're living. A little suppressed, but still staying alive for a moment.
Able to stay alive for the time being. Some spray there through that toxic wall as well. Playing a lot through this mid area. Geo with a kill already. Blast off the board. Still trying to go through mid is Fisher. Cuz able to answer back with yet another kill there onto Arctic. Just kind of getting around this CT elbow position there, just shoving their way in towards this mid window. Viper down as well. Cram is off the board. Now some answers back. What can they find?
This is crazy. Geo is so low, but able to actually get another pick very well. But hey, it's not quite enough. Sogo says enough of this. Let's go ahead and win this pistol. This is a very solid pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, pistol under the belt already there for Fisher. They will have this bonus by Sogo there with the Vandal and a full armor pack. That is huge on the side of this Euro. Does so well controlling that mid space. Posturing around a B hit right now is Fisher. We'll have to see if they fully commit as 3 men are stacked for Converse over on this B site. KO knife up and ready to go.
I'm telling you, man, it's a waiting game. Okay, we spent so much time in the pre-show talking about Cuz and, if he can get started. We forgot to mention Sogo, and that's honestly, bad on my part because Sogo is so good at getting things started for Fisher. He's already, 3-0 coming into this one in the last round. Now they got the 3K, make it now up to 4. Has a rifle in his hand. This duelist setup is so good as he sniffs out Geo and takes him down. Not even a time to fire a single round. Waiting around the corner. Cuz with 1 buckshot goes crazy and takes out Dekram, but will fall. But it's just a 2v4 here with not a lot of firepower going into this.
I mean, look at the weapons on the side of Fisher. Right, Hun there with the Bucky able to find the rest. The cleanup there will win on the bonus. A 2-0 lead now here for Fisher. That's the judge, excuse me, not the Bucky. But hey,
there was a Bucky in play though. It's cool.
That is true. There was a Bucky. There was a Bucky on the map at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sogo now 5-0 to start here. Ultimate almost up and available. I mean, Fisher off swinging here against Converse.
Yeah, and that's what they had to do. There's Fisher has no room for error here because no one wants to go 0-2. They want to make it to the next stage tomorrow. It's just it's a matter of can Converse stop this? If they want to stop this, they have to stop this within the next 2 rounds. They have firepower to do so. See how well they use it as you do see that ultimate was spin from Sogo to get some information. He's popping around, he's dancing around, but Puffin does make it work. Goes a flash just to try and give him some cover afterwards. The fight is on here. All hands towards the B side, a little bit towards mid. From down the range though, will be traded out. Just managed to take down Cuz. Very key detail here. It is returned immediately. It's a 2v3 in favor of Converse, making that a 1v3. And I told you they needed to stop this momentum that Fisher was gaining, and they managed to put a stop to it right here.
I mean, you got to think the snake bite early on really stopped a lot of the momentum on that push on to B. So Dokram able to kind of stall just enough for rotations to come through. Puffin in a beautiful position looking at that entry site and was just able to clean house. 3 clean kills there. The Euro ultimate expended as well. Cannot find anything off of it. It was Puffin on the back end that was able to answer and find that kill almost immediately, as now Converse find themselves with a round win, a full buy in their back pocket, and still, pretty much a full buy on the side of Fisher. They do have that Odin in hand there for Jeffy on this fade.
Yeah, Jeffy has a good place to set up shop as well.
Back here.
You've seen Odin be super successful. Whoa, that wasn't a kill? That was a lot of shells actually connecting on there. Unfortunately, Avian not able to confirm that kill. Judge not the silent killer it used to be. So it does give some chance though. Everybody calls it off. You see it split straight down the middle. B and A heavily contested. The spike looks to be rotating towards mid. It's on Hyun right now. Let's see what the next call is. Slow rotate over through mid though. It's a danger zone. Hot spot indeed.
Spray coming through the wall there from Arctic. Can't quite connect on anybody in full as the rotation comes through from all through mid. Oh, Jeffy able to find the angle with the Odin. Puffin goes down. Dokram able to find one onto Cuz as well. Can't quite find the second. Sogo able to win out on that gunfight. 4-3 now in favor of Fisher. They have full control over B site. What does Converse's retake look like? Judge in hand, 2 Phantoms here for Converse.
So this is going to be interesting because multiple members of Fisher are pretty low. Yeah, you see Sogo already on 72 HP, no armor available.
One enemy remaining.
Blast! Okay, Blast says, I'm going to put a stop to it myself. I don't care. I got my brothers back. We end this thing. That's crazy. Walked around the corner to their death. Converse looked like we're able to have a good retake, get shut down immediately. I need a drop. Blast coming alive in that last round, saving it for Fisher College.
That Blast with a quick 2 halts any potential retake coming through from Converse. That's exactly what you want to see on that post plant. As now we enter round number 5. Fisher in control. You point out the buys, right?
God.
There's nothing on the side of Converse. A shorty, 3 sheriffs, and a classic struggling for any footing here at the beginning of this map.
The best I can do is hope we're getting at least 1 or 2 picks and stealing some rifles. Arctic tries to pop through the wall and make something happen before 2 will fall. Cuz gonna gun him down in cold blood. It's a hard focus towards B site.
Puffin.
Fisher has full control of it, stepping out of the side. Gio, what were you thinking? What were you trying to achieve? Unfortunately, nothing will go his way, and that's 2 down. Converse opting to pull back. Fisher making the call to rotate now. Interestingly enough, with that full control, still think they could afford to be there if they wanted to. They don't know. They don't have all the info, rather, so going to play it safe as they should.
The rotate coming through here from Fisher. We'll have to see if there's a response from Converse. Avian, the only one in the area with this shorty, rotating back through this hall into elbow. Won't be able to be pinpointed by that fade. Cuz, however, able to find one onto Dokram. The flank completely nullified on the side of Converse. A 2v5 scenario. You might as well give it your all, right? You don't have the guns necessarily needed for this comeback. I mean, you look on the side of Fisher, they have pretty much anything they could ever want. The spike down as well. We know where Avian is. No one opting to find an angle here. The peek coming through. Puffin able to find one, but Blast answers back immediately. Now, Avian, the last one standing. Shorty in hand, just kind of playing a little hide and seek. Will opt to lose the short. I mean, it doesn't impact anything, frankly. 4-1 now in favor of Fisher.
Okay, that last round, I mean, it was kind of over. Like when you look at the equipment wise, it was very much of a tall ask for Converse trying to get something going in that one. They knew that as well. That's why when they lose those first 2 members, they're just very much like, okay, cool, yeah, we'll chalk it up. We'll go next. On the next one, we can afford to buy something. They will hard index into rifles, including an operator on Avian. I need to see Avian actually come alive on this Waylay. We were talking about Cuz's Waylay doing well in their previous game and kind of well here. We need to see the same thing from Avian on the side of Converse, because 0-4 right now on such a pivotal duelist, not where you want to be, especially in this game.
And we do have an ultimate here on the side of Cuz as well. Looks like they're moving towards A. Will be used. Not finding anything with it. A dash in from Cuz. Does Gio know they are there? No, Cuz able to find the answer, the response. But now, this is a full buy coming through from Converse. They have no econ left. They have to win this round as Jeffy goes to the plant and finds it. Nightmare up and available for Jeffy.
That is huge. I mean, Fisher hold all the cards here. They really have to make Converse come to them. Perfect angle setup here. The smoke is there. The lineup not quite. Cuz will actually fall. But Sogo on the backside of things has not been seen yet, and he will take one down before he falls. It is a trade, but is somehow going in the favor of Converse. Avian sold the operator's hand. Wants to make things work. He misses. Takes a large chunk out. Down to 1 HP. Meanwhile, Blast actually gets down Arctic with the snake bite. It's all disaster right now. 2v2, but Converse is surely worse for wear. That bomb is ticking down. There's no time to defuse. They don't even want to try to attempt it. They invested a lot into that round, and it unfortunately will not pay off for them. Fisher fans, rise up, because your team is doing real well right now.
I mean, Converse, it looks so unbelievably close, but they just couldn't quite get the job done. Props to the save as well. You do not want to lose those guns. You cannot lose those guns in that scenario. As we go to a timeout, you can only assume this is Converse calling this one, because if you look at the economy, man, there's not a whole lot you can purchase with those credits.
Not a lot. We have 5 below right now. Can't even lie. Doing the best they can. I mean, looking at the score lines, going off of it, it's really, really difficult to see how they make things happen this moment. I mean, Puffin, like I said, one of the standouts for this squad, has been doing his best to provide levity, provide information, be that tip of the spear going into things. But we have to see the rest of the team get up to that level. I mean, Gio would be the second one you're looking at. He's been taking a lot of initiative going in. It's just when everyone on Fisher's firing on all cylinders, I mean, you see it. Like, Blast has actually been so crazy. 2 snakebite kills, I want to say.
I think so, yeah.
Ridiculous.
It has been a very strong showing thus far from Fisher. Have a 4-round cushion here moving into round number 7, but Blast 7-2 thus far. It does have the pit up and available as well. If they take a site quickly, it's going to be so hard for Converse to find a response. They have no way to really enter, frankly, at all, especially once that pit is up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what the call is being made. Hard split between the two. Looks like B side once again is a large focus for Fisher. Well, they like to start B and then, fake and then rotate over somewhere else. But everybody is over here at the moment as Cuz gets one snatch back. Arctic is good for another. So is Avian. At the end of the day, the spike will fall. Converse up again in an advantageous situation, but we've seen this before, unfortunately. Exil, we got to see if they can finish it off.
We will have to see, indeed, the rotate coming through from Fisher here. Cuz the one carrying the spike. All 3 members of Converse over on this B site, pushing up through B main, a rotate through that attacker spawn. We'll have to see if Fisher can read this one, going very slow towards this A site. Does have spike, 45 seconds to go, plenty of time. Does look like they are going to go for this plant over here on A, but a little bit hesitant is Cuz. Doesn't want to get caught off guard going for that plant. A very, very slow 3-man rotation coming through from Converse in through mid. The plant coming through. I don't know if they know where they're coming from. There's the pit there in elbow as well, forcing them in through the side. The spike in the pit there as well. If they can find Blast here, this would be absolutely huge. Cuz has no idea where they are coming from right now. Here comes the drone. Can they spot them out? Not quite yet. Avian spraying through, does find one connection. Avian, do you know where Blast is? The answer is yes. The spray coming through the pit is gone. Now it's all because finds one, almost finds the other, but Arctic able to seal the deal. Converse, the time ticking away, but they have plenty of time to find the defuse. Converse strike back.
They lined up perfectly for Blast to actually get a collateral. They are so lucky he did not get that lineup perfect. Converse managing to snatch one back. It was chaotic. It was a chaotic first half of that round.
Yeah.
And they're just slows to a crawl, and it gets chaotic again, once again, towards the end of it. But oh my God. Converse giving me a heart attack. Hope you're sweating in my suit.
I was scared. That lineup was quite terrifying.
It was terrifying.
It was like, okay, this could be amazing for Converse, or your hopes and dreams could absolutely be squashed with a collateral there. Unfortunate for Fisher, they cannot find it, Blast specifically, but I mean, Converse finally able to get back into the swing of things because entry fast onto B. Doesn't find anyone just yet. We see Gio hiding off into that cover. You look up to heaven there as well. Doesn't spot anything out just yet.
Oh my God! Meeting right through the doorway. Cuz surviving with 5 HP. Avian super low as well. Need to fade back to the corner, stay out of sight, out of mind. He can still turn this though.
Oh my gosh, Gio. He doesn't know. Oh, down goes Cuz the waylay out of the way. The judge able to find one, but they're all on A. The plant is there. The distraction worked beautifully. Now let's see what Converse can do. Avian finds one. Sogo with the whiff. Blast spraying through. Able to find one as well. The slow blast hindered. Do they opt to go in? Avian not quite yet. The pre-fire is there. Blast able to find the waylay. Time ticking away. 3v3. The plant. It's all coming together for Fisher. Jeffy able to find 2 off the back end, and they stay alive. Fisher 6-2.
Okay, that's again another chaotic round that Converse should have been able to recover. They fumbled there. Blast playing so good, but we have to give so much props to Cuz buying so much time, being the sacrificial lamb, being the, hey, look, follow me over here, to draw that time to allow Fisher to get that plant and set up shop. Oh my God, they're so good now. With only 2 rounds left before this half is over, it's looking real scary for the Converse squad.
It looks pretty good here for Fisher. I mean, a beautiful act, a beautiful performance from Cuz in that last round to fool just about everybody. You take a peek at the buys here as well. Some Sheriffs, a Shorty, and a dead Avian. Waylay out of the way. Hun, the one able to find it, but look, no one's checking the corners. It's Sogo finding one. Geo is able to find one, and the Sheriff finding one as well. Onto Hun. Let's see what they can do here. A 3v3. They don't quite have access to the guns yet. Unfortunate turn of events there for Dokram. Now a 2v2 scenario. Let's see what happens.
Puffin, oh my God, managed to get that snipe with the Sheriff here. If you do like you said, the Hunter's Fury, I believe, is online. Oh, you need to have your gun out! Puffin doing so much work, but unfortunately falling here at the very end. I don't know if Arctic wants to try to take this fight. The plant will go down. He hasn't picked up anybody's rifles either, I don't believe. I think he's still only on that Sheriff. So if he wants to line this up, if he wants to commit that Hunter's Fury, he can, but I do not believe he wants to try to go for that. There are multiple rifles ahead of him to grab in this instance. He has to make the hero play here. Checking all his corners as he does.
We'll have to see what happens. No one looking in this angle. Does pick up a rifle. Vandal in hand, playing it slow. Time is of the essence here for Converse. We'll have to see what they can find. Does my God! Cuz dead, gone, Blast up in heaven. Will he stick it? No, the snake bite coming out. They have to retreat. There's absolutely zero time to find the defuse. Blast knows it, can find the kill onto Arctic, and now Fisher find themselves with a 7-2 lead.
That is actually crazy. That was so nastily played. It was close. Arctic, I mean, they do have the Hunter's Fury going into this round. I was wondering if he was going to commit it in that last 1v2 to try and get it, but saving it for this round with these rifle buys now. There's a few region armors as well, so you know there is room and durability for them to play with. It's a matter of how well can they coordinate to it.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's all going Fisher's way thus far. Again, Fisher going on a fast B, hit the pit, is thrown out by Dokram here, trying to halt this B push, but it doesn't look like they care. They're going with everything that they have. Cuz flies in, catches one to the dome. Dokram able to answer back. Puffin as well. Hun is down. Let's see what they can do now. They're up 2 players.
This is the best case scenario for Converse at this moment. Managing to only have to use the 2 ultimates, they'll have one in their back pocket available for them. Taking out 2 key players as well for Fisher. So everyone is all on B. They haven't made the call to rotate at A. We do see Arctic is waiting for them over at A should they choose to rotate. So they're going to take the fight right now. It's technically a 3v3 on the B side because of the scattered members from Converse. CVU holding the line. They need to win this round. They want to have some sort of favor going into the next one. They fires there.
They push through with the flash. Sogo able to find one onto Puffin. The spray coming through as well. Avian able to find one with the operator from downtown. Blast now finds themselves in a 3v1 scenario. The spike behind them. Avian again with the op through the wall. Able to find the kill. Converse staying alive 3-7.
Okay. That's exactly what they needed to get done. Didn't have to spend all their ultimates to get it done. Avian finally getting on board with this operator, doing some work with it. The best I can hope for. That's 7-4 going into this. But man, it is so nasty. Look at double Bucky's being bought for Fisher here. What are they scheming? What are they scheming right now?
I think they're really just looking to try to secure that 8-4 half, right? They're not too worried about this round. They're saving some of that econ, trying to have a big upper hand going out into that next half. Oh my goodness, Geo, are you going to do it again? No one's walking in just yet. Blast is waiting patiently right around this corner. The smoke going out. We'll have to see if they push forwards. They do, and he got him! Arctic able to find one as well. Jeffy with the stinger able to answer back. Arctic will fall, but now if you look at the weapons available. Puffin, however, answered back as well. That's now a Vandal in the hands of Hun as they look for
Gio's
that
limping.
Oh, the rotation.
Gio's limping.
Oh,
they
my.
smell blood. They're on his trail right now. He has no clear behind him either. Look at this. Look at the map. Look at the rotate.
Around.
Look at the rotate. Turn around, my dear boy. No! He will fall immediately. Hun is hunting this entire round, putting up kills and now putting it in Fisher's favor. Last 45 on the timer. Looking to get this finished off. Switches to a judge.
Dokram has an angle here on a potential flank coming through mid-stairs. We'll have to see if they can find it. Avian looking the opposite direction. Oh my goodness, Dokram on this flank is absolutely massive. If they can find them, we'll be able to find one snake bite coming out, swinging as well, Cuz able to answer back. Avian, operator in hand, Shorty as well. You're looking right at him. Oh, finds one because with the answer with the Vandal. 8-3 now in favor of Fisher.
That was so scary. I mean, Gio doing as much work as he can. It was just a little too squirrely. I will say the later these rounds have gone, the longer these rounds have run, it does get up to almost a coin flip, coin toss scenario for Converse and Fisher. Multiple times now we've seen it go down to 2v2s and 3v3s, and it's just a matter of how they're holding on to these positions on the map. A lot of these rotates, a lot of these lurks from Converse have not been as effective as intended.
Yeah.
Just something to watch out for, but they want to secure this. Like I said, 8-4 is the best they can hope for.
Yeah, Converse need to come out with an 8-4 here. Going down 9-3 against a very hot Fisher team. It is not what you want to see here. No. I mean, you're sitting 0-1 thus far in the group stage. We'll have to see if they can claw their way back. But right now, you look at the buys heavily in favor of Fisher, especially winning that round. 2 ultimates in their back pocket as well. Dokram out of the way. Blast able to find that one. Swinging out is Puffin, trying to find the trade. Will be able to, but it's Cuz instead finding Arctic.
Puffin doesn't have his sights aimed down. Sogo so good on those first bullets. And just now 2v4. I was hoping for that 9-4 half for Converse, but it's not looking too good. I'm not gonna lie.
Not looking good right now. The ultimate from Sogo as well coming out, positioning themselves on that backside.
Wait a minute.
The plant is down here for Fisher. Gio with a potential angle. Cuz, does not find it. Vandal in hand for Gio. Now smoke coming out. The blind as well. Jeff able to find one onto Avian. It's a 1v3 Sogo from up top, able to bury the Omen. 9-3 going into the half.
Okay, Fisher College managing to get the, oh my God. Get the lead in the triple 12 on your top 3. What are y'all doing? What are they feeding y'all? Hold on, that's crazy. But Blast, like I said, has been playing out of his mind this game.
Yeah.
So many of the wins for Fisher are coming off of some ridiculous play Blast has made or Sogo has created. But also we have to talk about Hyun. May not be top of the leaderboard, but his positioning has been so key in a lot of these rounds. Either A, saving them for Fisher, or B, opening them for Fisher.
I mean, just the presence, knowing that Hun is somewhere on the map, is enough to impact Converse's movement, right? You don't know where this Omen is half of the time if you are Converse, and it's come to bite you time and time again on rotations, on flanks, whatever it may be. Converse now on this attacking side, going for a 5-stack onto B immediately. Blast backing away, waiting for reinforcements, trying to spray through that wall there as well. Can't quite find anything. Gio trying to push up aggressively, and here comes the plant from Puffin. What does the retake look like from Fisher? Avian swinging out, staying alive, just barely. A spray through the toxic wall as well. Will not be able to connect.
Just took a little bit off the top there. Really good shock dart from Arctic, actually allowing a little bit of an entry to happen through, and these pistols go in the way for CVU right now, leaving it down to a 2v3. JK is a 1v3, and Jeffy cannot get it done. Puffin puts a cap in him, pushing Converse up one more round, winning the pistol this time.
Now will get that pistol, will now treat themselves to their own bonus round here in this second half. We see the buys coming through, Bulldogs and Marshall, 2 Sheriffs as well. But on the side of Fisher, we have 3 Buckies in the hands of the squad. We'll see what they can find with that one, as now Converse a little bit more of a split approach there, leaving that spike towards that mid angle as we tick away, entering round number 14.
Well, Converse, they got the dog in them. It's like the dog's out right now. The Bulldog's in the yard. Want to make a run for it. I do see it, though. I mean, we've seen both Sogo and Hyun with Bucky's do considerable damage on rounds earlier on. We'll see if they're able to do so once again here, holding that line, holding that defense. Looks like it does appear to be a B hit. They are just waiting, trying to get a catch on someone. Sogo gets chunked.
Oh,
and
man!
Dash in from Cuz with a Bucky in the face. Dokkum didn't stand a chance. Immediately falls. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to get in, jump in, get the zap back. No problem. But Avian with the Outlaw. Opted for a lot of snipes this game with the operator earlier on as jumps around over it. Puffin, good for 2. Aiming down the side to get 3, but Hyun and Cuz, I told you, put the Bucky in his hands and he will make the round yours. Fisher College going up to 10.
I mean, Cuz just kind of styling on them there with that Bucky. 3 kills immediately, swinging out B main. I'm there, I'm gone, kill, done. Now the rotate back through Hun. They're in elbow as well, finding 2 in that setup. It's just time and time again, just unfortunate timings coming through from Converse. 10-4 now, dire situations. You look at the buys coming through heavily in favor of Fisher. A couple of sheriffs and then a whole lot of classic. Sogo again answering back, will find the trade, but Blast is there to find Geo there instead. B, can you find anything on this B hit as Converse right now? They're struggling to enter.
We're doing a damn good job holding that line. Fisher College got it all wrapped up. Blast sitting in the corner, not allowing anyone onto the B site. The decision has to be made. Do they try to rotate? But if they do, they will run right into Hyun's waiting arms lurking through. We do see Dokkum. They will meet the corner. Does survive for a moment. Still looking. Blast holding that angle. Screen goes up. They're able to move forward. Gets the gun back out, but he knows where he wants to try to point. I see the pings as well. Looks like to be an all hands on deck. We need to see if Dokkum can hold off these 2 rotates coming over from both Hyun and from Cuz. He cannot. Cuz going to drop him immediately. 2v4 now for the attacking Converse. They have to make it a go in, but he's flashed, he's dazed, he's confused, he's done. Arctic buried in the dirt. All down to Avian on the Outlaw. Cannot get it done. 11 on the board. FC going up.
Yeah, I mean, Avian trying to sneak back behind on that B site up towards heaven, but can't quite find the impact that they were looking for. I mean, Fisher responding by hugging that back wall, hiding themselves from the angle that Avian was trying to go for. And then the flank coming through from Cuz as well, able to find the kills. A full buy now coming through from Converse. A dire situation. You're down 7 rounds. Fisher 11-4. They have to try to find some momentum here off of this full buy because their econ is all in this round.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Puffin getting rid of Hyun. That's a really good first step, but he is bleeding out. Luckily, the armor regen will be there for him. Allow him, take one more shot, but very low. More, like I said, Puffin being the tip of the spear for this Converse squad has paid off for them more than it has failed, but it needs to pay off at least 5 times more to get this going. As they're currently sitting at 4 rounds, that's a good start. He does have the KO Ultimate online, should they choose to try to make that a point of entry again for their next cycle of attack. No one is on the A side, but they don't have the exact information on that. The lineup is there. Ooh. We do see Jeffy and Cuz able to aim down and take down 2. Puffin, like I said, going into the ultimate stasis, but not really in the best form to be able to be res. I say that, but they swing around and fall again into the waiting arms of Sogo. More often than not, sticking on the point, allowing Fisher another victory. Now they are on match point.
Match point. Converse needs to come up huge. A timeout coming through here as well from the squad. So Cuz is on fire right now. 20-12-1 here for this Waylay, this Fisher duelist doing dividends here right now up against Converse. You look at the buys coming through as well. Right now, It's 2 Sheriffs, a Stinger, a Vandal, and a Guardian on the side of Converse. And if you look over at Fisher, Phantom, Vandal, Odin. They have everything they could possibly need and a Waylay ultimate to boot to seal the deal with a 13-4 victory.
It's not an impossible task, but it is a very, very large task for Converse to try to even get anything going. I mean, like I said, Puffin has been doing his damnedest to try and lead his team through these rounds, but it just falls to pieces after he falls, after Arctic falls. Avian has not been as effective on his Waylay as you see his counterpart Cuz, who we talked about earlier on. If Cuz gets going, Fisher goes crazy, but Cuz and Sogo have been playing absolutely amazing, but the genius of Blast, big brain Blast, carrying them through this game, looking to carry them over the finish line here. They just need one more round. Converse, can they dig their heels in and manage to pull this off, or is this going to be Fisher's victory?
Dokram already able to find one, but the Vandal is down. Cuz able to respond immediately. Running away now back towards this mid site. Avian was there, but Cuz not opting to push into that mid window area. Able to stay alive. Cuz peeking now through this B main. Arctic, the flash coming through, will be able to find it. That's another gun pickup here on the side of Converse. What can you find? You have a man up.
Ooh, that is exactly what they needed. Taking out Cuz, who's been, like I said, such a very pivotal piece of playmaking for Fisher, is good. It is a 4v3. It is still winnable for Converse, but you cannot count Fisher out, especially while Sogo and Blast are still up. That's actually such a great dart. That's going to give them all the info they need. Now, Arctic, can you hold the line? He can sight on one, not able to get that kill. Not trying to fall for that. He's like, nah, can't fool me twice. But you look away and get punished for it. That won't be 2 down. It is a 2v1 at this moment. Jeffy with the Odin in hand. Low targets in his sight. Puffin from up top. Avian managing to keep them alive. Converse squeak out a victory, barely, just barely holding on.
Arctic's drone saved them that map. That was an unbelievable information gathering drone. Right, yeah, props to you.
Props to you, man.
Facing that bad boy towards mid, spots all 3 members and stay alive here in this map. Granted, they're still down 7. You need to win 7 in a row to force an overtime. An unbelievably tall task, especially given the ultimates up and available for Fisher.
Well, apparently Converse brought their hiking boots because they are trying to scale this mountain. It's going to be off to a pretty decent start. Cuz, if he stays alive in this beginning, should be able to do a lot more damage for Fisher here. Converse grouping up. 3-2 split, it seems to be. So this core 3, once again, a drone out. What information can it gather? Will spot Hyun. That is good. That is very good. Hunter's Fury being called out now. Arctic, can you make good use of it? Not able to take anybody out, but we'll find a little bit of information off the back of it. Looks like they're going to try and retreat from A. I do see some routing towards over to B. Dokram is already there on site. He's getting the info. He does not see that Blast is also there, though.
Dokram wrapping around towards this heaven angle. 50 seconds left. The spike is on the way. Blast moving their way in. Sogo goes down. The Yoru is dead. The TP coming through, trying to find some information. Can't find it. Blast wins out. Does go down in the end, but sets Fisher up for a 3v3. Geo now going for the plant. That's on, and Cuz find 2. The body's getting shot by Cuz as well. Geo, the last line of defense.
You don't have your ultimate. He interrupted the plant. This is literally all down to Geo. A 1v3. No. He's surrounded on all sides, and he cannot get it done. Fisher College will take this W. 13-5.
13-5. Commanding fashion coming through from Fisher. There's not much you can do in that scenario if you are Geo. They just can't quite escape the pinch coming through from that 3-man retake. A beautiful retake coming through from Fisher. Huge 2-piece from Blast as well. Absolutely removing the opportunity that Converse had to try to come back in that game. A commanding win, and now they find themselves 1-1 in the group.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show. We needed to see Cuz come alive. You know, we talked about his earlier performance. Didn't quite get it done. This time, gets it done. What's he like, what, 25 kills?
Something like that, 25?
Like,
yeah.
Genuinely insane how much he was doing, but we cannot speak on enough. Blast, Yeah. Big brain blast coming through, being the MVP time and time again, multiple round after round after round after round, making it happen. It's just, when they're in sync, Fisher look damn near unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, when they're online, Cuz and Blast can take over games. And we saw it here against Converse, right? It was a non-stop show of just gun skill, right? The gunplay was so strong from those two players that Converse couldn't quite keep up. I mean, we saw moments from Puffin and from Dokram. I mean, Arctic had their moments as well, but the moments weren't coming fast enough to really stay in these matches. When they did come, they were already down 4-2. They found 2, but the trade was found. And then you have yourself in a 2-1 situation, a 3-1 situation even. It was just hard for them to really capitalize, find trades, and move around the map effectively.
It was very, very scary because there was no round where Converse could meet Fisher in a 5v5. You saw it multiple times. Anytime it was more than 3 people at a time, they fell immediately. The times in which Converse were able to get some sort of advantage, it was down to, the 3v3s or like the 2v1s. And even in those, they would be losing. But it just showed the crazy firepower that Fisher is playing with in all 5 roles. And they are absolutely elated to get this 1-1 score right now. They want to make it. They want to make it tomorrow. They didn't come here just for one day. They want to be here throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Yeah, and they showed it there in that game. I'm trying to remember what the next matchup is. I believe it's Stony Brook and Baker. Yes, Stony Brook and Baker is the next matchup here. Another important game from Baker going down, I believe, 0-2 thus far in this group. So this is definitely a big game for them to try to stay alive and try to make it towards tomorrow. But it's going to be a banger. I know Stony Brook dropped one, I believe, earlier as well. As we take a quick look at what the groups look like. Baker, yes, 0-2. Stony Brook 1-1, trying to beat out Kennesaw State for that Group A exit.
Man, I mean, we kind of expected, the Maryville 2. We said Maryville, St. Thomas coming in, going to be super strong. UTD as well, super strong. But it's just Kennesaw State throwing a wrench on a lot of people's plans, making things a little bit squirrely, a little bit crazy.
Maybe.
Just a little bit. But yeah, the Baker match coming up next as well. Should be a really good group of games to finish out our day here on day number 1. I'm excited to see it, but there's just so much more Valorant to be played, guys. There's so much more Valorant to be played. Much more.
It's a wonderful day thus far here at DreamHack Atlanta. The Collegiate Invitational still going on. Rocket League going on right now as well. An absolute blast through and through. But that does it here for us today. A pleasure, Crow. As always, stick around for that next matchup, a pretty important one coming your way soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Happy Halloween.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta and the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me yet again is Zobi. Zobi, we've had a crazy day so far of Valorant Collegiate action, but now we go into our next match, which is none other. We're seeing Baker again, but this time Stony Brook University is on the docket.
Yeah, literally, the Group A deciders are happening behind us. Both matchups, KSU versus Maryville and Stony Brook versus Baker. Baker is so far behind on the round differential, we're not even sure if it's possible for them to catch up, but they need every round will count. And the same can be said for KSU, because they were just 4 rounds behind Stony Brook right now if Baker is able to upset Stony Brook, which is crazy to say upset because they were the higher seed coming into the event, but with how they've been playing, it's kind of flip-flopped right now.
It's been a rough day. Very, very rough day for poor Baker. So a chance here to get something, right?
Absolutely.
Even if you're not able to make it into the playoffs, at the very least you were able to have an impact in some way, some fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, that Kennesaw State game, right, on Bind was a 13-11.
That was so entertaining to watch from the pits, by the way.
It was high octane. It was some crazy plays, but at the end of the day, Kennesaw was the number 8 seed to upset Baker, which none of us saw coming. And that's also been like the running storyline all day, right, Zobi, is these upsets that are happening. We had it between Fisher College and UTD, where we think that Fisher College was going to be the more superior team because of they
bounce back.
Yeah, they'll bounce back, but UTD is also a team that was full of surprises. I mean, the second place from last year really did show up and show out. So again, here, right, for Baker to go up against Stony Brook, where Stony Brook has, for their own individual season, has been a little bit all over the place. Still a way for them to show off, because right, they're in Division 1 esports. They're going up against some of the best. They go up against Maryville regularly. They go up against Winthrop, the likes of Winthrop, and even though it's not their main squad, it's still Winthrop University. So for Stony Brook to have that kind of experience in their back pocket, I think is something that Baker is definitely keeping in the back of their mind.
Yeah, I mean, Baker last year was that same environment, right? While those schools were still in NECC, we're in CCC, CVAL even. So I think they're in similar footing in my mind, and this map is going to be so competitive. And KSU's hoping that Baker pummel them, right? Because they need to catch up on that round differential. And Maryville, like, if that's an upset, like, it's because Stony Brook was so competitive. They came back from a 9-3 to a 13-7 against Maryville on Abyss. That is impressive right now. So that's what they have to beat here. But I think we're yapping long enough. I think our players are getting ready. So let's jump into our map picks and bans, right? Best of 1 reminder for all the group stage and our winners semifinals tomorrow. And after all is said and done, we are going back to Haven. This is so interesting because Baker, right, started the day getting pummeled by Maryville 13-2 on this map versus Stony Brook actually started the day beating KSU 13-7 on this map. So the question is Maryville that good, or is KSU better than they seem?
Yeah, right. And for Baker, starting off on the defense, it's almost like, all right, the attack, that wasn't for us. We're not doing that. We want to mix things up a little bit. We got absolutely destroyed on our attack. So let's start off on the defense. Let's get ourselves a little bit of breathing room. And you look over on the other side, like you said, at how Stony Brook has been playing. And for the most part, right, they've been looking strong. They've been looking confident going into this weekend. And to now stand up against Baker on the map of Haven, where you've already had that win, you already have an idea of how you want to play this. Baker, maybe not sweating, but confidence rattled for sure.
Well, we are getting into agent select, and we'll see if there's any changes which way, but looks like most things are hovering to what they were the prior time. And we obviously got to cast Baker, like you said earlier today. We got to watch, you got to cast us. You casted both their games. You're casting all 3 of their games in the entire tournament. And what was different for Baker the first time compared to the second time then, in your opinion? I'm looking more from Gerami, I think, but he was also in such a different role. But what about you?
I mean, looking at how things are going for Baker when it came to Bind, right? They looked more confident in some of their plays, but when things weren't going their way, especially when you look at the second half of Bind, right? They lost 5 rounds in a row to Kennesaw, who that kind of momentum for them, I think really helped carry Kennesaw to that victory because it got really close there. But Baker, I think if they don't have that in their back pocket, if they don't have that momentum carrying them, they sort of start fizzling out. They sort of start losing some of that team play, leaning more towards the individual solo play that really hampered them going towards the end of Bind and wasn't the thing that helped them to seal the deal. I mean, it was 11-11, and Kennesaw is on a thrifty, right? They don't have the weapons, they don't have the firepower, but Baker just has to batten down the hatches. They had to be smart, play smart. They just weren't able to get that.
And that's so interesting because Stony Brook's like the complete opposite, right? Like you're down, out, 9-3, and you come back. I think it was 11 is that they kept the line out against Maryville for the longest time. So great determination when all odds are against them. But right now it is all odds against Baker. And as I was literally writing down, the scariest teams are the ones without wins that are at the threat of going out 0-3. And that's what Baker is sitting at right now. What's probably nobody expected, right? We knew these two teams were going to be close. We thought they would be the ones duking it out for that second seed. So the fact that KSU's name is in the mix in the hat is crazy. But let's jump into that action here. Like you said, Baker going to be starting out on the defense this time around with Stony Brook on the attack.
And we have it, right? A couple of pot shots long. Baker not seeing very many signs of life, right? The recon bolt and they pick up anybody. Little they know, though, Majestic was just on the other side. That Viper wall. Still, not enough information to go off on. This is going to be a little scary for Rookie. They were close to peeking their head out towards C, but instead going to regroup over towards mid. But now finally the engagement is going to be happening. Contact has been made and Gunny falls. Able though, quick on the uptake. Paranoia, but blinded by their own Omen. Doesn't really matter though because Stony Brook still gets the frag out onto Demon.
It's just confidently claiming backside space. What do you mean, Sam? You saw him just kept running, W-keying it. And now they have a great post-plant setup here. Players starting to redistribute between main and Hell. And that's a bold 1v1 to take, but winning it is all the better for Stony Brook here.
Yeah, Tonka makes a swing, right? But no, Poison Orb is going to keep Hijinks safe just for now. Finally, though, eking their way over towards the corner. Tonka has to be ready for the fight. And it pulls Hijinks' attention away from Majestic to be the stab in the back with the Sheriff. And SBU gets the first pistol. Yeah,
a difficult retake on, the most stacked rounds in the util and guns department. So there without much to do to break up those crossfires. Nearly impossible to get back on, which is why you saw players taking those pot shot fights like Nomni up against Majestic. Like you saw the two players anchoring side. I believe it was Demon and Drago trying to play for aggressive kills. And well, they got the opener. The trades just were too swift and they got set up in those really undislodgeable positions. So here we go. Weapons in hand. The Outlaw Guardian Classic combo so that you have pistols that can be converted into rifles for a fearsome third round bonus if you want, but gotta win it first, and that's a great way to get it started.
It really is, right? Gunny gets their pick, and they dip right on out of there. Even seen by the recon bolt, doesn't care. And what do you do when you have that kind of information? You hear so many players coming in that direction, you just start leaving. Gunny is picking them off one by one with the Outlaw. And Germany's forced to go back, but eaten alive by the swarm grenade.
He's gonna get another look. There it is, Gunny finding Demon, insane, and a lot of pressure is going to add on to Germs here to anchor the site, to throw some heroics around. So your Giza cosplay with the Sheriff, shall we remember the 2Ks he found on the second round?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
But it's gonna be so much more difficult when all 5 players are running you down. Gunny! I think our first ace that we're having on stream goes to Stony Brook University, and it goes to Gunny.
Why do I feel like we had an ace on? Oh, I watched an ace. I think we had one, but we didn't cast it.
We already had one? We didn't cast it.
We've had one on Sunset, I think.
Did it really happen if we were thinking this? I don't know.
I feel like I've seen one. I don't remember why I'm thinking of it. Anyways, regardless, it being that flawless because of Gunny means you get to buy up that Phantom to complement your bonus. You don't want to go too far off the deep end for Rookie and Big Tonka just because in case you lose this, you still want to be stable. But all in all, I mean, with Gunny aiming like this, it might not matter. Turret's already gone. They can allow for a mid garage lurk. In the meantime, we're kind of faking this C pressure, scaling off this Viper wall towards the A site, where this time the Viper's hanging around trying to support Drago as well.
Yeah, Baker. Even though they're hearing the Outlaw firing at C-Long, it's not enough for the rest of this unit to rotate back in that direction. Instead, makes the swing. That's going to hurt, though, for Drago. Rookie's still alive, right? They got the trade out, and so it's still kind of shaky between both sides. Baker still has the weapon advantage, but it's an opening that Stony Brook can abuse.
And we didn't even talk about that. Hijinks stepped in for Revenge, I think, that was playing earlier. So that's a little bit of a switch up, maybe to bring some new life, some new blood into this circulatory system that they need to get this tournament beating. And in the meantime, I do like the regroup. I do like the Viper falling back here to play retake with the team because you're going to need strength in numbers now that the A side's been conceded.
Yeah, I mean, they played that to perfection, right? Put up the fast lane, put up a Omen smoke, and Baker kind of fell for the bait just a little bit. You can see there was tepidity in actually doing that, but the spike, regardless, is still going to be planted. It's down to the 4v4.
All right, they've upgraded one of the weapons into a Phantom as well because of that short fight that was won. See what it looks like here. Maybe you got a Paranoia from Nami, maybe you got a Relay Bolt. We've got to see something here, and it's been completely out-timed.
They're just not able to do anything. They're getting eaten alive, even just looking at the site. SBU is putting Baker through the meat grinder, and they're looking good doing it.
Wow, and with each round won by SBU, the chances of KSU and Baker qualifying if there is a three-way tie diminish substantially because they were able to push Maryville that far. I think KSU having that close game up against Baker is the only thing that makes the round differential so spicy as well. But again, if SBU 13-0, this team, they are going to be your second team alongside Maryville going to the playoffs. So this is not a great round to have lost. Again, the conversion strategy, the lighter by the second round shows the confidence and the forward planning from Stony Brook. And now, I mean, they're realizing there isn't really much hold on this C site, right? It's just Germsy and a turret. And as a result, it feels like they finally have the guts to challenge it, Gunny.
Okay, Germsy. You held your ground, you took your fights, you took your shots. More importantly, it landed on the head. So they're going to back off. They've done their due diligence. They're going to wait for the rest of the Baker squad to regroup with each other. But even through the smoke, right, we've been seeing that happening a lot today. That Phantom is just hitting different.
Can't even wait. Like, they were waiting their turn, and that even gets disrespected here. Meantime, Rookie holding down the flank here. Hasn't caught wind of the Viper just yet, but Demon finding a CT kill could be the opening door that they need here. But the wrap, I'm surprised the Killjoy didn't wrap off the turret contact to go back. Instead, playing for long, which is why this Viper, while still being online, could be everything.
Just because it is, right? Spike still needs to be defused. Taking their sweet time to get there. Now Majestic, the last player standing, but Relay bolted out. Demon walks in and cleans it up easily.
We finally are able to get around on the board, and it's out of a thrifty at that from Baker, and we finally heard some noise over there as well, and I don't quite remember who it was, whole name to faces that land environment, but somebody was over there. They were heckling every time KSU lost a round. I think it was, who was playing Brimstone on Bind? Do you remember by chance? I'm testing your short-term memory.
Yeah, my short-term memory
from Baker?
is very, very short. It was Nami.
So yeah, he was like, what are you doing? Respect the molly and everything.
Yep.
So they can get loud when they win rounds that are important. And we know that one was important for this snowballing, right? Even if it is an attack-sided Haven. But how do you snowball an A-site hit? You stack, I would say, your Killjoy there, but the first blood rate for gunning is going through the roof right now. I mean, from the Outlaw to the Operator, it is screaming. And it's shutting down Demon, who, number one, was 2 off from the overdrive, probably fighting for that A main warp would be my guess. And at second, now that's going to make the retake that much more difficult.
And the best part is, they weren't seen by the recon drone. That kind of sends Drago reeling just a smidge. Not enough to give up the site, but enough to push them into a different direction where they need to keep their eyes on long. But finally, you're hearing a lot of the noise, stuck inside of the relay bolt, but the smoke comes down to protect their cover story to get away from the actual site itself. Spike still taking a little bit of time to get planted, but eventually, as it does, SBU good in the numbers game.
Honestly, without Demon, without any ults online, I'm not saying it's a save angle, but if this flank from Hijinks fails, it might be a save angle here. Especially if the recon, the spray doesn't connect, if your player in heaven can't get out. Yeah, that falling, I think, honestly, leave the Viper to clean things up and you get out of dodge. And they're just full committing and lambs to the slaughter at this point. There it is, the final call comes through. Once the flank dies, they know they don't have a win con here. It looks like SBU, like the wolves they are, going to go hunting for these players.
They can hear them running down. We're still taking fights. Germsy sees a potential target there. Okay. All right, SBU's just throwing bodies at the issue, but still, round's going to be won. They hold on to the power weapon in that Operator. They still get something.
I mean, if any of these players get online aim-wise, the game is completely different. And reminder, at the beginning of the day, we talked to Germsy how excited he was for this game. This is interesting. I'm guessing it's a Baker timeout. 4-1. It's usually that 4-2 mark, but I think because they just had to save in that fashion, haven't really had a concrete retake, minus the thrifty round. That demon, by the way, who was first blooded, is the one that gave them that in back to the C site. It just doesn't look like there's a lot of complexity here. I feel like I'm getting like memories of like Baker at CCC, like map 3 or something. Like they are a team, like you mentioned, that if they don't get the ball rolling, they lose hope almost. And when they're at their best, they're a crazy team. But it's hard for them to get out of that hole. And I might have been yapping about this being a timeout when it's a tech pause. We don't know yet. Because I'm not seeing the timer moving. I'm not seeing a little timeout icon either. But either way, I think this is a good breather to have, right? You're coming into another kind of half-buy situation. My guess is they're going to fight for Demon. Full shield, classic. You're one off. Makes sense. Everyone else will be able to get a buy through. But you lose this. SB is guaranteed 6 and probably more.
It's like a horror story coming true for Baker again on this Halloween day. So be Stony Brook, Maryville at the beginning gave them a beating on this map, and SBU's looking to repeat that again for themselves. It's like you said, right? It's this team that when that confidence starts shaking, right? They've already been through 2 major losses today, a 13-2. That's against Maryville. Okay, whatever. That's Maryville. Then that 13-11 against Kennesaw has to have done something to the mentals. But still, we're seeing this team hold on. We're still seeing them fight. We're still seeing Demon push out. Again, right, you're playing back to the safety of the site, and then Nami comes in for their own fight.
I mean, that's a Division 1 NECC team versus a Division 3 NECC team, by the way. But all in all, back to topic at hand. Back to Rookie, who for the first time, a first blood has gone Baker's favor. That's huge. Number 2, they look like they have a way to counter this lurk up. Yeah, Paranoid was supposed to come out. You're supposed to swing it with them in the hallway. Rookie is lucky to be alive, but in the meantime, from the shadows, silently to A, because those 2 players got deep enough. It wasn't to get them on A. They were already on A. It was to regroup with the spike, and that's a major lapse of control. Or maybe it was a strategy all along. They could play retake off a Hunter's Fury, perhaps?
Yeah, I do like this too from Rookie, right? They're playing off the timings of their lurks so well, but finally in comes some of the utilities. Able backs away. Seen by the recon drone, but you had Demon, who was running in, wasn't really able to do anything to stop them from getting out. So they're going to put down another shock dart that's going to deal a smidge of damage. Now we're having a Hunter's Fury being infested, but look at that, the lurk of the Sentry from Rookie. I don't know if it's going to be good enough though, thanks to the power of Germsy and the 3K. Baker, it's the timeout that they needed, a timeout to get their heads back in the game. They did just that.
Yep, and gonna start charging up that Hunter's Fury once again. That round was funny because we see the alarm bot on B. Somehow Rookie still gets behind them, but Germany then somehow still gets a 3K on site anyways. So it's like maybe they were overcommitted or over-reliant on that flank play from Rookie. And number 2, Germany's like, yeah, I made a mistake, guys, but I made up for it, you know, kind of vibe. I don't know if it went down or if it was broken and uncommed, but again, something that will have to be addressed in later rounds because you know Rookie's going to keep doing that. But like you said, we need to celebrate Baker getting their second round. They're now charging up the ults alongside the money, so this is a nice upward trend after a fairly stagnant low. And one more round, they might even break the money of SBU, and this would be a full stop 4-4.
That's something that we're looking forward to, but they have to get through this round first, and it's already looking like it's a good start. 2 kills right off the bat. Able so close to picking up one of their own, but getting off the high ground just in the nick of time. It's going to keep the numbers favor back in Baker's camp. Now for SBU, right, what is the plan here? Where do we go? What do they want to exec onto site with? You've lost your Duelist. You've lost your Viper. There's only so many angles and so many avenues that you can take.
Yeah, I mean, C-Long, Grass, held down by your Kijing, so this was the best solution. But scaling through the Viper wall is a difficult task, and they're kept at bay by the Snakebite and by the stack of players here. Able having to go at it, 16 HP, but they're giving the ones time and time again, Sam.
And look at this, right? What does Able do? They don't keep pushing on to B. Baker, I think smart enough to finally have that realization set in, but they're not leaving either. Thankfully, finally though, Germsy crouched down with the operator, stims the tide, stims the bleeding, and gives Baker another round.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have like a left-right double swing from Drago and Hijinks, then Hijinks just swings alone. So they were just probably confident because he was so low HP, but Able, I mean, that's a Hunter's Fury with a lockdown and a Stinger Force. I said this should be the 4-4, but I've never seen a scarier situation than what I'm seeing on the SBU side right now. So we'll see where they plan to take it. Looks like an all-out garage sprint. Someone looking towards Hijinks to deliver maybe some snake fight action, maybe a cross Nami Paranoia from Logs. That's what you're going to have to look for. That or get out of the way.
Yeah, seriously. I think SBU's been kind of overcomplicating this, and they're wanting to bring it back to its simplest building blocks. We go into a site, we wait for the snake bite to go away, we slide in, and hopefully catch Hijinks by surprise. But when Hijinks pulls out a 3K like that, how do you recover if you're SBU? The simplest answer is you don't.
Hey, I mean, Majestic 1v3. Germany's alone. The timing, though, is everything. Decides to back off again. Not needing to take risks in this situation. Majestic, as a result, will have an out for the time being. Killjoy Church to detect the B rotate. And then the ball is in Baker's court.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? You're going to be walking on all this KJ utility. If Majestic goes in through here, they know that the turret's in this area, but they can't even get the spike planted because of the swarm grenade that was there. At the very least, it'll give them some of that spike money. They had to win the 1v3
with 7 bullets.
Tall order, but as long as Baker keeps giving them the ones. Thankfully, though, Majestic got a little too paranoid about where the rest of the squad could be. Baker pulls through for another and ties it up.
I mean, it would have just been really sad if they somehow didn't win that round after Hijinks picked up a garage anchor like that. I mean, vulnerability in them lining up and not having the best shield situation helps a ton, but ultimately, great way to tie us up 4-4. It prevents little stinger thrifty action, and we do have a game on our hands, folks. Now, I said every round 1 is like a decreased chance for KSU. For Baker, a 13-4. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I like to think in ideals. Would be an insane way to give our TOs, our admins, nightmares of having to calculate round difference.
Yeah, I know, right? You're going to give them a heart attack.
Yeah.
But they still had to make that happen, Zobi, and, well, it begins on this round. With all the stacks of ultimates that Baker has, a very good way to make that happen.
SBU, too. I mean, it's going to be left, right, and center. This could be what determines basically who gets the lead at the half, right? You're going to break the money. I think of SBU. I think Baker might have one more buy in the tank. Yeah, maybe even 2 if you look at it for the rest of the half, but time being, I like this Viper's Pit. They've been having issues losing A control and playing retake A, so it's the best place to put up your foundation and make a stand. I am worried that there's only a solo turret to trust for, but this feels like the plan as well. Look, Killjoy lockdown already in position as soon as it's like a bait almost, and they're falling for it. I just need to see what the follow through is, because if they use it to escape short and crunch into the Viper's Pit, this is so fragile.
Yeah, look what's happening here. All right, Gerami set up with the lockdown. Doesn't look like it's deterring them enough. The spike hasn't been planted, so instead they're just going to back away from the site, wait for it to go and dissipate, and you're just going to be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Hijinks is still keeping the Viper's Pit up through sewers, and SBU not leaving, right? They're still here, and Gerami's the only one on this A site.
Yeah, they're going to be expecting Hijinks probably to swing out behind as well, so that's why we see Abel kind of holding the line there. They do look like they could set up for a little bit of an aggressive play, but my concern is that they don't really have any good confirmation that SBU is still stacked this heavily outside of A, so they haven't fully committed.
Drago sweeps the legs out from underneath Gunny, but Majestic doesn't need to shoot the head, just needs speed. For that, Demon comes in with the overdrive. The Viper's Pit finally goes down. Hijinks getting it to the half. Just looking like they're just going to go ahead and get it all the way. No one to contest, no one to stop them. The easy, simple defuse puts Baker back in the lead.
All right, so SBU, again, they had the layup, I think, in terms of the information game. I did really like Abel's Hunter's Fury as well, trying to clear out short, right? You know that there was a Viper's Pit there. You don't know if there's another player. But Gerami went undetected, and that swing out was perfect. Simultaneously, right, to Demon coming in, to Nami coming in. And all of that gave them all which way to look, and that's how you find the Viper, take down the pit, and win the round. So Baker, it did take almost every one of those big-ticket ultimates we talked about, and there still is the lockdown for Rookie, but all in all, I mean, we said that could break the bank. A little bit of a buy up here as well. I think if they win this round, we're looking at 7-5, 8-4 for Baker, and that first blood's a great way to get that started.
No, it really is. Good news is, though, right, Gunny's able to pick up the spike, regroup the squad, and it seems like the setup is happening here for Rookie to use their own lockdown in sewers. The problem is, right, they still got to fight the rest of this. They have to have all of SBU here to exec on the site, and if Majestic could have gotten rid of Drago, that would have been a massive opportunity to bank on. But seen by the recon drone and bolted out, there's not much that you can do here except for to play it safe and maybe try to repicking for another opportunity. But yeah, I mean, Abel has been eaten alive by a swarm grenade in mid.
On B. It did allow Gunny to slip through here, And I think this lockdown's good at fake to draw the players to A. Or if they're running out of link towards B, Gunny was supposed to clean them up, but Majestic
that's
here.
it.
Yeah, this Shields. Now you just converge on the spike. This round should be done. I think they overcooked that round on the side of SBU. They had nice beat control. They had the spike there. They wanted more, and sometimes you can't afford the price tag, and they've gone bankrupt. 5-4. Rookie could open up the C site here, but even then, they're so divided, these remaining two players, at a 2v5, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. No, there's nothing you can do. Pretty sure the call being made for Majestic to try and hold on to this weapon, but I wouldn't be surprised if Baker's going to start sniffing them out. Yeah, Drago,
10 seconds
very close
left.
to their target. But it's just not clearing out that backside that might keep Majestic alive. They're hearing all of the footsteps around here. They're just going to play their hand early, eager to get the kills that they can. Over towards the other side. Okay, a second one for Majestic. It's good enough, right? You get to keep your weapon, you take out 2, it's something, but Baker is still the one who's
They're rolling in cash, bro. I will say, though, I did see semblance of a change from Stony Brook, right? Rookie's been having these lurk plays, and while they haven't been getting punished on them, like we saw Gerami in the Maryville game, they're not finding impact on them either, right? They're kind of coming in a bit too late. It's not having the impact they're looking for, so that's why they had Majestic start looking at as well. They want options on the table, and they found them and just didn't really decide. They just kind of kept it pacified with that lockdown. Excuse me. So I do want to see, again, a simplified eco attempt, right? It's half buy, you have the Hero Phantom, so let's see what another C-Slam or C-Split looks like here.
All right. Finally, we're seeing a little bit more of that cohesion from the squad. Gunny has to be so careful, though, right? They can't let Hijinks get away with it again, but they do, even while fully blinded and hit with the paranoia. And Nami, right? Majestic may have fallen, but Nami's going to pick up the pieces, get 2 of their own. Now it's down to the final player of Stony Brook University. Demon still has that operator. Going to take him a little bit of time to get there. But the 1v1 relay bolt. Majestic on the other side. That smoke still up, prevents the operator from getting maximum utility. Majestic needs to get the spike up and needs to get the spike planted. They have to be so wary of Demon running them down with either that operator or what was the shorty in their hands.
And this is an important 1v1 as well, right? Possible difference between a 6-6 and a 7-5. Here we go. Majestic will be good for the plant. My only concern is on this A site, 0 util. No wall to play off of, no orb to play off of that B and C site did have. And Demon's going to have so much time to play this raid take game because they're the Neon with the high gear. I am concerned that he didn't opt for a different weapon here, but let's see him make me my words.
Convergence is happening. Back towards the spike. Majestic's just playing the safe. They're in sewers. I know the Demon has this operator. And the fact that they're coming in still with that operator is a testament to the willpower of Demon, in my opinion. Fast lane goes in. Clear out long. See if they're going to take the swing off the peak. Now you go back over towards sewers! And the attempt to bring up the scope. You didn't even see Majestic take you out.
Yeah, no quick scope action there from the Demon. Unfortunately, and so we are good to go. Possible 6-6 on the table here, making it uber competitive. Baker, imagine going like 13-11 against KSU and Stony Brook, like different echelons of teams in the collegiate field. That's just, there's teams that like meet their skill levels, their opponent, that could just be Baker, because we've seen them go toe-to-toe with the best. Remember NECC last season? Like, it's crazy. And we need to see that adaptability come out in full stride to cap off the half strong after a rocky start. And they're going aggressive. They're going confident here, Sam.
More than confidence, right? They're unburdened by the guilt of what happened. But Drago, unburdened by the tides of war. Unbelievable, but still the 2v2. Just unfortunate that Gunny couldn't get rid of Gerami. That would have been massive for Stony Brook. Meanwhile, Baker smiling from ear to ear. All that's left is Rookie, and Rookie barely has anything to work with.
Yep, you got the 1v2, don't overswing. Wait for the confirmation he's here, like the swarm grenade, like the plant, or you're gonna give the 1v1, and possibly, let's just say, the round. But Hijinks coming in clutch in rounds, and at pivotal moments for this team, will give Baker the 7-5 half they needed.
And on defense especially, right? We didn't get much chance to see them on their defense against Maryville. And it looked clean for the most part, right? It took a little bit of time for them to get there, but once they had that timeout, it felt like Baker found that confidence that we were talking about that they lacked.
Yeah.
And once they got back into that, once they got back into the groove, once they figured out how Stony Brook's playing, it was almost like, too, it activated the neurons in their brain that helped them to aim. also. You can see that the shots were better placed. You can see that everything about this squad was just firing to beat Stony Brook.
Even the Gerami operator that they handed over, because I think it was Gunny that had the operator, remember? That just helped get the blood pumping. So I agree, the circulatory system in full health this time around, no issues. This, though, is what we want to see. SBU, they won the first pistol. Winning the pistol here would be like a sure stop, pretty sure way to get the 7-7. It looks like it's being 3 on A, 1 on the flank. You do have your turret. Can Gunny stay alive? No way. That's again the communication being too slow.
Yeah, I don't know how Gunny did that. The recon bolt not being inside of the smoke, though, gives so much cover for Baker to push onto the site, but you're hurting. Doesn't matter how much you hurt, though, as long as you're able to land your shots, and Gerami is looking so deadly on that end. It's a 3v3, though. Stony Brook hungry to win this pistol round. The pinch happening here. All eyes on Gunny. It just needs one shot with the Sheriff on either Hijinks or Demon, and they're both gone.
Oh, brilliant positioning from round to start to possibly round finish here. We'll even be able to hear them planting on B to call the rotates over. A lot of that immediate backstab since there's no utility to watch it. This is a danger that is yet to be fully unearthed. There it is. Oh, you're lucky, Nami.
But he's got to fight it. He's got to do something. The movement error working against Gunny gives everything that Baker needs to get the numbers back in their favor, but they're still hurting, right? And instead of planting on B, it's back towards C to make their final stand.
Rookie also has Sheriff in hand, so that's going to be a danger zone, but I do like this poison orb.
Planted.
Let me try and even the playing field, at least upon the direct re-entry out of Stony Brook, but 3v2, we said this pistol was important to keeping that lead intact, and they are playing like thus. One that's low HP, playing contact, playing for info, playing for a cheeky kill. The two, long, playing for the timer, the spike, and maybe even the wrap from Demon?
Stony Brook is taking so long to push on the side, finally making their move, but the tip of the barrel seen. Hedgings at 10 HP, Majestic lands a killing blow. Now out through Garage is Demon. The one way has come up. They're going to try and stick the defuse. They're sticking the defuse. They're sticking the defuse. Rookie protecting their squad mate in their time of need. Stony Brook University, it's a perfect pistol for them.
No way. And that's what the benefit of that Viper is. Just gets you all that space for free. You can pop out of it. You can shock them. And I mean, even beyond the stick, just the bodyguarding there, perfect. Again, the HP that was found in the early round, nipping them in the heels until they fall over flat. And as a result, SBU should with an asterisk, get this round. They invested a little bit heavier this time. Last time it was 2 Sheriffs and a Ghost. This time the Stinger in hand, just to make sure, even able to go in full shield here. They don't want anything going south. That'd be a one-way ticket into a 3-way tie, possibly, in this group stage. So this is interesting, though. We said the Gerami hold on C was loose. Let's see what Rookies looks like when there's also a Gunny Outlaw.
Gunny Outlaws looking pretty good so far. Wait for another opportunity to dip back in. Rookie, unbelievable double kill. 2 headshots with the Sheriff, 2 players gone. Baker's still gonna get the plant down, but I mean, you only have 2 players left. Gerami's got a lot of work to do, and unfortunately, that's gonna be cut short very quickly. Stony Brook University has tied things back up 7-7.
All right. Little bonus out of them with the Stinger Outlaw and Guardian versus the full rifles of Baker to reassert their dominance, their lead here. Who wins? It's like
yeah.
They're gonna force this is the difficulty with that buy, right? You can now get a Vandal as well, put that in your that's not what I was expecting.
Wait a second. Hey, okay.
3rd round operator on Gunny.
Yeah, Gunny. What do we do?
I mean, okay, you're skilled, I get it, but this is insane. I mean, the Outlaw wasn't even get the job done, I guess, since they all have full shields. So taking it a step further, I'm gonna say it. Baker's not going to expect this.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, how, if you're Baker, are you going to be ready? You know that they're going to have an Outlaw, but what you don't know
coming back.
That's what's going to be done with that operator.
And now if you want to,
is an operator on the field.
And now if you want to avoid the Outlaw, because 140 damage is still scary, you go towards A, right? Which, number 1, Hijinks didn't cross over with the wall, so they didn't even notice that there's, a judge short. Number 2, you're probably going to get opt long. And that is exactly the forecast coming. Oh, the drone here is so pivotal.
It's been seen. But did it actually see Gunny in that operator? I think it did. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're seeing Baker making the call to avoid A. So that recon drone doing its mission to near perfection. Now you're going back to Rookie, right? And that outlaw is still kind of scary, but it doesn't matter how scary it is, as long as you're able to land your shots like Drago, you may have well punched your ticket onto the seaside. The only one left here is Collegiate, but still hiding out inside of the smoke. Even Relay bolted. Spray through the smoke, go around the other side.
Oh my gosh.
Turnkey spray transfer, unbelievable.
It's more like a target swap at that rate. Able, most expensive, or I should say, there's an operator. I forgot, guys. Third round. The hero Vandal, though, for this team. Waiting for the op to rotate. Or did they, wait. They handed the op off to save it while they tried to go for a hero play. I like the forward thing. I feel like SBU all map has played the long game. And now it's finally caught up to them in terms of Baker and how they tied the half and then got the advantage.
Whoa.
But if they win this somehow while still saving the operator, I'm going to be it all. Fast lane up, Able has it to half. The swarm grenade didn't quite connect.
Okay.
Not like this. Okay, the one way.
I got a little nervous there. Gunny, you're at 5 HP. It was a Hail Mary.
Imagine if Majestic was on the retake with them.
Yeah.
I think they could have won it.
I think they could have too, but they're more concerned about holding on to that operator. They want to get the mileage out of that power weapon. Right, you bought it on your bonus round, for Christ's sake. They want this to have more action than what it did.
Also, I'm sorry, I have to go on a tangent really fast. The Maryville KSU game started before this one and is still going. I have no clue what the score is. I've been trying to see if it's ended. That's a scary thought for me. I don't know if they've had like tech or anything, but it's still going. Yeah, that's promising for how exciting this group can be. But let's get back to the excitement here. 8-7, Baker. Kind of a full buy situation, a little bit maimed because it was a save here on the side of SBU, but honestly, because they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, if SBU lose this round, I think it's going to be Baker double digits.
I think so too.
Unless the ults come in. Like Gunny and Rookie could do some thrifty shenanigans with the overdrive and the lockdown, but
yeah.
Right now, Baker, they're flying in the right direction.
Color's flying high for them. All right, here it is, Gunny. Woo! The shot rung out across the world, but a shot that went right above Demon's head. Gunny ruined the day that operator didn't accomplish its mission. And now for poor Majestic, right? You still haven't seen hide nor tail of Baker, but actually pushing on to C. And it's actually going to force the rotation out of them, thinking that they might be on A because of that. But no, they're still here at C. Utility going in, recon drone, fast lane, smokes.
They have to
this is their ending point.
Like, Rookie can hear the drone, like, they know it's coming through, but there's nothing they can do about it. Then again, this is what the composition is designed for, right? Double controller, you have that Viper wall to section off the site. My question is, how much further does Baker go to prevent that from happening? They know if they play long, they run the risk of all the util dump, the stick, like, that they've lost rounds off of and come close to. So I like this backside hold. I really like it around Plaid. Let's just see if the drone spoils it.
The drone was only able to catch so much before the surprise was ruined. Majestic in line to commit the snake bite. Demon at the wrong place at the wrong time. Majestic, a beautiful shot all across the board, but it matters not. Nami and Germsy, the dynamic duo of pain, has kept Baker alive, and now it's 9-7.
Obviously, we should have been on SBU's perspective there, and that's correct to have because they were steamrolling into that retake. But I needed to see how Nami got those kills. I think he ducked behind the Viper's wall. It was up. They got the space. They got the kills. Wall drops, and suddenly you have two players swinging you, and you don't flick to platform of all places. You just cleared that out, right?
Yeah.
Like the one gap, and they used that wall against them. 9-7. You're down to just sheriffs. Didn't even get enough kills for the ults. Gunny, Rookie, both one apiece off still. What do? You run it down mid and see what sticks.
It's the only solution they have for Stony Brook. One turret's going to be taken out. There's still 3 players in here. Baker, being ever so cautious, sees opportunities abounding with the recon drone, but Gunny unsure of themselves, unsure of this fight. Never mind. Assurance is taken back in their own hands. And then Tonka T follows it up with one of their own. Nami.
One enemy.
So close, but Tonka T, they've come alive. They're fighting back, they're shooting back. And now it's down to the one player left, Demon. Meanwhile, everyone else gets to go shopping for all the fancy weapons left behind.
I do like the double back here. Bait that you were running away towards the seaside, but unfortunately, Majestic now re-clearing this. The Phantom says, okay, guys, stay where you are. Might be coming back, and it'd be poetic of talking to you with the Sheriff. Crowns the round, one that should not have been lost by Baker. They were even aware that this could happen, right? They waited it out.
Yep.
Speaking of waiting, Tonka T waits a bit too long on the off angle, and somehow they've slipped by Garden. This is a good call, though. It's the safe bet, right? Wait for the plant to go through. 1v4.
30 seconds left.
There's no way, like, even with someone sticking, that he 1v3s the player's bodyguarding. It's like, get down, Mr. President. kind of vibe. We'll see what Demon can do. I mean, 1 kill, overdrive. Overdrive, I can see 1v3, right? Like, that, especially with only, like, with one player not having a weapon in hand. We'll see how it goes, though. All of them flanking. What do we think about it?
I think it's a good idea, right? Because Demon's going to be caught unawares that the entire...
It's not planted for CT.
Team is coming up through sewers, one up through long. And it also puts him in a weird position now, too. Oh, Tonka. You're talking about that overdrive. Demon did get it, but in record time, traded out, not even able to pop it off even though they wanted to.
Tonka almost got the Sheriff kill, too, as the final kill in that round. He's the one that, again, saved that round for SBU and maybe even the game, right? Able to kind of bounce back after what should have been double-digit Baker. That's why we say, like, should with an asterisk, because we don't know what 30 shenanigans these teams are going to put on towards each other, and ooh. Now, this is an interesting situation. A lot of ults to work with for Baker, and we've seen they're really good at using ults to convert rounds on the buys. But if you lose this, you lose the ults, you're losing basically the lead. This one I'll say pretty guaranteed. I think Stony Brook's more thrifty inclined than Baker, but they also have their own ults. This round is super important.
Yeah, it's the pivotal one. It's the backbreaking one. And Demon's going to make that calling card with the overdrive. Followed up with the Hunter's Fury. Abel had no chance to get out of there. Now, Baker, another opportunity maybe for Gunny. Right, going toe-to-toe with their mirror. Sprays him down with a Phantom. Blinded out by the Paranoia. Quick, though, on the uptake. Rookie's going to try their best to keep them safe, but at the very least, gets their revenge. And you're going to trade a lockdown for a lockdown. Nobody is going to be on this site.
Venn diagram of doom. Oh, you say no one's be on the side, but we have to have a fight outside of short right before the detain comes through. Unable to even escape in the meantime. That's a huge kill to give a slight advantage to Baker in this situation. Slow on the rotate, no movement out of the SBU players, right? You're already down. Now this, I don't know how I feel about it, right? We've seen how streamlined the retakes can be out of SBU, but in a 2v3, Germsy playing Agger like this and leaving it to a 2v2, a little worrying. I like this idea better. Wait for them to get into CT deep, make noise, then you go behind them. Or play with the team. Those 30 seconds left. Alarm bot out.
Yeah, nothing too fancy here. Spike's going to be planted. Baker. Doesn't look like anyone's going to play for long either. It's just play on the site and win the 3v2. As long as they're not giving up the ones that we know Baker can be kind of crazy with. But there's also the high-low setup at logs. And they're just running in. They are making all the noise in the world. Baker, alarms on high, hijinks, aim on God mode. 10-8.
All right, I have an update on the other game. 13-6 to Maryville. Stony Brook 13-7 earlier. That means KSU is about 5 rounds behind in differential, I believe.
I think so.
If this ends as a 13-8, they'd be tied.
Oh boy.
What's our third tiebreaker option?
We'll have to hit the rule books after this.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Baker has to win 3 in a row, and their money is a little interesting if they lose. You know what? I want to see it happen. I love those kind of situations. I love crunching the numbers live on broadcast. But here we go. Looks like we can see SBU has other plans. Already up off of the toxic screen. All this space gained by Tonka T is just certainty that they're not headed here. But you didn't have certainty about where Nami was, did ya? From the shadows, the backstab, and I like that they're not just W King after either. This Rookie.
Be so very careful about what could happen here. Rookie going toe-to-toe with the duelist extraordinaire, but instead of trying to go towards the spike, a Viper's Pit is what's going to meet their face. Rookie, undaunted though, still fighting, able, winning on another engagement across the map, all the way. Now it's down as the Viper's Pit goes. Germsy, Hope's gone, Hope's dashed. Look at it like this.
I feel like I jinxed it.
Yeah, a little bit. Look at it like this, right? We don't have to crunch any numbers now. We don't have to crunch any numbers now.
Hey, maybe I did it wrong. I'm not sure. We'll see.
We'll see.
Because it was the 13-7 for SBU, and I don't know. It's hard to. Numbers are hard. Round differential's hard.
Especially
triangles of death. We'll see.
Especially when we're being entertained by such a phenomenal game between these two teams, where it's been nail-bitingly close. It's been back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, second time out, exhausted. Again, we're not quite sure who it is. To me, I'm feeling Baker. I'm getting Baker vibes.
Be right on those vibes.
Yeah, I'm right on those vibes.
Yeah, I'm looking over there. I see the red timeout. So.
Yeah. Maryville walking behind us.
Yeah.
You guys can't see it. Undefeated on the day. You know, just easy street into playoffs. That one doesn't require any number crunching.
That one, yeah. No. Listen, they came in. Everything else has been upsets across the board, but Maryville is the exception to that rule. Maryville stays steady. You know what Maryville is about? They're about winning, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely, but these two teams, Baker trying to get their first win of the tournament, what could be their only win if our math is correct and they are in fact eliminated in a 3-way tie off the round differential. SBU, again, fighting for their spot here. It could come down to 1 or 2 rounds that put KSU and Stony Brook apart, which is crazy to say, considering the seed differential, but all right. Let's see what Baker has cooked up. They covered off their last time out, if I remember correctly. That's what allowed them to get that 7-5 lead at the half. And now, little C start. Their C-side ice are good. They always get the space. Yeah. It's just a coin toss on the retake for Stony Brook. So that's what I'm hoping they address on the timeout. Like, I want the coach to be like, hey, good side take on C. Let's switch it up by doing this. Whether it's fighting into CT off of a relay bolt, whether it's having a late wrap. Again, I feel like Gerami is playing it too safe this time around, right? He went for the most absurd timings against Maryville, right? And yeah, he got punished for it, but now he's not taking those risks at all anymore.
Yep.
And I feel like that's just making it too predictable or too, like, vanilla, essentially. Like, give us some flavor.
Gotta find it. Hopefully they got some spice in that timeout.
Yeah.
A little bit something more to work with, but yeah, Baker, they're all over the map. They're trying to make their decisions. They're trying to make the right play. They're going to be ready for Tonka. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Tonka. Oh, my God. They walk through smoke. What does Tonka do? They just spray. They spray, pray, and they may even get the ace. They are so hungry for it, Zobi.
Oh, and through Baker's own wall. That's how we tie at 10-10. Okay, Gerami. Hey, buddy, I said you're not taking any risks on your plays. How about a 1v4 clutch to deny an ace? Well,
Tonka.
That probability is decreasing. 13 seconds, 66 HP. Tonka wants the ace, and the alarm bot's going to prevent it, but let's say Gunny won't finish the job.
And I mean, right, what are you doing if you're Gerami? You managed to dodge some of that relay bolt, but you only have 31 HP. Yeah. Gun him down with the classic, Gunny. Now it's tied, Zobi. It's 10-10. We are back in the double digits for both teams. I'm getting flashbacks to Bind now for poor Baker.
Oh, no. Well, but KSU was the one leading the entire time, though. Remember?
Yeah, but then it got to that tied point.
I see.
Right? If I remember
well, here they're broke, so it would be them pulling ahead.
Yeah, I think Baker did pull ahead. They pulled ahead right at the very end of Bind.
So, sorry, I'm still crunching numbers about the group standings. I'm like, if they both have 13-11, who wins? Is it by 1 round because Maryville got one more round, or they got one more round on Maryville? Yeah. No way, right? Because, Anyways, continuing.
Thought process.
Continuing.
Listen, our napkin math will continue after this round, but for the moment,
it's a good pre-round buffer because they're playing this slow, right? Baker's so careful in times like these, especially on the ecos.
Oh my gosh.
Gunny, on the other hand, taking risks left, right, and center. They only have an outlaw to hand over to the cause. They don't care.
Yeah. You gotta be so careful about taking these kind of engagements with the outlaw, especially as the Neon, but they're perfectly fine. Eventually, it's gonna go to A. If this A site doesn't have anybody on it, and then to me, it just leans towards the fact that SBU is like, okay, that's fine. We have the weapons. You don't.
We've seen, I think, one successful retake on this A site, and that was because Gerami got a 3K out of heaven. Out of the Viper's Pit while Demon dashed. Ironically, was where the Viper's Pit was on the A site. Theoretically harder to retake, and now this retake could determine game. How they hold it down. The Bunky is cool. They got
3-4!
No, not Tonka time again.
Not gonna happen here. Okay, I thought, listen, we got the Bunky ace. Chairs were about to be flying, right? I was about to jump out of my chair. But still, though, for Baker, this is good. This is good.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if Tonka can get a 4K in the fashion heated, a Bucky 4K is only fair in return, right? For Baker to get back to lead. And I'm sorry, Baker, for saying you were less thrifty inclined than Stony Brook earlier. I've been proven wrong thus. But I love being proved wrong because it means we get closer games, more unexpected outcomes, and Baker sitting on 11-10. I just want a three-way tie. I'm unbiased towards teams. I'm biased towards storylines and hating by high minutes, apparently.
I heard a lot of biases going on, Zobi, so we'll have to have a talk about that later. But the big talk of the town is, can SBU pull this through?
Yep.
This is such a crucial round that they need to win.
Yeah, they're broke if they lose this. Maybe you can have
Exactly.
like a hero rifle or two, but they put the Gunny op back online.
And hopefully Gunny's going to be able to do a little bit more with this operator than they did with the Outlaw.
It's in spawn still. We're positioning towards A. Look how deep Abel is actually towards short. He's put. Wait, the Neon's holding it, right? There's no way. Oh, the timing! The trigger discipline!
Wait, whoa! They're in your flank! Abel was only able to get the one, but it's Demon, right? It's your duelist. The fast lane, that's a massive piece of utility taken away.
Clear your corner. Oh, paranoid.
Draco, please! Someone clear that corner! Trigger discipline at its maximum, but still! Unbelievable! You know! That Draco's gonna be kicking himself.
You know, not clearing it is one thing.
He was blinded, so.
After your teammate has sent a paranoia, so you know you should be clearing it, is crazy. Like, usually you're going to be like blind and clear it or something like that. And it's these moments where I've been questioning the communication in Baker, like being seconds, lagging behind time and time again. That's another one of them. And I mean, 11-11. There's like, you can make a wish, but do they come true on Halloween? I don't know. I feel like it's more for like spirits and tricks.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if there are spirits.
Hey,
and
we
tricks.
said that was important. Money's now broke for Baker. SBU, this should be a 12. Could we get our first overtime of the day off this game, you think? 4 versus 5 seed.
I'm seriously hoping for that possibility. Gunny. Wow, Drago, okay, right. We called them out in the last round, but they, at the very least, redeemed themselves in some way with that pick onto Majestic, who had the Viper's pit.
Yeah, Demon as well has overdrive, so you get one more kill here. Even now, I would contemplate investing it. Not gonna lie. And Nami also one off from the shadows. There it is. Gonna try to kill her into this A site. Abel, gonna be the heavy test. Do they clear short this time around? The paranoia, the stun, and again! Learn from your mistake!
All right. 2 for Abel.
Nami.
Tonga over in the background. It was just the guarding, but now it's down to the 2v2. And the good news is Germsy can pick up a weapon
Can
left
he?
behind. They need to go inside
Yeah,
of
they
the
got it.
smoke to grab it, but they're holding. They're just going to hold right here. They're going to wait for it to dissipate and maybe grab the one unlucky soul on the other end of it. Now instead, back off, set up the utility. Finally, the smoke dissipates. But instead, you just lift yourself wide open to Gunny. Nami, this 1v2 has become a necessity to win. They're down. They have no ammo. It was a classic or nothing. And their hands are empty, Zobi. Stony Brook University, it is 1 more to go.
Wow, but boy, was that close for a thrifty attempt. Stony Brook very, very nicely navigated there in that 2v1 situation. Gunny. No, I feel like they had a really strong start and then kind of like evened out with the rest of the team, but the impact frags at the last possible second are gleaming. And that one's gonna hurt. Did Nami have any other util online? Any TP, any nothing? So that was the only option. Yeah, you couldn't get out. Imagine one TP cross short, it's round to round basis. We said it, not just from the round differential calculation, but now possibly from going into this tournament winless. I feel like none of us would have expected that out of Baker, but here we are. Full buy versus full buy for overtime on the line.
Overtime on the line. That's what Baker's hoping for, but SBU. Sight set on different avenues. Gunny, they're just peeking out through mid, and they get hijinks on top of that, Zobi. This is rough tides. Right? You're losing out on hijinks. You're losing out on the potential that you get from having that Lurk Viper.
Yeah, and we've seen Abel's ability to anchor this A site. Now you add Tonka into the mix. This is very back up against the wall mentality, and Baker hasn't really tested the waters B before, so rookie here. Swarm grenade not broken. Gonna keep them at the door, knocking for the time being with no response. If it's just sub a minute left, you could get behind the Viper's pit here, but I am worried about what timing Majestic could find, especially with the judge in hand.
Not gonna be much here, right? Eventually, you're gonna have to make a move if you're Baker. Stony Brook, ever so confident in their approach, ever so confident.
Targets destroyed.
Being able to win this off against Baker, but now it's down to 30 seconds, Zobi. They've got to pick, they've got to go, and they've got to make it happen right here, right now. Abel's been hit by the relay bolt. Stepping into the shadows towards back sight. Tried to play for that. Now it's going back and forth. It's going back and forth, and where SBU had the potential advantage has been ripped away from them. Not only that, right, but Majestic has the judge, so they need to find an opportunity to get that better. Oh, never mind. Okay, throw that into chaos.
They're running from the judge. They're like, no.
Don't do it, Majestic. Right, they wanted to make that big swing. Now it's down to Tonka T. A 1v1. Tonka T versus Nami. The Odin spam that we know they can do, but Nami, Nami's done it.
What did I say? He's heckling the other team. He does this in important rounds or when they whiff things they should have won. Overtime. Baker fighting just for a win. A taste of victory at this LAN. And Nami, clutch player. Like, they're like, I need to see their trade rate for their teammates because it is through the roof. Like, every time I'm like, oh, they've lost numbers, it's immediately back because of Nami. And 24-16, I think, speaks volumes enough for the impact he's brought into the server for this team for the time being. Because we're still going 2 more rounds at a minimum. And something tells me that might not even be enough.
Oh, Zobi. Overtime always brings great tidings. And I think here for what we're looking at with our squad.
Op versus Op? Haven't seen that yet.
Hey, you know what?
And they're on the
both sides Op. It was an Op v Op, Neon v Neon. But Gunny is going to be the one to win that on the attack side, too. They literally met like star-crossed Neons on a long.
Wow. Well, that's one way to break the silence of an overtime. Drone clearance. They know Drago's at least close. Paranoia. No response off of it, though. More just to scare them off the angle if they want to follow through here. They pivot. It's an expensive investment, but for the time being, I talked about Rukia, right? Not really like stellar, but not subpar lurkage. Maybe that changes here as well. Might have caught the timing here on to Hijinks. But even this is all a ruse, right? Trying to keep these players here, trying to draw rotations like the Killjoy over to weaken the load on this A site where Drago. Let's see it.
All right, Drago. You're about to have a lot knocking on your doorstep. You need to be pushed over towards the back lane. Germsy, though, the hero of the hour, has protected their Sova through so much coming in their direction. Baker has had enough of Stony Brook University. It is one more round.
It's like I blinked and he teleported from the mouth of B-Link to Graffiti. Like, are we showing up a Yoru in the server? Like, it's impressive. Hey, I was just like talking about Nami, the trade master, but Germsy has been that multi-frag menace on this team when their team needs it, and it's glad to see it here. And now, operator back online for Gunny. I mean, it's been a first blood machine throughout the map. That's been one constant. But now, how do we feel about... Okay, Baker, we've said this. It's a coin toss. You get on a C, but the follow-up is iffy. What do they change? Let's see it again.
All right. Parasailing through. They're just going to keep it nice and simple, right? Just exec onto the site. It was a good paranoia, though, right? Demon couldn't go that much further, but things are falling apart catastrophically if you're Stony Brook University. One shot from Gunny's operator is going to ring out, and Tonka T is actually going to be the one to occupy the kill feed.
You know one's flanked, but are you positioned for it is the question. You know one CT, now you know the Sova is there as well off the recon. A 1-for-1 trade still keeps numbers in the favor of Baker as time is starting to tick away, and we've seen a retake with it off. It doesn't work. So what are you doing? Looking for another weapon.
All right, you've seen Nami. At least Gunny just couldn't go anywhere. Nami, who better than to close things out against Stony Brook University? Finally for Baker, a win on the board. 14-12.
Wow, well, while they may not be advanced to playoffs, that is a statement win. Again, I think we got to help with the seeding for this tournament, right? And I think these were two teams that we were like, who's 4, who's 5, who's 4, who's 5?
Yeah.
And we were like, we'll let them misprove it. And I still don't think we have an answer. It's just on the day of who was the better team and maybe who stepped up the most. Like we said, Nami coming through in heroic moments. I want to see the scoreboard again because, like, I'm like certain nobody was subpar. I think they were all like within a round of kills with each other, which is the best way I think to end. I think that's Group A's final match of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so because next match is.
They're all 1 and 3. Yeah, they're all everyone's done. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we'll crunch numbers obviously and get back to you on who has made it out. Obviously, Maryville. It's more. Now we have a 3-way tie technically in terms of head-to-head, which is crazy, but.
So much going on there. So much going on there.
Yeah.
And you know what, Zobi? So much has happened today already. This will make his 3rd game on stream. So to be able to go this far, and we actually have the scoreboard.
See, what did I say?
I'm telling you,
obviously, Nami's the exception. He doesn't count because he just fragged out and almost dropped 30.
We don't talk about that.
But everybody else, like 1 round of kills. That's the best kind of game.
Now, I know Gunny is like 18-22, a little bit more down towards
7 first bloods.
7 first bloods is
How many? I feel like 3 or 4 were probably the operator, maybe like 2 the outlaw.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they had their moment, but it's still, at the end of the day, going to be that victory for Baker College. The first one that they were able to find after an entire day going through this.
There's our standings right now. Final standings for Group A as well. The order for Baker, Stony Brook, Kennesaw not finalized by any means. This is just wins to losses. Again, every round mattered in that matchup, and we'll see how close it comes. We'll announce it probably after the break before our next matchup. But Group B is the one I'm super, super excited to see because Converse now is in the same position Baker just would. Not wanting to leave this tournament with a loss. And they put up a good fight before as well. But I think Fisher and UTD is that super entertaining, contentious spot because they had that upset head-to-head, and now Fisher is back to their fighting form, back to their standard ways. So if they can get a decent showing on UST or even win that upset, because I heard, like, I was talking with them and they're like, yeah, we're not playing the best today, like on the UST side, that could be an opportunity.
Could be an opportunity. But as always with opportunities, they have to be seized. And for University of St. Thomas and Fisher College, one of them is going to have to do that because that is going to be our next game, Zobi.
It is.
Yeah, and it's going to be happening after we come back from this very short break, so don't go anywhere. Our final matchup of the day is going to be nothing short of spectacular.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I'm next real and dance for you. Till you're not going to spend all the money on the guy so we can party.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I'm next real and dance for you. Till you're not going to spend all the money on the guy so we can party. That's
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I'm in Sri Lanka for you. Spend all money on the guy so we can party.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate extra to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I'm in Sri Lanka for you. Spend all money on the guy so we can party.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make sure I'm dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all the money on the body so we can party. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said.
Come on. Finally.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it.
I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers. I make sure I'm dance for you. Till you're not going later. Spend all the money on the body so we can party. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said.
I didn't see it.
I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like to help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
It has been a crazy day here at the It has been a crazy day here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational in Atlanta. A day full of collegiate Valorant. But now we finally get to our last game of the evening, Zobi. None other than University of St. Thomas taking on Fisher College.
And we were looking at the group standings as well, and we're not quite sure if this has any standing either, unfortunately, because right now as it stands, right, if Fisher win this, they will be tied with UTD, assuming that the game that's currently happening between Converse and UTD continues going UTD's way like it started. It would be tied, but then the head-to-head would go UTD's way, we believe. But again, Fisher need to bounce back. They need to make a statement. And that's the difficulty for them, is that they started with like undeniably their most important match, right? Like that's your second, third seed of the group basically that you were going up against. And that is rough.
It is. A lot of things on your mind that you had to be thinking about across the board for all of these teams, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to your standings, when it comes to the, that scary word, mathematics. I know who the boogeyman here on Halloween.
We talked about math classes earlier.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? It's Halloween, and that's what scares me, Zobi, all right, doing all the math. But still, though, we really do have to look forward to this final game. We had to, even if it doesn't really count towards anything, right? University of St. Thomas still wants to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Maryville on that 3-0 perfect record. And Fisher College is 1-1, right? They were taken down by UTD earlier in the day. You were actually there for that. That was for that was on Sunset against UTD. So Fisher College eventually did bounce back, get that one of their own, but now they just need to take down the final stepping stone of University of St. Thomas, who we had.
Make it sound easy.
No, it's not. We had them in the second seed for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, especially because they revamped their roster coming in this year. They picked up like insane tier 2 talent like Son of Car, like Noted, and I feel like that, like, you can't understand how insanely talented those players are to be bringing into Collegiate, right? Like even like Screwface Kyle, right, from Maryville was hyping them up, saying, yeah, they're not playing the strongest today, but like they're the team we expect to be in the grand finals with us, like. It is the team to beat. Like, they are undeniable first seeds of their groups. And like we said, Maryville was kind of untouchable. Like, nobody came close. I feel like if there was more differential between the groups in Maryville's than UST to the others in this group. And if there is a team that can go toe for toe, it is Fisher, because they similarly brought tier 2 talent up to the collegiate space.
Yeah. Now, we talked a lot about so far the teams themselves, but I think we should touch a little bit on the map that we're going to be going to, our final map of the day. Zobi, I heard you like Haven.
Casted a lot of Haven today.
Yes,
and you know what's great is I've seen corrodes, I've seen binds, I've seen some cool maps happening in the pits, but I'm on Haven duty and a little sprinkle of sunset, but it was fast, you know? Thanks, Fisher. But speaking of Fisher, I do want to say for this map, excited to see it, number one. Number two, I think it's a good stable map for them to end on, right? I feel like one big difference between what we saw at Fisher on the Comburst game versus the previous one, they were all swinging together. And I still just didn't like the sunset composition. I don't think it was a good comp for them to start on because it was very, like, individualistic and like, hinging on Cuz. This map, we've seen how, like, effective Utilayering can be last series, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah. I mean, we've gotten a lot of different flavors of Haven today. Unfortunately, we've gotten the same flavor from one team, which they were finally able to get their win on this map, but still. But Maryville gave us a prime showing of what can happen when you have that utility, when you have that teamwork on lockdown. And then I think, previous series that we had between Baker and Stony Brook was kind of the exemplary of that back and forth that you can have where things, when they start to go awry, you have to be very careful of the holes and the gaps that need to be filled when you are unaware of them and how you want to go about approach towards taking care of them. And I think for what we're seeing from both of these teams now, for USC and Fisher College, both of these teams having that high level experience, both of these teams understanding the ebbs and flow of a map as popular as Haven, this should be hopefully another, like, one of those OT kind of maps.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well. And I will point out as well, like you mentioned some of the play style differences between their first and second series for Fisher. The energy level has been absurdly different as well, right? Like they're yelling at the other team. Sogo especially was getting really loud on their rounds one. And speaking of Sogo, I'm hoping that they stick with the role swap that they made, but from their first to their second map as well, which is that Sogo went from, I think, Viper to Yoru, and he was tearing it up. Like, it was Corrode that they played, actually, in their second matchup, if I remember correctly. And, like, there was, like, flash, like, the flashes were always communicated, they were always on time, and they had a Waylay dashing in off of them. It was so succinct, and it was, I want to see that again here, like a double duelist style.
Yeah, I wouldn't, and, you know, especially as we've gone on later throughout the day, right? These teams have played a lot of Valorant, they've been able to warm up, and so being able to make that insane sort of high technique level play is really coming at the forefront now, where we're seeing a lot of those more daring maneuvers, where we're seeing a lot of, where we talked a lot about the mentality, especially in the last series when we're looking towards Baker, who had a rough day today, but they still managed to rally around at the final moment to grab that win away from Stony Brook in that overtime. So now that we've gone all this way, now that, you know, USC is on the precipice of a perfect record, a perfect run here to get into the playoffs in the group stages, they're not looking to stumble. They're looking to just keep that momentum going forward. And I'm sure that whatever strategies they've been cooking up is just going to be, all right, let's do it.
I will also say that's number one. I said they're the nonchalant final bosses. When they are not carrying, they are the most dangerous. Number two, I've learned this the more and more Collegiate players I talk to. Most don't know what the formats are or what the tiebreakers are. So there is a hot chance they think that by winning this, they might be in contention for playoffs and play like thus. I'm not lying to you.
Listen, Sophie, I have no doubt. Okay. All right, I have no doubt.
They play to win no matter the stakes.
Listen, they don't care about the mathematics. They don't care about the numbers. That's everyone else's problem. Their job is to get on stage. Their job is to get behind the PCs.
Get noticed.
And get noticed. And play their hearts out on stream, which is what all of these teams have been doing. I mean, we've had Baker on stream 3 times today. We've had Fisher College about to be on stream for 3 times today. And so an opportunity for these schools to be able to make a name for themselves, to be able to show off what they're about, right?
And this is UST's first time as well. I feel like we talk a lot about Fisher because they're the underdogs coming in here, and we also haven't seen UST on stream, so there's less to work off of. But again, they're showing that kind of dominant streak. They're again, it's very, very similar to Maryville and how they perform.
Yeah, I know that for the aspect of talking about how they're just not concerned about how the format's working, whatever is going on there. And I think it just goes to show you the level of play these players have, that they can just flex that off and that they can just breathe it out and play the game, especially after a long day that today has been.
Well, Speaking of playing the game, I do believe we are launching as we speak into our Agent Select for Haven. So let's see if I get my wishes, if I get a Sogo Duelist going, or something other than the Lurking Viper. But we are going to get a double controller on the side of UST for the time being. And we said they might not care, so we could see some jokey teos or some roulette. But I will point out, I got to clarify everybody's names on this side, because they're not the Tier 2 VCL players you may be expecting. Son of Car, obviously. We have obviously Noted. Those are the 2 player ones. Big Poppy is Showy. Kiss the Ladder is, I believe, Corsonics. And Super Haven, by process of elimination and facial recognition that I think I had in the pits, I want to say is Kumi. And if it's not, I am so sorry to whoever the 5th is.
Well,
that's what you get for changing your names and not putting your actual one in the hashtag.
Exactly. And I'm going to tell you right now that I'm probably going to be saying the names that I see on screen a lot today.
I'm gonna be Steel Trap memory mode.
You're gonna have to be, because like we've been here for 6 hours now. My brain is fried. It's been a lot of Valorant.
You're not getting any Red Bull?
Listen, I had a lot of Red Bull. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But I can only have some. I'm 31, so I gotta watch it out. I gotta I'm
you've been hitting the gym. We got it. No more artificial caffeination. But if anybody needs the caffeine right now, it is Fisher College to finish strong, and UST as well, wanting to be that toe-to-toe, wanting to go on that undefeated run, much like St. Thomas now it wants to achieve. But hey, I got my Sogo Yoru. I got my double duelist with Cuz. I'm really excited to see this. Sogo's, again, I was looking into his communication specifically. He's such a supportive player on this ZR, and he brags out. Like, singing his praises, but that's because that's what I observed.
Ooh, but look at this. They're both running it down.
Yeah, see? Come on, prove me right.
It's over on the other side of that wall. Oh, my God, though.
I need to shut my mouth. The caster curse is strong.
You still got to give it to them, though, right? The synchronization to swing out of that smoke together like that, the 3, 2, 1 swing. But you also got to give it to University of St. Thomas, because those were clean shots. Deadly shots.
You expect that from a double duelist in the defense, but do you expect them to scale like this? 2v5, yeah, but still, they could have crunched you, and suddenly it's a 2v2. So a little risky, but that's the confidence we expect UST to bring into things. They get the pistol round. Again, Fisher College, that's how you're going to see them play this a lot. I hope they get a bit more creative as time goes on, not just running the same thing, but it is biasing anything. It's like, yeah, hey, we're top VCL players, number 1, and number 2, we want to go back to our hotels and chill. We want to explore the rest of DreamHack before it closes. Like, get us out of here, because we are already, no matter what, headed to the playoffs.
Yep, they're done with it. They're ready to go. We got Vandals, Outlaws, Guardians.
Wouldn't it be a 3-way? It'd be a 3-way tie if UST lose.
Let's not think about that right now.
Anyways, continuing.
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Win. Push up close with the Bucky. Smoke's going to go down. But they've been noticed. They've been detected. Here it is, the recon drone 2 to make sure to clear out all of the close corners.
Sacrifice
for the one go out. Noted is there. Win. Uncontested, though. Gets rid of Son of Car. But the problem is, as long as Noted is alive, you're going to have a lot of firepower against you. But a silver lining, because Cuz has the Vandal.
Oh, and you saw Noted toy with the idea of trying to catch a timing there on Garage, or hoping that the Vandal would come back through its doors. They have since been shut. Further upgrades have been found. And oof, the one person going in is Sogo, who doesn't have a gun. And somehow they might have made this winnable still.
Oh, but are they looking to the flank? Are they looking at long?
You're going to hear it now.
They are going to be now, because they heard the double tap. Perfect shot here. But again, it's Cuz. They have the double tap. They have the shield active. They're going to be suppressed. Can't do anything. It's the ladder. Back over. Try to pop the shield. Shield's low. There's one. They're going back and forth. Had to switch to the classic. 27 HP. And you know what? Corsonics, they've done it.
Look, you remember the name.
Listen, I made that a little cheaty though, Zoe. I'm not gonna pretend like.
I mean, a clutch like that, you know, seconds away from a thrifty disaster. That is why you don't ego the most expensive weapons in the second round. But all in all, I mean, they're still gonna have 3 rifles now coming into their third. That is the, I guess, benefit of what they did, is they're okay, you know, having everybody else force up, even though they lost so many weapons. So I'm curious, okay, is this going to spell disaster for their longevity? We're going from like one end of the spectrum to the other between Stony Brook and UST, or is it going to set them up for success and break FC's money and mental?
A lot of questions going on here. There it is, though. One trip broken. We're in the new era of Cypher 2, where those trips are more a suggestion than anything, but Blast has a lot of suggestions for Zone of Car. Big Poppy Gonna put that Cypher away back into the drawer. Spike still working its way to being planted, but it eventually gets there. Over on the high ground, noted. Take a note of a headshot onto Cuz.
Ace the test with those notes. Looking for more as well if Sogo decides he wants to have a try. I do think playing for exits here could be a move. I mentioned how you'd be out of like money already coming into the 4th round. Here we mentioned how much they invested into things. For the time being, looks like it's gonna be a double swing out off Paranoia and a little crunch action. Like, yeah, you took one down with you, but all in all, 3 stand strong. It's the 3 weapons they bought, recollected.
Yep.
And Fisher College, we thought this was like could be the team that could like be close to the #1 seeds of the groups, and not the way to have that get started.
It hasn't been good for them. For UST though, things have been great. It's been spectacular. It's been smooth sailing so far in Haven. I think it's no better representation than what we saw in that last round, right? Everything was clear, it was concise, it was done to almost perfection for how they exec onto the actual site itself. And then the post-plant hole from Noted.
Wins Bucky was monumental, I'll say, on the 2nd round. Kind of framed him for those classic kills that got the round back in track, but fortunately over towards the A site, the only weapon bought up here. Should be just a quick, easy C-take, no matter how talented Blast is. But the cross contact with Cuz could add complications to that 5-time spaz.
Oh, the crosshairs were right on the head! But it's always fancy footwork from this team that's going to send Fisher College packing. It's whatever Cuz is going to do here, it has to be done to near perfection, but instead of taking his chances, needs to clear through garage to make sure no one's peeking in from the flank.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult 3v4 with no weapons either really salvageable from these 1 duels. I think garage is the best bet. Try to smoke your way out on the default site, which is why Cuz is kind of setting the groundwork here by clearing out this space, and that's what exactly is happening. The regroup, good. Waiting for the dark cover next. Win has the little hands out, but it's the Paranoia instead. And unfortunately, a big Papi or Shoei himself is going to completely shut down any attempt at that C retake. So again, just like clockwork, ticking through the hours, but Fisher College saying you're running out of batteries, let's get a buy back up, let's get a Sogo operator online, and hopefully stop them in their tracks and turn back the clock.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough round for Fisher College to have monumental impact regardless, but it's still those minor mistakes that you see happening across the board. Blast, a clean opportunity to land the headshot. They were really taking their time to make sure they land it, but UST is so quick on the uptake that you have to sometimes just take those opportunities and take those chances and then run away with your life and fight for greener pastures. But when you have UST being so confident in those advantages, yeah. But with Sogo landing the shot with the operator, maybe something could be happening for Fisher College.
Yeah, especially with the post-plant kind of aggressiveness noted that it's brought and shutting down any retake attempt. That is huge. No Paranoia. Do have some smokes to rely on, but now they're kind of constricted to this A or B site for the exec, and that seems like they want to follow through on, but they're challenging a 3-heavy site hold here, Sam.
3-heavy site hold. Question is USC feeling confident enough to take that fight, especially now that the numbers keep whittling away? And leaving a son of car walk on to grab 1, but yeah, the back and forth between the 2 teams is really just a Fisher College kind of game right now. Big Papi, it had to be a monumental flick to get rid of Jeffy, but finally for Fisher College, a round on the board.
It's coming out of the new hot shot as well. Jeffy saying, I don't need kill trips to get the kills out of heaven. I'm going to get them the old-fashioned way. And that might be UST just overstepping as well, confident that they can win those engagements, confident maybe on the timing there. But again, I think what we just saw was the lack of smokes biting them because Noted got first blooded, right? No having smokes, no nothing. Maybe we'll see our lineups later, but for the time being, that I think was what tipped the scale in Fisher's favor. So first blood's a nice trend forward. Because of the kill contracted line, could keep that up here. Maybe even like a little Hunter Spirit combo that could also get us some forward momentum, but for now, dimensional drift from Son of Car, streamline their way onto the A side, and if I was Twin, I maybe would respect this, especially with Hunter Spirit combo coming through.
I wonder if Twin was actually detected by the dimensional drift. Yeah, Son of Car is going to back away, right? We're in the new Yoru era. A little bit of a spray down through the smoke to try and get rid of the Yoru clone, but playing it to near perfection. Blinded out, Noted. It is just a massacre against Fisher College. UST rolled their way onto the site. Fisher College is being decimated.
This is what happens when Noted's alive in the late round. Not even the operator can be saved. I mean, he helped take the site by TPing into hell and then push the agenda forward into CT to prevent any clutch ability from coming through on the side of Fisher College, right? This team right now looks super, super well-rounded, and yeah, that's, I would say, cause for a pause out of Fisher College here. They're kind of, also you can see the money is not on the same page either, and the ults are kind of decent as well because they're entering a big round ult-wise that should have weapons behind it. So honestly, with it being 1-5 and you're just not taking the timeout, I think I would go for it. Like full buy to the best of your abilities and use these ults as leverage, EG style. Would you? Are you gonna risk it for the biscuit?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
What do you have to lose?
Yeah, you're 1-5, right? If you're Fisher, you got to take some of these risks. You got to do something here to stem the bleeding, and it's these gamble plays that sometimes for teams is what they need to get their head back in the game. And you're talking to about all of the ultimates they have across the board. It's Hunter's Fury, kill contract, stepping into the shadows. Sogo and Blast are one away from their own, so Sogo has an opportunity to maybe go egg, pick up the ult orb, and then back off if they can make that happen. And the way that UST is leaning right now, an opportunity could happen for that to be possible, but it's like our gamble play here didn't quite pan out.
Man, they didn't get the memo. They're right over there. Do we need to shout it louder?
Get your buys in!
Yeah. I mean, it works as long as there's two ways this goes. Save the ults no matter what, and go for the Rye round and win 5 in a row, and temper them, right? You have to space them out at that rate. Or if we get a kill or two, which they've done this before, then you use the ults, which is okay, but you got to find an opening first, and I'm seeing it from Win.
All right, Win was close to it, but Win's only able to get the one, meanwhile UST is getting every single kill on the kill feed. It is lighting up red. It is lighting up all over for University of St. Thomas. And when your poor Jeffy left all alone in a 1v4, what looked like tough odds. Tough isn't even the right word to describe it. Impossible.
I think he might be saving, which is the funny part when he only has a sheriff. Imagine we get a little ninja fuse in the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. Unfortunately, Sodom Car says, "Hey, I've been lacking a little bit. Like they're taking too much of my thunder, noted in particular. Let me get back up on that scoreboard. 8-4 now. But this is what we were waiting for: the buy with the full Yahtzee of ultimates. Right? They got the orbs in death, at least a minimum. In the meantime, though, University of St. Thomas, there's such a mismatch in the ults. I think that they're fortunate that they should be able to, like, not see too much counter resistance. But, again, Fisher College, it's the defensive half with a confident double duelist, and they aren't playing it in that fashion either, down to the bye.
All right, here we go, though. New round, new us. And a new Fisher College, actually. They've got the Odin, they got an operator. University of St. Thomas is just a little bit flummoxed, a little bit floored, but not out of the running just yet. We know that this team, we talked a lot about filling in the gaps, filling in the holes. Yeah, Super Heaven, quick.
No, that's
with the
criminal.
shoulder, and then they come back in for another fight against Win. Out goes the Omen, in goes the KJ. Put down the spike, give it to Noted. They're going to step into the shadows onto C, because guess what? Cleared out almost his entirety was
Cage triggered.
Big Poppy.
I see the vision. If Blast wasn't back sight, KJ gets like 2 or 3 there. But they set it up perfectly, and now Blast just has to follow through with
No
his
way!
team. But they're the ones getting aggressive in a 2v4?
They gotta go inside of the kill contract. Yeah, there's nothing left here. Even if Noted is able to win that. Yeah, eaten alive by the Odin or eaten alive by the Phantom Spam.
Wow. UST, I mean, again, setup they thought was there if Blast just wasn't so knowledgeable. The Killjoy thought she was pulling a slick one. Unfortunately, Kumi, not the case. So now, we're going to see, again, the continuation of those weapons. I did say I wanted them to kind of meter their ultimates, and that is, in fact, what we're seeing here as well. Only utilize the 2 duelist ones in that round. Yeah, you're still sitting on the Hunter's Fury, the Neural Theft. I feel like we haven't seen too big of ults, I'd say, from Noted and Twin. Obviously, Noted got the spike down on C, but that was about all they wrote last time around. But for now,
right here.
Ooh, Jeffy Odin spam. An operator on the A line. How does UST get by this over towards a main? They don't. They steer clear. Gonna clone into garage, get ready any possible Cypher util. And in the meantime, cuz, again, they don't look like they're standing their ground. They're giving it up immediately, right? No contest, no duels, no nothing. This round, maybe it's because Jeffy can have the Odin spam connect, but in the meantime, little pop of the wall on B. Noted, toying with the idea of scaling off of it, but the drone's going to keep him at bay. And here we go. The drone reclearing A. Operator still in the win. Could get an aggressive angle on short, but with less than a minute left, UST has to make a decision.
Yeah, and eventually going to be making their way towards that. And it looks like A is the ending point. Everyone's here. The gang ready to roll in. But it all depends on whether or not Big Poppy, that's a good paranoia, but Sogo still had the opportunity there. But once the swing happens, right, Blast wasn't able to stem the tide, and Sogo had no chance to flick back with the operator.
Yeah, they flashed it along simultaneously. Sogo needed that kill, right? Not just for the numbers, but it would shut down the Viper's Pit, which if things get dicey, can get popped. But this is UST we're talking about, right? Look, they are already knocking on the door of your spawn by multiple avenues, right? Noted a staircase for crying out loud. And yeah, you already used Hunter's Fury too. I missed that completely. That's how chaotic the round has been. So you're going to try and save the Odin, save the Vandal, and of course UST is going hunting. It's UST.
Oh yeah, Noted's right there. Cuz has the angle locked down, but it was just a little bit too close to the corner that Noted saw the tip of Cuz's barrel. There was just nothing that could be done. Wall banged through. But it looks like Jeffy might still be able to hold on to the Odin.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, going to their spawn. Just going to hang out there.
Yeah, they're going to track him down. There's so much time left still before that spike goes off. And, ooh, maybe not. They're running. Gets the fight, but not the kill. Oh.
It was close. I think they saw the Grim Reaper. I think Jeffy was, like, right there.
Is it a hot take to say that I like Jeffy better without the Odin right now? I'm getting like flashbacks. I think it was the Phantom in A Heaven. I feel like the Odin right now is putting him on very constrained positions, like very set positions around the map.
Yep.
And UST is just kind of predicting and avoiding them, and then you want to save the expensive weapon. It's kind of like how the op can be a shackle at times. And now, I mean, that plus Sogo with a Hero Vandal, it's basically deciding if this is going to be like too much of a lead to come back from.
This is not enough here. Jeffy. Spam him with the Odin, but what do you do if you're UST? You just avoid it.
Was that throw smoke too?
Yeah.
Might have been a jumpy for information with how deep he is, but things
okay.
got a little bit better. Sogo finds a kill and is fighting forward. Finally, the aggression, the confidence we wanted to see.
There we go. There's still 3-player on C site. The Euro TP, the gate crash, is going to bring them back over to A, but look at where Jeffy is.
It's going to be too late. They're going to get on site, they're going to pop the Viper's Pit. And how do you get back into this? You don't have ults, you maybe have the recon back online and the drone, but what are the odds you actually find the Viper? Okay, wait, Jeffy made it in time. Oh!
Yeah,
it took too long.
Here comes the recon drone. Spike working towards being planted, but trying to bait out the utility. Stunned out in a super heaven. Feeling very heavenly right now. Unfortunately, though, as time is whittling away, so too is their health. Gonna bring one last one into the throes of death along with them, but it is still finally another Fisher College round. That took a little bit of time. This was a scrappy buy for them, too.
They didn't get the Odin back. Wait, I'm okay with that. I just said. I love how Jeffy's like, I can get a kill from heaven as well. The most impactful one as well, so there's no Viper's Pit for us to have to bit through. And apparently they're rich enough like that to just buy another one. But it can. 7-3. 2 rounds left in the half. UST has been harboring these ultimates.
They have been.
Like, not using a lick of them for this kind of grand finale approach. You know, put Fisher College, you know, swimming with the fishes at the bottom of the ocean. And we'll see if they can, in fact, complete that task. Looks like they want to speed things up a little bit. I think they've been, like, conditioned that Garage doesn't have trips in the start hold, but because they have a mid-hold instead.
There we go. We've been talking a lot about confidence. We've been talking a lot about playing to your team's strengths, and there it is. Everywhere that they're trying to walk into, UST is falling. Big Poppy's able to get one, but that's all it is. Sogo coming alive.
And I'm telling you right now, that screech, that's Sogo. I said it, he was loud in the Converse game, and he's loud right there and proud on this duelist role. I never want to see him on Viper again. Can they switch to double duelist on Sunset, please? Thanks.
Yeah, just don't switch.
Switch,
throw it away.
switch. Yeah. Or just don't let it be your first map you play in a tournament.
That too.
Yeah, because Cuz is doing okay here as well on the ISO, so we're good there. But all right, side swap. We said that Fisher didn't want to start on the attack. A little bit of a repeat. So now sides are last round of the half, I should say, and then sides will swap. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see if they get the 7-5, Sam.
See if they can. Who's next? Dimensional Drift. In goes Son of Car. Span through the smoke. Hit him down with the suppress, the uppercut, and it's just a meat grinder. UST walks in, but they ain't walking out.
There's the confidence. There's the UTIP combos. Check, 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 and they are good to go. Verified, certified, shipped out the door, and notarized. That is a 7-5 half certified. And there we go. All right. We had a 7-5 on the last map too. What's going on with these Havens?
I don't know.
All right, but do they win the pistol like Stony Brook did?
That's true. This right here though for Fisher is everything, right? Because if they can get the pistol, they get the anti-eco, it's 7-7. It's all of a sudden a tied game against your dominant team in the group stage. And again, right, we're talking about how these teams don't care about the format, how they don't know anything, and I think that's really starting to exude from Fisher, where they're just giving it their all, they're giving it everything that they have, and now it needs to be amplified to its maximum for this pistol.
Yeah. All right, little B attempt here on the pistol round. Unfortunately, alarm bot makes you vulnerable even with the shield. Sogo gets the trade, but the trade back noted is immediate as well. Alongside Shocks coming out of Ace line as support too. Noted's going crazy.
Noted's going beyond crazy, right? They have no HP. They had no business getting away with what they did. Poor Blast all by himself. A 1v3 with the spike out of their hands, out of their pockets. And what does Son of Car do, right? They just go on a nice little trip to figure out where this Cypher could be. There's only one place left for them to go. Blast back turn to the enemies, to the opponents, ready to get rid of them. And they do. UST. It's perfect on the pistols for Haven.
Yeah, no 7-5 pistol tie, unfortunately, this time around. And it looks like Fisher as well, just trying to play it strong till the end. No anti-stinger forces. The only thing is, like, certain at this point feels like the win Bucky, no matter what happens. He's like, I can make this work. And in the meantime, looks like they learned their lesson from the first half, donating to the Vandal, making things a little bit dicey. Just to be the pretty classic buy-up, I'd say. Again, not like the Stony Brook approach of going extra light either, so just very well rounded. I do see the Marshall, though, in accordance as well. Close range, far range. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Kiss the ladder. AKA Corsonics. Smoke's gonna come up. Guardian. A little bit delayed out. Scared. Kiss the ladder is gonna retreat over towards the site. Even better to Son of Car here with the Outlaw. How daring is Fisher gonna be to pop out of the smoke with a flashbang? Seeing it get ready, uppercut there, but poor Jeffy as the smoke dissipated. They're gone! So close. Corsonics holding the line even while blind. A double kill for them with the Guardian. One of the smoke's gonna come up. It's just all whittling away. Just nothing there. Even in the flank. Right, they have one player going in this direction. Where do you go if you're Sogo? The only answer to that, it feels like, is in the ground.
This could be a nice Sogo moment. A few players low HP, but of all the players to duke it out against, Noted is not one you want on your list. Flawless. Carry those weapons forward. Now this buy becomes very scary, I'd say, against full rifles. It's like, which do you think was scarier? The 3 rifles forced up on the third if they went clutched on one person, or this, which is scarier? I think they're both pretty scary in UST's hands.
Yeah, they're both pretty scary. And I'm sure Fisher is feeling scared either which way because UST has been unpredictable in these anti-ecos and they've been really unpredictable in the bonus. I think this is pretty scary, though. I'm gonna give it to this one, but that's just because it's the one right in front of my eyes right now. And what's in front of the eyes so far of Fisher College is nobody yet. UST electing to play on-site, play towards the safety of numbers that they have, especially knowing that some of the firepower may not be the best they could be using. And for their trouble, Sogo gets the ultimate orb, but not without taking some chip damage in return.
I do like Fisher College's grasp of the situation, right? You're probably running into a stack, you're running into the Killjoy site, and you know that they have a really strong arsenal despite it being their quote-unquote bonus. So trying to avoid fights until absolutely necessary on the site feels like a good solution. The issue, though, is with the surplus of utility, this drone isn't going to find anything. And that's something else I feel like UST's done a really good job of, just getting you out of this double duelist composition, kind of removing its it's go-getter mentality on both halves. And now it feels like Fisher is even second-guessing themselves right now, doubling back to A. Like, yeah, you had Twin tucked away short, trying to punish a re-clear. Maybe he calmed a few rotations, but look, there's 4 on this side of the map already.
30 seconds left.
Of course, Onyx may be vulnerable and suppressed, but if nobody's there to take advantage of it, what is going to happen? They're going to stay there. They're still there. Jeffy gets a collat with the Outlaw, and finally Cuz is going to get rid of this nuisance of us over in the backline, but you're down to 8 HP. Jeffy has barely anything to work with, and Wynn's trying to outrange using a funky.
Yeah, Sonicart couldn't help. Kumi in time, and now has to clutch out the 1v2. The flash could disrupt the crossfire, but the close range Bucky Wynn, I said it makes the Bucky work no matter the circumstances. And just like that, Fisher College is not out of it. I second guessed the rotates, and they landed on the A site and on their feet. So here we go. 6-9. 1 round from breaking the money on UST side. That will get us probably to 8. I'm liking where this roadmap is headed. It's heading towards like another tied 10-10 kind of mark. Well, we'll see. I feel like every time we had a prediction, it went the opposite way. And this round with the kind of half buy from Fisher, I can see that happening again.
Starting to lean towards that. We're starting to feel some of that being exec upon. Fisher College. Smoke goes up on window and garage. It's going to pull the attention away. Big Poppy to look back. A quick jump peek over at long, make sure nothing's going on in that direction, because opening things up with a first blood onto Noted. And out comes the uppercut. Big Poppy's going to exchange it with a snake bite of their own. They're blinded, though. No, push them. Ooh, saw just enough of one player there. A little bit of damage from the Outlaw, enough for Cuz to capitalize, but Kiss the Ladder's going to avenge their fallen comrade. It's down to the 2v2. Spike still has yet to be planted. Meanwhile, sneaking their way onto the site is Super Heaven. Soko, completely unaware that the KJ had deposited themselves so far back onto the site where they thought it was safe. And UST just playing the subterfuge game expertly.
Wow. I already thought it was impressive that we were able to see Showy or Big Poppy like buy enough time for Corsonic somehow to get logs and find another, and those trades somehow were still going Fisher's way. But like you mentioned, that move in itself, just not even recognizing the timings, like these players have such really good internal clocks, like, oh, they could have had that timing, they could be right here. And the fact that they miss it is, I think, why this timeout comes through. It's that tipping point here. Again, that was the round you were hoping to win, because then it would have snowballed into a comeback, versus now, like, every round is toeing the line economically.
Toeing the line economically, toeing the line with your own emotions, too. You got to get that head back on straight. You're in deep waters, but you're not so far away that you can't see the light, right?
Yep.
It's still 6-10. There's still some wiggle room left for Fisher College. They have ultimates coming online, right? Cuz has the kill contract. Sogo, 1 away from the Dimensional Drift. Jeffy, 2 away from their Hunter's Fury. So those are 2 big ultimates that are about to come online, 1 already on. And so get things situated for this round, going into the next. Figure out how you want to sync things up. And then when you're able to stand toe-to-toe against UST, they may be on the 11th round, but again, it's that wiggle room, it's that breathing room that you have. And of course, you're still looking to grab something here, but this buy, right, all over the place. We have Marshall, Vandal, Bucky.
And Sogo won't be able to buy in the next round either, from what I'm seeing. So this is definitely like interesting territory. It's trying to keep hope alive, right? But it is a risk in itself, especially since Sogo in that first half was your fragger. It still kind of is for this team. 6-10 though. Some of the these have been close. They haven't been as impressive as our last Haven between Baker and Stony Brook, but here we go. And this is the first time we've seen like a simplified exec off the rip from Fisher. It's been a lot of defaults, a lot of back and forth. I think they realized they were overinvesting util on those defaults, and they could have just been trading their way up into a site and control here. If they can shut down Corsonics and Sonicart, and they get out of there.
Yeah, when Sonicart gets a double kill, you're kind of just, there's so much that you can do there. He is going to be punished running right into Sogo's face, but Kiss the Ladder right through the smoke. They may be hobbling along, maybe bleeding all over the floor, but it does not matter because it's a 1v3 and you have the spike. No one to pick it up. No pesky omens to TP over towards it. All that's left is to get rid of Blast with their 62. Whoa, you saw the... Okay, all right.
Cape physics gone in the wind, just like maybe the chances that I come back here. Fisher Okay, I think the idea here was Soga could buy a Hero Vandal because Dimensional Drift was coming online next round and you can use the Judge with that.
Yep.
I am worried, like we mentioned, the Yoru rework means you can't like flash out of the ultimate simultaneously as you pull out the Judge, so I'm not sure what the conversion rate's going to look like, but what time better to learn than now when match point for UST is on the line?
Yeah, what better way to do it? But this is the scary round of Fisher College. This is a round where every single one of these ultimates need to go crazy. Dimensional Drift popping off. Sogo clearing out through garage, now towards the backside. But I think dipping in towards it. Yeah, they've made the call out to where Big Poppy is. Bring him inside of the kill contract. Because so much on their shoulders and instead eaten alive by every single player of University of St. Thomas. One more round to go.
Match point.
It's like, okay, there's two approaches, right, to a Viper wall. You play it on the retake game like we saw in the previous one, or you use it to spies. We're here on the C site and completely obliterate them without a spike flank going too, and crushing any of their dreams of winning the series. 12-6, again, more broken by than maybe the two previous rounds as well. And you utilize those big ultimates we talked about. You still have a few to work with. The issue now is that they have counters. They have options to fight back with them on the Lions side.
All right, one more round to go for UST. You get to go ahead and call it a day. Fisher College, though, 6 more rounds in overtime. Nothing less than perfection. We're seeing a Killjoy lockdown being expended on A, rebuking the attempt of Fisher to go towards the site. Big pick off from Win. Stepped into the shadows and completely catches the Viper unaware. Nice new weapon upgrade for them too, and the neural theft to figure out where UST is. It's going to give him enough time to plant the spike, but UST not far away.
Yeah, you have a double duelist and a Hunter Spirit online. How do you want to run this? I like the double garage hold, but now they're trying to filter in through CT off this paranoia, and they've gotten the backside control, Sam!
They've got the backside control, and once they do, UST popping off, going crazy, blast, a 1v1! A 1v1 that has been won. Fisher College, they're not done yet.
One and done, both in the kill and the round. Now you need 5 more of those just to get to overtime for that chance of getting another triple tie and tiebreaker. But what's difficult is because they were over-investing time and time again, they have that debt hole that they have to pay off. And so it's, again, risky business in the shields department and the likes. So I'm surprised we don't see like an outlaw on the side of University of St. Thomas, but we do get the Judge. So be careful if you go garage, because there's also Killjoy utility stacked around it. Be careful if you try to just jiggle in and break the alarm bot. That could be your last. And be careful because you're running into the stack and the high-low and the off angle.
There's just so much going on that they have to clear, they have to check for. No recon drone to be able to make that happen either, right? Now the question arising, did Blast just hold off on the inevitable, or is this the ball that Fisher College needed for them to get rolling? It may be stalling out right now without Cuz on their side, but they still have Sogo. They still have an opportunity to punch back in. A recon drone's going to be good enough to hold off the push, but if you're Core Sonics, you're just a little bit ahead of the step of the game, and you even have the support of Noted, who, by the way, was in garage, now all the way over here. Son of Car is joining in the party too. So there's 3 strong on this site. Now the real question is, once the paranoia goes through, Noted is just destroyed every single hopes and dreams. But for University of St. Thomas, a flawless day for them.
And a flawless group stage at that. I was really looking forward to Blast there on Sunset. Was able to convert a lot of those lurk plays into rounds 1 for the team, but this time around does not connect. UST now joining the undefeated Maryville squad in that playoffs, and I believe that also does mean that UTD gets the 2nd slot. We'll have to double check how the Converse game went, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it trended.
I think so too. Just again, here we go. We got the group stages we are seeing. Yeah, Maryville and St. Thomas both occupying that 3-0 across the board. UTD, yeah, right. Look at that, 2-1. It's a clean look for them. They took down Converse cleanly enough.
So that means it's going to be Stony Brook versus St. Thomas and Maryville versus UTD. I did talk to Screwface as well about UTD and his thoughts on them and their current like LAN presence, and he's like, yeah, they might just be that they're animals and they're a little scary, and they were excited to maybe get the chance to play them. So I'm curious how that is going to go, considering they didn't really get much groundwork against St. Thomas either.
Well, regardless, it's been a jam-packed day here at the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. DreamHack Atlanta is still popping off. There's still so many people here. It's getting even busier now that we're at like 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
The energy is still electric all around us. But Zobi, that's it for us. And I think day one has been nothing. It's been a landmark day, I think, for the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational. All of these teams playing their hearts out. We've had the upsets of the century happening against teams that we were just not expecting it to happen.
And that's why I praise like the open application process to this event, and then the selection that was went through to curate like a competitive environment that was also just gonna like bring the best together. And yeah, I mean, these rows have been full today, both in the Rocket League and the Valorant area. Like the support that is shown out just for the teams. Like there's been peanut galleries that were shouting behind the teams for like Converse, for Fisher, the like, and we've seen some of the teams I think come alive and find their zone here a little bit, even if their journey does end in the group stage today.
Yeah, well, it's been a crazy day, but it's going to be even crazier tomorrow, so make sure that if you haven't already followed the channel, Esports GA Tech, to go ahead and do that, because, well, tomorrow's schedule is going to be pretty crazy. Talking even more so about what we're going to be seeing, right? It's going to be a winner semis into a winners finals into the losers finals, and then, of course, championship Sunday.
Yeah, and so winner finals is another best of one, though, so it's dangerous territory, right? And remember, only top 3 get a cut of that prize pool as well. So a best of one to determine if you get money or not is very, very dicey, to say the least. I guess you'll have the lower, like, I don't know what that'd be called. The 2 lowers go to a lower as well. I guess loser semi, maybe?
Yeah.
That would decide it. So I guess you get 2 best of one. Brackets are confusing, but what isn't confusing is the fact that our prize pool, right, is helping be supported by our amazing sponsors. We have Extra Life and we have a Rally Cry, right? Extra Life, obviously, right now, they do a lot of charitable organizations for children, for fundraising, for the medical community, and right now they're actually supporting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, so very local and near and dear to the DreamHack community here. I know TJ had one of their spokespeople on earlier today on this broadcast doing an interview talking about those initiatives, so make sure to check them out as well. I believe it was extralife.org,
yes.
I want to say. And Rally Cry, on the other hand, I mean, Collegiate and Rally Cry, like they're inseparable at this moment alongside all these other competitive leagues. They bring the best together in terms of community, just like we're doing here at the Collegiate Invitational.
Yeah, it's all about the community aspect of collegiate lands, right? We've talked a lot about rivalries, we've talked a lot about friendships, and we've talked a lot about the land environment bringing people together that it normally wouldn't have that opportunity, and we're very thankful for Rally Cry to be able to make that happen. And Zobi, we're also very thankful to everyone who's been watching today, and of course to all of our amazing observers and to the producers in the background for making these games look and sound as good as they did. Like I said, we will be back tomorrow though, so make sure to hit the channel with a follow to get notifications when we go live. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day, just like day 1. Day 2, we're going to be nothing short of that. But until then, everyone, we'll see you then.
Let's test your speakers.
Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extra Lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow, because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Let's test your speakers.
Come on. Finally. Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an extra lifer. Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We've raised more than $70 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
What are you waiting for? Donate text like help kids like me.
Impossible. We love that word. It's a challenge to explore the unknown, to sculpt the skylines, to map the human mind, and propel humanity to the edges of Earth. At Georgia Tech, we are determined to forge a better tomorrow, because the world is counting on us. Impossible. It's not just a challenge, it's a calling.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only